Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Hello and welcome to another episode of India and Global Left. If you are new to the show, please smash that subscribe button. Also consider becoming a YouTube member, a Patreon, or donate small amounts given in the link in the description box. In either case, hit a like, please. Without further ado, let me welcome our guest, Professor Gerald Horne. Professor Horne.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. If you everybody hit the like as you file in. This particular interview is going to be about an hour long, but I think it's worth the wait or worth the hour. Gerald Horne, my favorite male historian, is actually an interesting guy, one of the best historians in the nation. He tends to be a leftist. That's why he's probably not better known. He was, he's worked on everything from the 1619 Project, etc. He has some very interesting points to make about the American Revolution is the topic of this particular interview. But he's written, he makes an extremely good point in that you really can't understand the American Revolution unless you actually understand like the 100 years or so before the American Revolution. It all kind of builds upon itself. I don't think his point, I don't know, his point might actually be that the American Revolution was inevitable. So, one other quick point. Last night on PBS, Ken Burns has a new PBS special documentary on the American Revolution. I think it premiered last night. Let's see here. I could be wrong. Maybe it's tonight that it premieres. But anyway, stay tuned for that. You know me, I'm a history buff, so any famous history documentary I'm going to be looking at some point. So stay back, enjoy the show. I will probably make comments during this, but for me, it's not dry. I think everybody should know as much as they can about American history. So, here's my little contribution to history education.
Horne is one of the most prolific and incisive historians of our time. He is a professor of history and
Of all
African
time.
American studies at the University of Houston. His research spans the African diaspora, U.S. imperialism, and global struggles against racism and colonialism. Professor Horne challenges conventional narratives with a global anti-imperialist lens and has reshaped how we understand slavery, capitalism, and resistance in world history. Among his many influential books is The Counter-Revolution of 1776, Slave Resistance and the Origins of the United States of America, which we will discuss today. Professor Horne, welcome to India and Global Left.
Thank you for inviting me.
I want to discuss your book, the 1776, the counter-revolution. But before we actually discuss your book, if you could tell us a little bit about the mythology of the 1776. It is often characterized as a revolution, which is associated with a break from empire, the British Empire, spread of democracy, separation of church and state, and also, more importantly, a model for later actual revolution. So if you could tell us a little bit about when did these mythologies enter history and how has that been sustained even today?
Well, certainly 1776 represented a break from the British Empire, but by the same token, so did UDI, Unilateral Declaration of Independence in Rhodesia in 1965, which represented a break from London as well. 1776 was a settler revolt. Likewise, UDI in Rhodesia was a settler revolt. There was an attempted settler revolt in Algeria against the French. And so we should first of all examine settler revolts with a certain skepticism. Secondly, and I think that this is the most formidable point that I'm afraid to say many of our friends on the left, and in fact, many of our friends in the international community have ignored, is the fact that it's long been acknowledged that the enslaved African population, by and large, did not support 1776. And of course, they had good reason to be opposed because the leaders of this revolt against British rule were disproportionately enslavers, including George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Patrick Henry, et al. And our ancestors, our African ancestors, had the gift of prophecy. Insofar as in 1776, there were thousands of enslaved Africans in the colonies led by these rebels. By 1861, on the verge of the US Civil War, there were millions. Not only were there millions, but this investment in the bodies of enslaved Africans was the major source of wealth for this erstwhile republic, speaking of the United States of America. What I find curious about the way many of our friends on the left analyze events is that, at least in the United States, across the ideological spectrum, there are critiques of socialism, for example. As I oftentimes joke, you could awaken a US national in the middle of the night and they would begin babbling insistently about the real and imagined abilities of socialism. But if you look at republicanism, for example, which is supposedly the calling card of 1776, it should have been clear decades ago that in revolting against the divine right of monarchs, the so-called revolutionaries supplanted that system with the so-called divine right of propertied men of European descent. Certainly, as has been acknowledged for some time, Africans were not included in this process. It would be as if, for example, if you look at the implantation of apartheid in South Africa in 1948, and as I pointed out in my book on Southern Africa, White Supremacy Confronted, the intention of implanting apartheid was to disrupt emerging class alliances between and amongst European and African and other workers. And so the project was to uplift the Afrikaner workers, the European minority workers, etc. If you use the logic that has been imposed on the analysis of 1776, I guess you would say that apartheid was a leap forward for humanity insofar as it led to social welfare benefits being doled out to this European minority working class in South Africa. And that instead of launching armed struggle, Nelson Mandela and the African National Congress should have waited for history to work as magic, because inevitably apartheid, given the logic or illogical use with regard to 1776, would have led toward social welfare benefits being doled out to the African majority, for example, which is obviously ludicrous and ridiculous. And we also need to look at the fruit of this poisonous tree. That is to say, as we speak in the United States of America, you have many sober voices from the ruling class to the working class mulling the possibility of an emerging fascism in the United States of America. Now, in terms of understanding this emerging fascism, I've noticed that in the ruling class and in the working class, there's rarely a resort to history, for example. It's almost as if it came out of nowhere, for example, just sort of magically emerged. However, you should know that there is a discernible trend in Black intellectual circles that sees this emerging fascism as flowing inexorably from the mass enslavement of Africans, from the genocide against the indigenous population, from the dispossession of the population of Mexican ancestry in the US Southwest, et cetera. And I should also say that fortunately, there have been trends, intellectual trends, particularly amongst Black intellectuals. I'm speaking of the late Tyler Stovall in his book, White Freedom, the late Charles Mills of Jamaican and Canadian ancestry in his writings on the racial contract. I'm thinking of the paramount Black intellectual Ishmael Reed of the San Francisco Bay Area and his spoof and send up of the wildly lucrative Broadway show about founding father Alexander Hamilton. Ishmael Reed, of course, has questioned the premises of that program, of that extravaganza funded by Disney, the multinational corporation, and celebrated by Barack Obama and Dick Cheney, amongst others. And of course, the paramount Haitian filmmaker, Raoul Peck. I recommend his documentary, Exterminate All the Brutes, which is a searing castigation of settler colonialism. Settler colonialism, of course, being a term that's conspicuously missing from the ordinary vocabularies of many of our friends on the left in the United States of America. Although they do apply that term, interestingly enough, to Israel and historic Palestine. They don't apply it necessarily to the United States of America, interestingly enough. And of course, I'm surprised that the Israelis and their supporters have not accused our friends on the left of being anti-Semitic, since they use the term settler colonialism for historic Palestine, but not for North America. But increasingly, Native American scholars as well have been questioning 1776. I'm speaking, for example, of Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz, also of the San Francisco Bay Area. And likewise, Ned Blackhawk of Yale University, in his book, The Rediscovery of America, points out a fact that has been overlooked and overshadowed by many of our friends on the left, which is that 1776 not only represented a revolt against incipient emergent British abolitionism. Recall Somerset's case in 1772 in London, which seemed to suggest that London was moving away from enslavement, mass enslavement. Of course, London had a particular problem because it had this sprawling empire, not necessarily a substantial domestic population. And so it was increasingly reliant upon Black soldiers in particular, and it was seen as being contradictory to be relying on Black soldiers on the one hand, and then enslaving Black people on the other hand. Ned Blackhawk and other Native American scholars have been pointing out that London also had been tiring of expending blood and treasure, fighting Native Americans to take their land so that the land speculators like George Washington could profit, for example. And if you look at my book, which will be published in a few days, entitled The Capital of Slavery, Washington, D.C., 1800 to 1865, one of the things you may notice is that I quote from the will, the last will and testament of George Washington. He may have been the most held more title to land than any other person on planet Earth, including the King of England, by the way. And speaking of that book, the capital of slavery, I should also point out that despite the fact that Washington, D.C. was supposedly the headquarters of this liberty espousing republic, it was a city heavily dependent upon enslaved African labor. That's one of the reasons why today Washington, D.C. still has a black majority, for example, interestingly enough, which is compromising the move towards fascism, by the way. And during the War of 1812, when the United States tried to seize Canada, which is again in the news under Mr. Trump, the Redcoats invaded, that is to say, the British invaded Washington, D.C., were joined by the enslaved Africans in burning down Washington, D.C. And then the Black people joining the Redcoats in this war against the Republicans, then fled on British boats to Trinidad and Tobago, where their descendants continued to reside. And this was an example during the entire history of the United States of America, where the Black population found it necessary to ally with real or imagined enemies of the United States of America, be they British Redcoats, be they Native Americans, for example. Look at the history of Florida, where you saw alliances between Black people and the indigenous population, be it in the 20th century, alliances with the Soviet Union, the socialist camp, emerging nations of African liberation, for example. And what's curious about the United States today, to come back to the present, are the resonances between discourses on the right that are mirrored on the left. I mean, for example, as you probably know, in the United States of America, the right wing has this holy crusade against what they call diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is to say, the attempts to include any besides men of European descent in various positions. Interestingly enough, the left wing has a mirror to that misbegotten process. I was listening to some left-wing podcasters the other day, and they were using the term identitarian to label any Black person who is appointed to a high-level position, for example, in the Democratic Party administration, despite the fact that the Democratic Party is heavily dependent upon Black votes, but I guess we're not supposed to get positions, for example. In fact, if you look at this other misbegotten term, identity politics, which is oftentimes used to mislabel Black people in particular, who rise to high positions. This is a process of identity politics. But I've never heard any person on the US left apply the label identity politics to Israel. And here you have this country based upon an exclusivist ethno-religious identity, a political project based on an exclusivist ethno-religious identity, but the term identity politics does not apply. I mean, this is one of the many reasons why the left is in such trouble in this country, why we're staring down the barrel of fascism, and why we need a total reimagining of our past if we are to move forward.
I wish I could follow up on some of the more contemporary things that you said, but since I plan to discuss the book, I guess I should
want to point out one of the things that I do like about Gerald Horne, though he is a man of the left, he is kind of an old school man of the left. I don't think he has much use for today's DSA types. So that's one thing that I do appreciate about him.
Go back probably 100, probably slightly less than 100 years before 1776, because as you said, that history is not often discussed, and I want to discuss that history. And reading your book, I realized that one can't understand 1776 if one begins in the 1770s. One has to go back, as you said, in at least to the Glorious Revolution. So if you could talk about the shift in the slave trade. As I understand, there was a deregulation which increased the flow of enslaved people from Africa into the Americas, and it continues until the moment of 1776, which we'll eventually discuss. And then the second point is a shift of the importance of the Caribbean islands, not immediately, but a gradual shift of the importance of the Caribbean islands, primarily because of the demographic problem, as it is called in the case of Palestine, for many settlers to see that that their luck is probably more secured in the colonies on the eastern coast. So if you could tell us these two trends that was emerging at the late 17th century, but went into the 18th century.
Well, certainly it is perceptive to suggest that you cannot understand 1776 without understanding the Glorious Revolution, so-called in today's British Isles of 1688. I should also point out, before I launch into an exposition of that point, that since the book on 1776, I published synthetic accounts of the 16th century and the run-up to 1688. Because I think part of the problem with regard to 1776 and many of our analysts of that historic moment is that they begin the story, for example, perhaps in 1750, which is akin to coming into a movie midway through and assuming that you understood everything that happened before you entered the theater, which is obviously ridiculous. With regard to 1688, of course, you know that there had been the Royal African Company, which had been under the thumb of the monarch in London, and it is initiated roughly in 1670 or thereabouts. And of course, in my book, The Apocalypse of Settler Colonialism, I explained the run-up to events that leads to the establishment of the Royal African Company. The African slave trade under the thumb of the monarch was wildly lucrative. One could invest $1, the equivalent of $1, and receive $1,700 in return. And as I've suggested, there are those today who would sell their firstborn child for a 1,700% profit, not to mention some African that they did not know. Needless to say, this wildly lucrative, odious commerce attracted the attention of the rising merchant class, which wanted to elbow its way in to this process, which leads directly to the so-called Glorious Revolution of 1688, which involves, among other things, not only the clipping of the wings of the monarch, that is to say, the erosion of the divine right of kings and, of course, queens, which reaches a kind of zenith in 1776 and has been celebrated in a one-sided fashion ever since, without looking at the downside damage to people of African descent in particular, who were the untold victims of this great leap forward for humanity, so-called. And so with the Glorious Revolution, so-called, you see the reduction of the power of the monarch, but you also see what I call the deregulation of the African slave trade. That is to say, the merchants are able to enter this business, which they do with zeal and energy, to the point where the merchants are outfitting ships to descend upon the west coast of Africa in particular, manacling and handcuffing every African in sight, dragging them kicking and screaming across the Atlantic to work in sugar fields in particular, but not sugar fields exclusively. Sugar has the reputation then of being a kind of miracle drug, that is to say, not only used to sweeten your tea and coffee, but also seen as some sort of drug, so to speak, that would be useful for various maladies, for example. The problem, of course, is that the Africans were unwilling laborers, and at a certain point, their numbers began to grow, not least in the Caribbean. Jamaica, Barbados in particular, and they're outnumbering the settlers, the demographic problem that you alluded to, sometimes at rates of 10 to 1 or 20 to 1, which creates favorable conditions for slave revolts, which began to happen with velocity and rapidity, to the point where the settlers decide that the better part of wisdom is to make what I call the Great Trek from the Caribbean to the North American mainland. Just as a footnote, my invocation of the term Great Trek is a signal to historians of Southern Africa to pay attention, because, of course, after Britain abolishes slavery in the 1830s, decades before the United States, of course, which does so in the 1860s as a result of the bloodletting known as the U.S. Civil War. In Southern Africa, you see that the European minority begins to make a great trek to escape the jurisdiction of London so that they could continue their brutal exploitation of Africans, for example. And so you see the same process from the Caribbean to the North American mainland, although it's fair to say that even as late as 1750, London saw the Caribbean as being more valuable than the North American mainland, for example, which in some ways helps to explain, it is a factor in explaining why, even though London contested the revolt against their rule on the mainland led by George Washington, at the end of the day, they thought that Jamaica, Barbados, etc., were more valuable.
One thing I do, and I just thought of it actually, and I've never come across it if I'm ever on a show or have a way to get this question to Gerald Horn. I would actually ask him, given the fact that, well, you know what? I'm not. Given the fact that Britain abolished slavery on British soil but didn't in the colonies, what made him think, or why does he think that Britain would have abolished it in North America? Well, in the 13 colonies. I don't know. I guess I would think about that, think about how to phrase it. But, once Dunsmore, freed slaves and stuff like that, I guess that would be the impetus for thinking that. Let's see what his ghetto point of view has here. So when Africans lose a war and get forced to work in America, okay, ghetto, I'm not going to have this conversation with you. Indentured servitude is not slavery. Look it up. I just dropped a link for you to have a look at it. Indentured servitude is not considered slavery. Now, you can, you might have a good argument. Not all slavery is indentured servitude, but all indentured servitude is slavery. I think you might even have an argument, but for now, colloquially and like non-colloquially, formally, indentured servitude is not considered slavery. So I thank you for the compliment, but the bottom line is it's not considered the same. So I look forward to your master's thesis on why indentured servitude should be considered slavery. Please make sure I get a signed copy. I'll put it with all my first editions.
And in any case, what was happening on the North American mainland was that they too were seeking to expand slavery, which predictably leads to slave revolts. New York City, 1712, South Carolina, 1739, with Stono's revolt, perhaps the bloodiest revolt of the enslaved under the Union Jack historically. Once again in New York in 1741, With regard to the slave revolts, you see that the enslaved, as has been their pattern, were aligning with the antagonists of the settlers.
Now I know
Stone's
you're
revolt,
kidding,
for example,
right?
you see that the Spanish, who occupied Florida from about 1565 up until about 1820, the Spanish come across the border from Spanish Florida to stir up the Africans in South Carolina, for example. Likewise, you see that with regard to these revolts of the enslaved in New York City, 1712 and 1741, you have assistance to the enslaved from Quebec, for example. And that leads to this so-called 7 Years' War, once called the French and Indian War. That is to say, when London seeks to do a favor to the settlers by squashing the French in what is now Canada, and also clipping the wings of the Spanish in Florida. They largely succeed in this effort. And once again, a footnote, it's left to this very day a national question in Canada, where you have a restive French-speaking population in Quebec, which intermittently has sought to secede from Canada. In any case, after doing this favor for the settlers, understandably, London wants to raise taxes against the settlers. And this is where the traditional story begins. That is to say, the settlers, just like these billionaires and plutocrats today, they don't like to pay taxes, for example. I think that's an inevitable result of having a slave system. You expect labor to be free, for example. You don't have to pay the labor that brings you your tea and coffee. You don't have to pay anybody for favors that are done for you. And so that leads to restiveness amongst the enslaving class, which then spearheads a revolt against London, leading to the establishment of the United States of America, which will be marking its 250th birthday in 2026.
Well, we'll come back to that revolt itself, but if you could tell us a little bit more about the Catholic crowns, basically, the Spanish and the French, and how the enslaved people were able to be part of their empire, not just as enslaved, but also gradually as sailors and soldiers, particularly. As I understood reading from your book, the Spanish and the French are not necessarily driven by the ideas of abolitionism as we will understand today, or what came later, but they were, as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, they were primarily driven by strategic interest to fight the British. And based on the demographic that they had, they thought it might be easier to fight the British if they would enlist the formerly enslaved people. So if you could tell us a little bit about why did the Spanish and the French, why were they more receptive to include the formerly enslaved Africans and into their fighting troops, and eventually grant them more freedom, which the Protestants and the settlers in North America vehemently resisted? That would be great.
Well, since I published that book on 1776, as noted, I published two synthetic accounts of both the 16th century and the 17th century. To answer your question, you should explore more minutely my 16th century book, which is a post-1492 book.
By the way, I actually am, I've got like 5 books going right now. One of them happens to be his book on well, it's kind of like the prehistory of slavery. Basically, I forget what it's called. Damn it, the apocalypse of colonial The Apocalypse of Colonial Settlerism, I think is the name of it. I have to look it up. It's on my Kindle. But he's kind of a dense writer. Takes getting used to because he has this thing for kind of his speech and his writing is kind of old fashioned. And it takes some getting used to, but once you get used to it, it gets easier, I guess. But the dude, I think the only reason he isn't like the most famous historian is because he is a leftist, like a union man, like a working class, kind of leftist union. His parents, his father was a porter. I think he was a Pullman porter, something like that. So he's always been kind of a union man. His father was a union man, but dude is just he's a prolific writer, and you never hear people like Sean Wilentz saying Gerald Horne is wrong because Horne has every bit of the pedigree that these people like a Sean Wilentz have. He's got a JD, I think, from Columbia. No, sorry, JD from Berkeley, Princeton undergraduate, and a PhD in history from Columbia. So I'm sorry, his law degree is Berkeley. His PhD is from Columbia, undergraduate at Princeton. So the dude is really accomplished, and he practiced law for a while. So he's a force.
And in many ways, it's also a pre-1492 book in the sense that in order to explain the title, the dawning of the apocalypse, the roots of slavery, white supremacy, and settler colonialism in the 16th century, you have to understand in some ways the fact that Spain and Portugal had a first mover's advantage. These are predominantly Catholic countries to this very day. Insofar as the Spanish, in the midst of 1492, of expelling the Muslim population, for example, finally, and after 700 to 800 years of predominantly Islamic rule in the Iberian Peninsula, in the process of accelerating the Inquisition, that is to say, the bedeviling of those who were not Catholic, particularly the Jewish minority, who oftentimes were forced into the indelicate choice of either converting to Catholicism or being tortured or dying. Hence, when Columbus sails the ocean blue in 1492, there is some evidence to suggest that there were Jewish migrants accompanying him because they were seeking to flee the Inquisition. In any case, that gives the Spanish, the Iberians, a first mover's advantage in terms of routing the indigenous of the Caribbean in particular, of what is now the Dominican Republic, of what used to be called Hispaniola, the island that is now occupied by the Dominican Republic and Haiti. But alas, what happens in 1517 is the secession from the Vatican, spearheaded by Martin Luther. That is to say, the so-called Protestant Reformation. I go into some detail about that in my 16th century book, so I won't rehearse those details here. But it suffices to say that as early as the 1530s, Protestantism has swept through London, for example. Now, of course, as I point out, it gives the monarchs an excuse to expropriate the property of the Catholics in what is now the British Isles. But that's another story for another day. In any case, this unleashes a round robin of religious wars between the Protestants and the Catholics. The problem for the Protestants is that they are gravely outnumbered, which leads to improvisational maneuvers on.
Let me address a point that EAE makes. He says he still doesn't think democratic socialism is a bad idea for blue collar class, working class. The problem, I don't think there's a problem. I agree, as long as you realize that America is only going to be so far left. It is not being far left, or say, I think even DSA types are probably a little bit too far left for American culture. But the problem is, like MAGA, who is its evil twin on the right, eventually people are not going to want to go as far left as DSA types might take us. And the only way they're actually going to get their end goals is by force. You're going to have to force people to be that far left. You're going to have to force people to be that far MAGA. So while I agree with you, I'm not sure that there are many people who would agree with either of us. If you get too far left of, say, Joe Biden, you're gonna have people calling you communist. So anyway, that's a good point, though. EAE, good, interesting point.
Their part, first of all, in what is now the British Isles, where they seek concord with those with whom they had been warring. What I mean by that is the English begin to offer an olive branch to a degree once they cross the Atlantic to the newly minted colonies of North America. They're rebranded as, quote, white, unquote, as opposed to English, Irish, Welsh, Scots, etc. They have this new identity politics. Once again, this term, I find it very curious that many of our Euro-American friends on the left, they use the term identity politics to label or mislabel.
Yeah, he's really laying into that identity politics point.
But they don't use it for whiteness, which is the original identity politics, which then in turn leads to white supremacy, which in turn is this class collaborationist identity. I don't think you can begin to understand Trumpism in 2025 and the 77 million votes he received in November 2024 without understanding class collaboration. That is to say, he has a substantial Euro-American working class and middle class base. The origins of settler colonialism in North America also, it is a class collaborationist project. If you look at the settlers who descend upon what they call North Carolina in the 1580s, of course, that settlement eventually is overrun. But we do know that they come from various class backgrounds. They're shopkeepers, they're declassed elements, they're lumpen elements, all sponsored by the 1% or the ruling class in London, and all bent upon seizing the land of the Native Americans for their mutual benefit. And therein, you begin to see the roots of settler colonialism. And it would be
and he makes an interesting point, which people don't often think of, but the settler colonialism, much like MAGA, or let's just call it right-wing populism, always requires an other. The class collaboration back in the 18th century and 17th century required Indians, Native Americans originally as an other, both the 1% and, the indentured servant were able to collaborate, mainly, because Indians were a threat, an existential threat a lot of the time. Kind of the same thing with MAGA. Trump was very effective in othering so-called illegal immigrants, and was able to get working class, middle class, a disparate group of people. Basically, there was race collaboration, there was class collaboration, there was all kinds of collaboration. Um, united against getting dog eating Haitians out and murderous pillaging south of the border folks. That's right. I said so-called, Nate. Not all of them are illegal. If you have to basically revoke a visa, that does not mean that person was illegal. He was here legally. You just revoked the visa. So yes, so-called. So let's see. What does Ryan say here? I found it odd since Angola is so close. Why not just trade amongst themselves? Well, I mean, there was inter-tribe. There was a sub-Saharan to I forget what they call it, but there were trade routes right up to the Sahara, and then heading off to the east. There was slave trade before Europeans got there. As a matter of fact, the slave trade and gold are what brought the Portuguese, inching down the west coast of Africa. So I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, but everybody was trading with everybody, and there were literally trade routes. So no, Innate, I'm afraid your numbers are off there. 1 in a million. As a matter of fact, most of the people that have made the headlines, like Abrego Garcia, Khalil, whatever his name is, the Columbia student, they were all here legally. So don't quite know what you're getting at, but that's why you all tune in to Stanley versus the World, to hear accurate news, or at least as accurate as I can get it. So you don't make mistakes during your dinner conversation for all those dinner parties that people like Innate Ways host. When you're making conversation with your dinner party guests, you don't make mistakes like like there are a million illegals and only one of them has a visa. don't don't make those faux pas, people. And make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. If you're new to the channel, make sure you share it out. That way, everybody gets informed. Make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. I know that they either Portia or John clipped some stuff yesterday, I believe. And make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. Last week, last week I released a couple clips of me, SKC, and Wale, Wale, talking about Wale's father and ancestors and all that sort of stuff. So there's good stuff out there. Make sure you subscribe and make sure you hit the like buttons. Now, we're always light on likes for this show. And I know a lot of people don't like the show, but if you do, make sure you hit the likes. So let us get back to some serious non-made up history.
As if, to use an analogy, if there had been a different history for South Asia, let us say, and there had been a popular movement amongst Hindus to rout and plunder the Sikhs and the Muslims, and then Hindu intellectuals and analysts would call this democracy because it's supported, let us say hypothetically, by a overwhelming majority of Hindus. Well, so this is what you basically.
I'm not sure how hypothetical that is, though.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. But this is what you, well, actually, that substantiates my point, because that's basically what you've had in North America. You've had many of our friends on the left who celebrate and salute what they call democracy, because you've had a majority, oftentimes, of those defined as white. Even today, you see our friends on the left, they'll acknowledge in a softened voice the illegitimacy of slavery, for example, but many of them have little to say about the dispossession of the Native Americans. And you also need to realize the differences between these various colonial projects. I mean, for example, we know that there are differences with regard to capitalism, for example. In Canada, for example, which is a capitalist country, actually, I'm speaking to you from British Columbia right now as we speak. You have subsidized healthcare, for example. You don't have subsidized healthcare in the United States of America. Likewise, in this part of North America on the Pacific coast, for the longest time, you had extractive colonialism. The Hudson Bay Company, chartered in 1670, actually going bankrupt in 2025, initially was involved in fur trapping, and therefore they were trading with the indigenous population. You had the founding father of British Columbia, where I speak, was a man of African descent from Guyana, Sir James Douglas, married to a woman of indigenous ancestry, for example. And then, of course, the extractive colonialism moved towards lumber and minerals, etc. The model in what is now the United States was settler colonialism. That is to say, an invasion of various elements from Europe, of various class backgrounds, bent upon uprooting the indigenous population, liquidating them, and then establishing these various political jurisdictions. And interestingly enough, in a book I'll probably publish in 2027, a comparative analysis of colonialism on both sides of this US-Canada border, I point out that in the 1850s, you had gold discovered in what is now British Columbia. And therefore, you had a rush of settlers from the United States into this territory. And that helps to push British Columbia into settler colonialism. And interestingly enough, after British Columbia begins to move into settler colonialism, that aforementioned Sir James Douglas, the founding father, who helped to found this colony, his position became incompatible with settler colonialism. So he was ousted altogether. Interestingly enough, in Washington Territory, which becomes the state of Washington, Seattle, its major city, circa 1889. Excuse my exposition on this question, but my brain is overflowing with this current research. You had the settlers who came out and opposed stoutly any sorts of unions between men of European descent and Native American women, because they felt that Native American women would become spies against the settlers. And so in the 1850s, the settlers in what is Washington Territory, they declared martial law. The governor arrested the chief justice, who was married to a Native American woman. I mean, once again, we need a wholesale rewriting of the history of North America, the history of this country. And until we are able to do so, I don't feel that we'll be able to understand why we're staring down the barrel of fascism as we speak.
The whiteness that you spoke about, and you argue that this was relatively very new, even by the middle of the 18th century, and it was a difficult process because the Irish or the Scottish would not be trusted because they would be considered as spies or in cahoots with the crown empires. And even if they were Germans, they're not necessarily Protestant. So it was a difficult process. And secondly, the necessity of Africans for all the other differences, the ethnic differences, the religious differences to be overlooked was very important. And you dedicated a chapter on this failed attempt to create Georgia as a all-white colony. And I thought an interesting question, for me at least, is a very brief mention of the 1735 Act, which apparently abolished.
Yeah, this is actually an interesting section here. They talk about Oglethorpe, founder of Georgia. They get off to Oregon. And pay close attention to this. And this is a point that is never brought up by people like Sean Wilentz. Just because a policy excludes slavery doesn't mean they were anti-slavery. It just means that they didn't want blacks, in Georgia's case, there for a reason. It was really more like a security issue versus, Oglethorpe being anti-slavery. So again, knowing a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. We learned that last week from Alexander Pope.
Slavery. And within right-wing conservatives in the United States, you often hear this idea that, the colonists, the founding fathers of the United States were one of the earliest movers of, while you argue that that has nothing to do with abolition. That was primarily creating, as you in the preface say, a Berlin Wall to protect the Carolinas and eventually Virginia from the Spanish Florida, which was seen as this epicenter of insurrections and spy activity and so on. Can you talk a little bit about this 1735 Act, or the whole idea of creating Georgia as a buffer against subversive activity?
And I will get to that, but let me make a footnote that I should have included when I was talking about the conflict between Spanish Florida and the Carolinas, for example. If you look at the history of Cuba, for example, 90 miles from the shores of Florida, what is intriguing is that Spanish Cuba in particular, you had from its inception a substantial free Negro population, for example. You had men of African descent in the military, for example. Whereas in the United States, which was a project based upon white supremacy, where supposedly there were overtures on a religious basis under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, supposedly guaranteeing freedom of religion. Now, the naive oftentimes neglect the fact that this facilitates the process of whiteness, for example, because the settlers of North America have a formidable obstacle in subduing the Native Americans and corralling the Africans. So they need every warm body they can muster. And so therefore, there are overtures made to the migrating Jewish population, unlike under the Spanish flag, for example. But contrary to some of our naive friends, this has more to do with recruiting warm bodies to fight the Native Americans and to corral the Africans than progressivism. As a matter of fact, putting progressivism in the driver's seat in this process is idealism. It's philosophical idealism. It's not materialism. For example, I thought the materialism was supposed to be the calling card of people on the left. I should also point out, I will get to 1735, is that Oregon, once again, I'm returning to my current research, Oregon as a territory before it becomes a state, even after it becomes a state, it tries to exclude slavery, for example. And once again, the naive say, they're abolitionists. No, they're trying to exclude free Negroes too. Why? Because they think that the Black people will align with the Native Americans against the settlers. So they don't want them around altogether. And in fact, to this very day, Portland, Oregon has one of the smallest populations of African descent of any major city based upon those historical antecedents, for example, that I've just made reference to, which then brings us to your question of Georgia, started by Sir James Oglethorpe, who is to this very day touted by the naive as some sort of abolitionist, but he does not want Africans around because he feels that they're a security threat. Because they'll align with the Native Americans against the settlers, they'll align with the Spanish.
An interesting point. When I was growing up, and it might still be this way for all I know, but there were two clubs in Savannah. One was the Oglethorpe Club, named after James Oglethorpe. It was a whites only club. Basically, it was like the first families of Georgia. You know, the people who were members of this club basically had roots all the way back to colonial Georgia. And, you know, it was whites only. So, I mean, I guess you wouldn't expect black members of this Oglethorpe Club. The other interesting thing about the Oglethorpe Club is that they excluded Jewish people also. So then there was the Chatham Club, which basically was all white, but it included Jewish people. So, you know, Oglethorpe is some sort of abolitionist. The irony is that even the club named after him was all white.
Against the settlers.
And
so it's supposed to be a so-called.
He had probably seen a lot, having worked in the Royal African Company and having close, having closely seen how the Africans are mutinous, rebellious, right from the point of where they are picked up all the way through the ship, and then after their arrival.
For sure. And so, as you suggest, that leads to the creation of a so-called all-white colony in Georgia. But that introduces contradictions between and amongst the European settlers. It sharpens the class contradictions between and amongst the European settlers, because you have European poor, European wealthy, creating class tensions. And so it does not take long for this idea of a so-called white colony to be overthrown. And in 2010, the U.S. Census showed that the state of Georgia had more black people than any other state in the United States of America, which shows how this idea of creating a white colony did not succeed. But interestingly enough, this idea of excluding black people, and then our liberal and some of our left-wing friends come along and say, oh, this shows that these people were abolitionists. No, they were trying to exclude security threats. You have the same process after the revolt against British rule in 1776. You see movements in Vermont along that same line. And of course, like Oregon, Vermont has one of the smallest black populations today in the United States of America, which helps to explain, among other things, Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont, because of course, when you exclude black people, it sharpens tensions and class contradictions between and amongst those who are defined as white. I mean, to give you an example, a few years ago, I was out in Idaho doing research for a book I published on jazz. And you have labor stratification alongst racial lines in the United States of America. When I stay at hotels, inevitably, the women come to clean up my room, and they're either of Latin American ancestry, oftentimes Mexican ancestry, or they're black. In Idaho, the folks who were cleaning up my room were white men. I was shocked. But this is what happens when you don't have the, and of course, many of these men, they would seek to bar under this anti-immigrant ethos of people from Latin America from moving into their state, not realizing that the way the United States is structured today, that if folks from Latin America were to come into their state, they'd get a boost on the class ladder. They could become a middle manager, for example, as opposed to the equivalent of a maid cleaning up hotel rooms, for example. And so, because of a monumental and abysmal failure to understand history, to understand where race and class intersect, particularly with gender, you see a total misreading of this political landscape, which then, once again, lays the foundation for an emerging fascism.
This is my second last question. So feel free to answer as briefly as you would like, or, as elaborately, up to you. If you could tell us a little bit about the 7-year war between 1756 and 1763, because one of the interesting things in the book that I found.
Yeah, he's going to talk about the French and Indian War basically being the kind of the fuse that lit the 1% in colonial America to revolt.
Found was that ideally the 7-year war is seen as a British victory, and it is to diminish the power of the French and the Spain. But what you argue effectively is it's almost everyone except the colonists lost out. London eventually lost out, even if they won. The Africans lost out, and the French and the Spanish also didn't gain much. Can you tell us the significance of the 7-year war and why that was a moment where the colonies in North America gained their power to eventually make their path for independence?
Well, 1756 to 1763 was a turning point in the history of North America, a turning point in the history of the British Empire, a turning point indeed in world history as well. As suggested, among other things, London was doing the settlers, led by George Washington, a favor because they were seeking to squash their antagonists on their northern border, speaking of Quebec, and their southern border, speaking of Florida. But London succeeded all too well because, as your comment suggests, in this process of succeeding, as we suggested a moment or two ago, they felt they had to raise taxes, which leads to a settler revolt. And of course, the settlers also recognize that London is becoming reluctant to expend blood and treasure, continually moving west to rout the Native Americans so that land speculators like George Washington could profit. And that fuels the flames of the settler revolt. And of course, as we know, post 1763, post 1776, indeed, you see the settlers move continually west, waging war against the Native Americans. And what's interesting about these wars that has not been stressed sufficiently is that oftentimes the momentum for these bloody wars against Native Americans was coming from land-hungry settlers, for example. In other words, to repeat this perhaps unfortunate analogy that I mentioned a moment or two ago, it would be as if there was a popular movement amongst Hindus in South Asia to plunder their Sikh and Muslim neighbors, and then that would be called democracy, for example. And so the settlers, if you look at the U.S. Northwest, where I'm now, as I said, in British Columbia, what's happening at a certain point, the U.S. military was becoming reluctant to wage war against Native Americans. And so the settlers organized militias. And then they organize militias and then go to Washington with their begging bowl to get these militias funded, for example, by the federal government. And then in some ways you could see this as the seeds of today's military-industrial complex, because of course there's a lot of corruption involved in terms of getting money from Washington to fight wars 3,000 miles away, for example. And I should also say that in unleashing the power of the settlers, it not only unleashes what is a proto-fascist trend. Obviously, you should draw an analogy between what I'm saying right now and the settlers in the occupied territories of Palestine, for example, in terms of how that's a seedbed for ultra-rightism. And so you have many untoward trends that are emerging. I mean, for example, one of the threads that I'm pursuing in this current research is the Church of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons, as they're properly called, or as they're popularly called, I should say. And not only are they involved in routing the Native Americans in today, what is Utah, where a disproportionate percentage of Mormons.
Let me make a quick comment here. Ryan wants to make a parallel to the Comanche and Apache nations. The point that they're talking about is that the American Revolution was the result of settler colonialism. I'm not sure. I mean, what the warring Indian nations are pretty small potatoes compared to what Europe did colonizing North America. I don't really see the parallel. So you'll have to help me out here, Ryan. I don't see what you're getting at. The point here is, he's talking about settler colonialism, which is like literally like the American Revolution, if you really look at it, was a world war. At least a very large scale war. Nothing like the Comanches ever did. Or Apaches or, whoever.
Reside. But at the same time, they were waging a war against Washington, for example, because among other things, Washington objected to polygamy, which was their calling card, which was their signature. And in that context, the Church of Latter-day Saints oftentimes would arm Native Americans to fight other non-Mormon settlers. Look up the Mountain Meadow Massacre of 1857, for example. You'll find a ton of information about it. I say all that to say that the history of the United States, the history of settler colonialism, has been exceedingly bloody, exceedingly barbaric, exceedingly profound. And I'm not sure if even many of our friends on the left have a handle and have a grasp of what they're confronting, which is one of the reasons why they seem oftentimes so befuddled and bamboozled about, for example, the election of Donald J. Trump,
befuddled.
77 million voters in November 2024, the rise of proto-fascism, the attack on science, which is driving U.S. scientists into Western Europe, in fact, into China as we speak. The attack on museums, the attack on law firms, the attack on the mass media, for example, with a seemingly unshakable base comprised of settler descendants. But since, once again, the notion of settler colonialism is not conceptualized generally, there is a seeming inability to understand the descendants of settlers today.
If you could end up this conversation by commenting briefly on the two grand moments, the final moments of the theater, if you like, the 1772 Somerset case, and also the 1775 decree of Lord Dunmore in Virginia, where he, as I understood, coming from competitive pressures to defend the empire, he decided to use he decided to use Africans to arm them to protect the empire, and how that was unacceptable to the colonists, and how that led to the revolt of the colonists against London, which many of us have read as the American Revolution, but which you have argued as a counter-revolution.
A counter-revolution because it was driven in no small measure by the attempt to combat emerging abolitionism in London, and by an attempt to overthrow the decree from London suggesting that the settlers should not continually move west, fighting Native Americans at London's expense. I should also point out to your audience the cinematic representations of what I've been talking about. First of all, there's a multi-part series called The Book of Negroes, co-produced by South African Broadcasting and Canadian Broadcasting, which presents a view of the late 18th century in North America and revolt against British rule, leading to formation of the United States, that's congruent and consistent with what I'm speaking about today. Likewise.
So Ryan says this guy acts like settlers just showed up and took the land. It was 150 years of warfare. Ryan, the dude has been talking for an hour about everything from the French and Indian War to indentured servitude. What in this hour-long talk has given you the idea that they just showed up and took the land? And just to address your 150 years point, so it was 150 years and they just showed up and took the land. So it took them 150 years. They did just take the land. So I'm struggling here to figure out what your point here is, whether it's 150 years or 2 years or 2 days, they still took the land. Are you suggesting that, taking the land from Native Americans was hard work, therefore the land should have been taken? Is that your point?
There's a movie called Belle, Belle, starring the British South African actor Gugu Mbatha-Raw, which talks about Lord Mansfield and the run-up to Somerset's case, for example, once again presenting a view of these tumultuous events of the late 18th century that's incongruent with what many of our friends on the left in the United States think, but is representative of this emerging trend, as noted, represented in the works of many Black intellectuals, whose names I will not repeat here, who are seeking to recount and retell this complex history. Which brings us to Lord Dunmore, 1775. And what you need to realize is that you can draw a straight line from Lord Dunmore, the colonial governor, the last colonial governor in Virginia, and his attempt to form the so-called Ethiopian regiments used to squash the revolts of the settlers. You can draw a straight line from 1775 to 1863 and the so-called Emancipation Proclamation by the government of Abraham Lincoln, because up to the Emancipation Proclamation, the slave owners were seemingly prevailing in the Civil War against the Lincoln government. And of course, I need not remind your audience of a fact that sheds light upon politics in the United States in 2025, which is that the foot soldiers of the slave owners' army were not necessarily enslavers. They were poor men of European descent who were fighting to preserve a system of slavery which meant that they would have to compete against slave labor, which would drive down their wages and working conditions. But they thought that it was in their interest to do so. And if you understand that, you can understand November 2024, for example. In any case, the Emancipation Proclamation, among other things, allowed the Lincoln government to recruit 200,000 Black men into the ranks of the US military, and that turned the tide against the Confederate States of America. And at the same time, it outraged and incensed many defined as white in the South, because they thought that was akin to a war crime, for example, when you arm Black men. This is, once again, one of the differences between Spanish Cuba, for example, where historically you had arming of Black men, and heavily Protestant-dominated North America, the North American mainland, where that was considered to be against the grain. And interestingly enough, of course, after the US Civil War is concluded, you have the abolition of slavery altogether, where you had the expropriation of private property by the government in the bodies of enslaved Africans, which drives many Euro-American families into poverty. It says sounds like you might have switched to a different language. I hope so. I hope not. In any case.
No.
Which of course leads to the rise of terrorism, the Ku Klux Klan, terrorist groups, etc. And it also helps to explain the ferocious anti-communism of the United States of America, because socialism was thought also to represent the uncompensated expropriation of private property,
Right. Yep.
which was a turning point in the history of the United States, a turning point in the history of the politics of the United States. Now, of course, Lord Dunmore does not succeed in 1775 in squashing the revolt by organizing the Ethiopian regiments, but he does succeed in driving many settlers into the camp of the rebels led by the enslavers, led by George Washington. And that helps to swell the ranks of George Washington's military, which in turn helps to turn the tide against the British Empire. Although I should also mention that the rebels led by George Washington probably would not have succeeded except for payback by France. Recall that the pivotal Battle of Yorktown, which in many ways is the culminating battle of the so-called Revolutionary War, that you had significant numbers of French troops there. In fact, you had significant numbers of African troops from what is now Haiti coming to the North American mainland to fight on behalf of George Washington and company. And just to continue the story, France, in fact, goes into debt to support the rebels in North America, which then unleashes unrest in France itself, leading to the French Revolution of 1789, which then a ricochet of trying to compensate for this debt burden is increasing exploitation in the Caribbean, leading to the Haitian Revolution of 1791 to 1804, which leads to a general crisis of the entire slave system that can only be resolved with its collapse, which then edges London to move towards the abolition of the odious commerce of enslaved Africans by 1807, abolition of slavery itself by 1833. And so this has been the subject of a number of books that I've written, which I would wholly and heartily recommend to your audience.
We'll leave it there, Professor Horn. This was a fascinating conversation, and thank you so much. And I hope.
Okay. Well, thank you all for sitting through this. I don't know. American history is my thing. And as I said, Gerald Horn himself my favorite male historian, and then Heather Cox, my favorite female historian. Both have some interesting things to say about American history, as it, the history rhyming part. Both Heather Cox Richardson and Gerald Horne love to basically take historical events and then quote, draw straight lines or through lines to today's events. Heather Cox Richardson is excellent at doing that. And they kind of reinforce the point that in American politics and history, there's really not that much that's new under the sun. So if anybody wants this link, let me know. Actually, it's in the show notes. I tend to put at least the initial news articles and videos and stuff that I show in the show notes. So feel free to avail yourselves of that. And what else are you fussing about here, Ryan? Stanley Cross, the alternative to settler colonialism is conquer and pillage. Okay, well, Ryan, settler colonialism is conquer and pillage, and then, as an afterthought, quote, civilize. The other point that Gerald Horne sometimes makes, but he didn't this time, European history, pre-colonial or colonial American history, extremely bloody and violent. Okay. And to be honest, hearing people say, oh, the savagery that's happening in America's inner cities, nothing compared to colonial America. So I laugh when I hear people, talk about how, what's happening in the inner cities destroying America. Well, shit, violence created America. I don't think what's going on in the inner city is going to found a new country. So I find those comparisons ridiculous. Ryan, I have no idea why you're fixated on the Comanche. I don't see the parallels you're trying to make. So let's move on here to actual news. And I made a mistake that Ken Burns' the American Revolutionary War documentary is actually happening in November. I thought it was happening this week for 4th of July, but apparently I muxed that up. So we will talk about flooding in Texas. While we're at it, please make sure you all are hitting the like button as you come in or go out. That helps out a lot. And even if you hit the not like button, that helps as well. And a point I made the other day, you know what? If there's something that I'm not quite doing to your liking, something that would improve the show, I've got an email address, and some of you do email me from time to time with topics and that sort of thing. Feel free to communicate. I am who I am, and my political views are not to be tailored to the whims of the chat, but I also try and be fair and balanced. What's up, Richard? How you doing?
Richard, who
what's
the
up,
hell's Richard?
Ryan? Richard?
Richard, who the hell's Richard?
Well,
okay,
you should know him. You should know him well. He's your Be Brave mate.
No, he's never been on the show. He's never been on any shows that I know about.
He's a moderator. He's like the chief moderator. Him and Nate.
I know. I try to get him to come up. I don't think Nate is.
Yeah, Nate's a moderator over there.
Well, I guess I don't know. I know Shenard was.
Well,
and then there was
I heard about.
A bit of a war.
I heard a little bit about that. Shenard came up on the show yesterday.
Yeah. Why don't you ever come up?
I'm sorry. What?
Why aren't you coming up?
On B Bray show?
Yeah, you guys have your feud.
Well, he was actually on my panel last Friday or Saturday or something like that.
Okay.
Like in the past few days. So, I mean, I don't have anything to say on his panels.
I just figured
I'm not I'm not into racism and stuff like that. So
I figured you guys would make up and be fishing buddies at some point.
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna go fishing on the Black Creek.
Well, I just assumed that, but maybe not. But
Hey,
I
you
want
know
to, I
what?
want.
It is what it is. I'm not.
Oh,
I'm from the South. He isn't the first racist I've ever met.
um, I'm with you. I don't like a lot of the things he says, but it's still fun. I mean, everybody has a viewpoint, so. But
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I
how
think there's
laissez-faire
people.
of you.
I mean, it is what it is. I don't, like I was on yesterday. I was getting ready to go up on CT's channel, and it was the same, just racial, you know, arguing. So, I like to talk about politics in the news. I'm called an official version zombie for that, and or a Republican on Orthodox's show. He's like, "You're a boomer and a Republican, like whatever, man." So, but I try to just stick to the facts. Like, who's that? Who would say that? Just the facts. Who is that? Who's that
Oh,
guy? Just the
I don't
facts.
remember.
Yeah. Or
Not
like trying to stick to the story.
not
Politics.
Bill. You're not talking to Bill. What's his name from Fox News? I can't even think of
No,
his
just the
last name.
facts. You're talking about Bill
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly. Nah, it was like a 70s show. Just the facts. It was like a detective show. Not Get Smart, but something like that.
Oh, Columbo.
Just the facts. Yeah.
Yeah, Columbo.
Was it? Yeah. Columbo would
All right.
leave
Well,
the room and he would turn every show and he'd say, "Hey, just one more thing."
by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
One more thing. Just one more thing. Almost every show, and then that would be the catch. So I miss those shows. Well, listen,
Well,
I wanted to talk
they're
about
online.
Comanche. Here's the whole thing about this, because so and when I was in Mexico, I found this to be true as well. Very similar. Okay, so uh, in Belize, there's a lot of pushback, and in the Yucatan Peninsula, they hate Mexico and feel the Mexican government just conquered them and took over that area, right? So because that was Aztecs, these were Incas in terms of their history. So they often will say, they just colonized this and blah blah blah, and it's like, well, hold on a minute. If you look at Mexican history, you guys fought that they didn't just show up. And you guys, Incas, conquered the Mayas, right? So what I'm saying is, there's an idea that and it may be built out by Hollywood in like the 70s, where the cowboys and Indians and all that bullshit. But like the English showed up and just beat them and just said, "This is my land now, and you got to move west." But
Well, that's exactly what they did.
they did until they started.
Why do
to
you
get
wait?
into
Well, hold on. Why do you think they were fighting? They were fighting because the English showed up and wanted to take their land.
But here's what I'm saying. If you were to say, "Hey, uh, be brazen in the chat," he said, "Joe Friday, Dragnet, 60s." Okay.
You know what? Actually, that is right.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. It wasn't Colombo. I knew it was something, just the facts. So, but no, but so what I'm saying is if you indict the English for doing that, you have to indict all the other groups that did it. And
Okay,
what I'm saying
you know
is,
what? That's a ridiculous argument.
well, let me ask you this, because
Why would the Comanche indict all the others? I mean, Spain.
no.
They're
What I'm saying is the way of the world in this time period. Think about it, that people were religious, right? So, like, here's an example. The English and the Spanish fought, Catholic versus Protestant. And in the mindset of the English, if we win, it means my God, my Protestant God wanted us to win. And the Catholics did the same. Like, so if the Catholic, the Pope, the Catholic God wanted us to win against the English. And if you lose, it was, "Oh, well, my God is weaker than your God, and your God." So because it's religious, it somewhat justified some of this bullshit. If you think about it like
okay.
that.
Well,
So
you know what?
in their minds,
Let's all
in their minds.
let's all thank Speak Radio. I'm just going to make him the official sponsor of today's show. He gave me a critique yesterday saying that, Stanley, even if you disagree with someone, you should let them say their piece and not cut them off. So Speak Radio, sage advice. Thank you. I'm trying to do better. Ryan, I think that's a ridiculous point. You got to say your piece. Now I will just disagree with it. It really doesn't matter what the reason was or whose God was involved. Bottom line is the English did show up and take land among other Europeans. They were not the only ones. That's why they were fighting. That's why, Comanche warriors came in handy, because there was a threat. The English or whoever the Europeans were wanted to take land. So I really don't get your point. Trying to justify inaction doesn't necessarily work all the time.
I'm just
and
all I'm saying is
why people in the Yucatan might be mad at the Mexican government, kind of out of the purview of the video we just watched. I don't see your point.
I guess it also ties into the Israeli-Palestinian thing. Just there's this idea that like, oh, these were the indigenous people living here, right? No one in the fucking world was indigenous to any place. Like we all came from fucking Africa.
Okay, you know what?
58,000.
Let me just put it to you this way. That is literally like the most European thing I've heard in quite some time. Very settler colonial.
How do you figure that? I mean,
all right.
It's like me saying, "Oh, this is Roman land because the Romans were here first." Well, the Romans were here 2,000 years ago, but 3,000 years ago the Greeks were there, and 4,000 years ago the Egyptians were there, and it's like this has been all of history. This was happening, right?
Okay.
So
this is
why are we
taking,
taking
Thomas Sowell?
No, why are we taking snapshots of certain time periods and assuming like that's what I'm saying about the Comanches. The Comanches kicked the shit out of everybody else and took all their land before the European the conquistadors took part of Mexico and before the English took part of America back from them or from them. But the Comanches were the overlord colonialists prior. And prior to that, there were another tribe that was a colonialist, right? You follow me? Do you understand what I'm saying at all or no?
I understand what you're saying. I don't get your point. Okay. Yeah. History. I mean, you can go all the way back and, since the flood and, trace the history of cruelty in, human nature. It really doesn't change much. People tend to, number one, not even care about history that much, to bother to go back and see who conquered whom, over the last 1,000 or 2,000 years. Their memories are short. They tend to remember the last time, their ancestors' asses were kicked. And that's really all I have to say about it. Richard wants us to get into the flood stuff.
Okay,
so death toll from catastrophic flooding in Texas over the July 4th weekend surpasses 100. 104 was the last I saw. So it says here catastrophic flooding struck central Texas over the July 4th weekend, killing more than 100 people and devastating Kerr County camps and communities. Flooding resulted from an intense downpour equivalent to months of rain, despite multiple warnings issued by the National Weather Service starting Thursday. Camp Mystic, a century-old all-girls summer camp in Kerr County, lost 27 campers and counselors after a wall of water slammed cabins along the Guadalupe River, and search efforts continue for missing people statewide. I also heard that, they're kind of losing hope. Governor Greg Abbott reported 41 people unaccounted for across Texas on Sunday, and search and rescue crews directed over 1,000 volunteers amid difficult terrain, while officials vowed to review the emergency response. President Donald Trump declared Kerr County a major disaster area, said he plans to visit and stated he does not intend to rehire federal meteorologists fired this year amid government spending cuts. We watched the press conference that Caroline Levitt gave yesterday. They're saying, hey, the emergency response and the coordination was fine. The National Weather Service with local officials. We shall see. I'm not really going to comment, though. This next story says officials feared flood risk to youth camps, but rejected warning system. So initially, the news I heard, Texas officials, some Texas state senator, Juan told me, initially wanted to blame the National Weather Service. However, I forgot to ask Juan whether the dude was a Republican or a Democrat. I guess I should assume it was a Democrat who did it. I don't know. But anyway, there is something that didn't go right, obviously. Says here, officials feared flood risk to youth camps, but rejected warning system. This is a longish article, but I'm going to play some of it because I haven't read it, and there are bound to be details that at least Richard would be interested in.
Officials
politicize a lot of stuff.
Rejected warning system. This article is by Jesus
that's
Jimenez,
sign of the times.
Margarita Birnbaum, Danny Hakim, and Mike Baker, and read by an automated voice. 8 years ago, in the aftermath of yet another river flood in the Texas Hill Country, officials in Kerr County debated whether more needed to be done to build a warning system along the banks of the Guadalupe River. A series of summer camps along the river were often packed with children. For years, local officials kept them safe with a word-of-mouth system. When floodwaters started raging, upriver camp leaders warned those downriver of the water surge coming their way. But was that enough? Officials considered supplementing the system with sirens and river gauges, along with other modern communications tools. We can do all the water level monitoring we want, but if we don't get that information to the public in a timely way, then this whole thing is not worth it, said Tom Moser, a Kerr County commissioner at the time. In the end, little was done. When catastrophic floodwaters surged through Kerr County last week, there were no sirens or early flooding monitors. Instead, there were text alerts that came late for some residents and were dismissed or unseen by others. The rural county of a little over 50,000 people, in a part of Texas known as Flash Flood Alley, contemplated installing a flood warning system in 2017, but it was rejected as too expensive. The county, which has an annual budget of around $67 million, lost out on a bid at the time to secure a $1 million grant to fund the project, County Commission meeting minutes show. As recently as a May budget meeting, county commissioners were discussing a flood warning system being developed by a regional agency as something that they might be able to make use of. But in a recent interview, Rob Kelly, the Kerr County judge and its most senior elected official, said that local residents had been resistant to new spending. Taxpayers won't pay for it, he said, adding that he didn't know if people might reconsider now. The idea of a flood warning system was broached in 2015 in the aftermath of a deadly flood in Wimberley, Texas, about 75 miles to the east of Kerrville, the Kerr County seat. The Guadalupe River Basin is one of the most dangerous regions in the United States when it comes to flash floods. Ordinary floods from heavy rainstorms occur regularly, inundating streets and threatening structures as floodwaters gradually rise. The region is also prone to flash floods, which can occur with little to no notice. People living near the Guadalupe in Kerr County may have little time to seek higher ground, especially when flash floods come through late at night when people are asleep. In 1987, a rapidly rising Guadalupe River swept away a school bus carrying teens from a church camp, killing 10 of them. Avantika Gori, a Rice University professor who is leading a federally funded project to improve flood resilience in rural Texas counties, said that flood warning systems are often simple networks of rain gauges or stream gauges that are triggered when rain or floodwaters exceed a certain level. The gauges can then be used to warn those at risk of flooding, whether by text message, which may not be effective in areas with spotty cell phone service, notifications broadcast on TV and radio, or sometimes through a series of sirens. More complex systems use forecasts from the National Weather Service to predict rainfall and model what areas might be subject to flooding, Professor Gorey said. After the 2015 floods, an improved monitoring system was installed in the Wimberley area, and cell towers are now used to send out notices to all cell phones in the area. Mr. Moser, the former commissioner, visited Wimberley after its new system was in place, and then led efforts to have a flood warning system in Kerr County. His proposal would have included additional water detection systems and a system to alert the public, but the project never got off the ground, largely because of budget concerns. It sort of evaporated, Mr. Moser said. It just didn't happen. One commissioner at the time, H.A. Buster Baldwin, voted against a $50,000 engineering study, according to a news account at the time, saying, "I think this whole thing is a little extravagant for Kerr County, with sirens and such." Mr. Moser said it was hard to tell if a flood warning system would have prevented further tragedy in Kerr County during the July 4th flood, given the extraordinary circumstance of the flooding, which came suddenly after an intense period of rain. But he said he believed that such a system could have had some benefit. "I think it could have helped a lot of people," Mr. Moser said. The death toll from the flooding, now at 80, includes at least 28 children, with several girls and a counselor from one of the camps along the river still unaccounted for. According to a transcript from a Kerr County Commissioners Court meeting in 2017, officials discussed how, even with additional water level sensors along the Guadalupe River, the county would still need a way to alert residents if water levels were rising dangerously fast. Sirens, which are used across Texas to alert residents about tornadoes, were considered by county officials as a way to alert people who live along the river about any flooding. With all the hills and all, cell coverage is not that great in some areas in hill country, Mr. Moser said, adding that a series of sirens might have provided people in vulnerable areas sufficient time to flee. Mr. Moser retired as a commissioner of Kerr County in 2021, but he said this week's flooding there should be taken as a warning. "I think there's going to be a lot of places in the United States that will look at this event that happened in Kerr County and determine what could be done," Mr. Moser said. "I think things should come out of this. It should be a lesson learned." Current city officials on Sunday did not discuss the earlier deliberations over warning systems. Dalton Rice, the Kerrville city manager, sidestepped a question about the effectiveness of local emergency notifications, telling reporters at a news conference that it was not the time to speculate. "There's going to be a full review of this so we can make sure that we focus on future preparedness," he said. Professor Gorey said that the decision not to install warning systems in the past has for many Texas counties come down to cost. If the county had a flood warning system in place, they would have fared much better in terms of preparedness, but most rural counties in Texas...
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it here. They're starting to repeat themselves about preparedness. I am curious to know if the emergency declaration will cover a warning system now. So, hopefully there's some positivity that comes out of this devastating event. So let us
They're trying to drive it
on.
political, though. Notice they're trying to drive it political, make it political. I don't think that's good. It's a tragedy.
Well, who is?
It's just the article.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't. How is this political again?
What I don't mean political. I mean, like, they're trying to assess blame, in my opinion. Like, was it budget cuts? Was it? We don't need the warning system, right? So, I mean, sometimes shit just
Okay. Well,
happens.
what's
It's
wrong?
terrible.
What's wrong with assigning blame?
If they cut the budget, and frankly, there was no floods prior, I don't think that's just a decision. I mean, I don't know if it's a good decision. Obviously,
Well, I mean,
but
this area is known for flooding, according to the news. Look, the bottom line is, if there is blame, at the very local county level, they made a decision and it was the wrong one.
yeah, that's what I mean. It's like,
At the risk of sounding callous, it was a political decision not to fund it.
yeah, and things cost money, and I don't know. That's
Right. So
that's
it was a
fair.
bad, as it turned out, it was a bad decision. I think that they may change their minds now. That's going to be the upshot of it.
Yeah. Well, I agree with that. And that'll probably be 80 years and they'll defund it again and then it'll come back. Like, that's what, we haven't had a
Well,
flood in 80 years.
well, here's the deal, though. The ground is saturated, so any rain they get, is going to be, a possible threat. So
It reminds me
let
of,
us move.
it's a different story, but it reminds me of the Texas. And I mean, there was there was a little bit of loss of life, but remember the Texas power outages where
Yeah.
it got cold, right? And then everybody was like, oh, it was this one's fault. It's that. Like the media was working so hard to say it was Republican or Democrat or solar.
Well, it's always going to be Republican because Texas is overwhelmingly Republican. So,
Well, here's the funny thing about it, though.
making it political is almost a moot point. We know if there is a problem, it's going to be, on the Republicans to fix it or prevent it or what have you. So,
Well, but Stanley, listen,
I would think Texas would be almost the last place you would want to make something political.
here's what's funny though. When I go on, if you look at Texas, okay, you think oil, right? They got more wind and solar than any state by far. And it's ideal to have wind and solar because it's flat, wind blows like crazy, and there's a lot of sun, right? The solar projects now are tremendous, right? So that's how it turned political. Oh, this wind and solar is bad, right? Oh, well, we should be on oil, and then the other side was, kind of saying the opposite. But ultimately, it's a tragedy. It sucks. It happens, but I don't know if there's anybody's responsible. It's whose fault is it? The solar people? I mean, it's just ridiculous. So certain things
All right. Well,
just happen. Anyway.
let us move on. Mr. Prime Minister Netanyahu, finally somebody nominates Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. No, Netanyahu sent a letter nominating Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize during their White House meeting on July 7th. Between recent joint U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities and the brokering of the Abraham Accords, Netanyahu nominated Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize during his White House visit on July 7th. During their third White House visit in 6 months, Netanyahu told Trump, "I want to present to you the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee." Trump expressed confidence in achieving a Gaza ceasefire, with the White House prioritizing ending the war and freeing hostages. Looking ahead, Trump's multiple prior nominations and Pakistan's recent recommendation for 2026 highlight his ongoing global diplomatic influence and potential recognition. Yeah, Pakistan and Israel are definitely popular with entities such as the Nobel Prize Committee. So Trump hosts, consequently, the reason Netanyahu was there, Trump hosts Netanyahu amid hopes for Gaza ceasefire, which was actually the reason. Netanyahu didn't drop by to, offer the nomination. There was some actual business going on there. And I guess this is a picture of him maybe handing the nomination here. Let's listen to this video. Oh, shoot.
And admiration, not only of all Israelis.
Yeah, this is really low.
Jewish people. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. Coming from you in particular, this is very meaningful. Thank you very much, baby.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
You and I used to do it.
Yeah. So, any comment on that, Ryan? You think Trump will get it?
No, of course he won't get it. But I mean, what's really crazy?
Do you think he should get it?
I don't know. It depends on. Look, as much as I say no, because I don't think he really. I don't know, man. He's really there in a sense. It's like he's I think in some way he is all about peace, right? From what I can tell, he doesn't, which I'm against. I mean, I'm like with Biden on Ukraine. I'm with Biden on a lot of his policies. I'm more of a hawk. So I find it, almost like a Teddy
Well,
Roosevelt
you
version.
can't be with Biden. He's no longer president.
Well, Biden's foreign diplomacy and/or positions, I really thought he did a very good job. Whereas Trump is willing to give away Ukrainian land, Biden outright said, "We will defend Taiwan to the period." Right? Trump pussyfooted around that, so Trump's like a dove, and I don't know what it is or why he's like that. I don't get it. It's kind of like he's a pussy, in my opinion. But um, I think we have to be the superpower that we are. So, but I don't know. He might get it. I don't think he will because he's very unpopular. But you know, the Abraham Accords weren't a bad deal. I mean, it's a lot of these countries now are all getting along. So I don't know. It's hard to say.
Hmm.
It's hard to say.
Okay. Well,
What do you think?
really
What's your view?
I don't think he'll get it. And I'm not absolutely sure that. I don't know. He is oddly for peace, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. It's strange.
I didn't think that bombing Iran was necessary, to be honest. I mean, essentially, what he did is he joined a war. That doesn't sound very peace-like.
I don't
guess
know.
the argument is that he did the decisive strike and probably prevented, some deaths. I guess you could make that argument, but I didn't think it was necessary.
I kind of I agree somewhat. I don't know if I'm sure the Saudis were thrilled because that's their enemy, right? The Saudis were happy. I know that they're like there's Iran and the Persians and then the Arabs are kind of against each other, right? Sunni and Shiite. But I'm sure that the people that he went and cut that business deal with, including Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan. Remember, he did that deal like a month before to recruit a bunch of money. They were probably thrilled because it's going to weaken their adversary in the region.
Well, Houthis, first Red Sea attack in months, puts U.S. ceasefire in jeopardy. So the hit, the famous strike that was put out over Signal a few months ago, 2 months ago. Looks like the Houthis have decided, you know what, damn peace. So I guess, if they're attacking shipping, and I guess maybe Israel will be targeted next. So I mean, the Houthis are aligned with Iran.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. So the question is, are we going to hold Iran accountable? What's really odd about it is, Yemen really doesn't have a government in place, and they're sitting right off the coast of. If you look at this area, you got Yemen, Oman, UAE, Saudi.
No, right? I know. Well, no. Yemen is at the tip of Saudi, and they're attacking Red Sea shipping.
People don't understand, Stanley. You do, right? But if you look at that, that's the Suez, right? There's so much.
Yeah, it's
shit.
the Suez. It's also the Straits of Hormuz.
I think that's on the other side of Oman, though, right? Isn't that on the other side?
It's on the other side, but both are accessible by from the Red Sea.
Well, if you look at what's coming through the Suez,
Straits of Hormuz is only accessible via the Red Sea.
Yeah, that's Iran, though, right? Isn't that on the other side?
No, it's Eilat, Israel, and oh damn it, is it Jordan?
Jordan's
it's not. It's not a. You can get to Iraq over land. I know that.
Yeah, if you go through Jordan, you get to Iraq, and then Kuwait's on the tip of them, but then it's Saudi, UAE, Oman, Yemen at the bottom. But the thing about this thing with these Houthis is this: global shipping is. You remember that app I told you about, right? So they're going to reroute fucking all these ships around the tip of Africa you're talking about so much commerce, money, all that shit going through there, right? Like they have to be stopped. it's just too much. It's affecting the whole world. Like food shipments going to friggin' Somalia, to oil shipments going to Europe, to, I mean, just so that half the fucking world's commerce goes through there, and these nut jobs are doing this bullshit, but we'll see if
So, the reason I bring this up is that that Middle East. I mean, I hope Trump can bring peace, but it's like, let's wish him luck.
there's
So,
there's so many factions against each other. It's amazing. It's truly.
Yep.
It's just.
And the thing is these little splinter groups. I mean, even if you look at Yemeni, like the terrorist groups, I mean, the terrorist groups are against each other. So,
Yeah, I know.
if you quell, it's like whack-a-mole. If you stop one terrorist group, there's an offshoot of that terrorist group that's independent that's going to,
That's right.
do what it wants to
I
do.
just
So,
read that too. It said that now that Iran's been weakened, ISIS is set to reemerge.
I thought Trump took care of ISIS.
Oh my God, it's crazy, right? So, like, there's another group and another group and another group. It's nuts, man.
And by the way, and I just thought of this as I looked at this story. Trump revives trade war. It came up during the press conference yesterday that Caroline Levitt did. He is bumping up tariffs against Japan and South Korea. It says here, President Trump said Japan and South Korea would face tariffs of 25% unless they reached an agreement with the United States. And actually, it's interesting that you're here because people think that, these trade wars are like tantamount to war. Does the Peace Prize?
Well, that's a good question, right?
Yeah,
when you want to tear a
warfare, people take their money seriously. Excuse me.
Well, Stanley, it leads to starvation. I mean, it's if you put a tariff on food, which that's a shipment, and then people can't buy it leads to a lot of bad things. And I mean, I don't know why he's pulling this shit again. It's just amazing.
Right. So he wants to hurry him up. I can understand why he might want to do it, but I mean, if you consider economic warfare, this isn't a very peaceful. This isn't very peaceful.
Fucking stupid.
So that's my point.
Well, Stanley, I'll just say this: so far, he's stood up to Vietnam. Okay, they're tariffed. He's Canada, which has got a tenth the people that we do. Mexico, which has a third the people that we do, and is extremely weak comparatively. China, he blinked, right, because they wanted to play the mineral rights game. And now Japan, who is totally dependent on us to defend them, and South Korea.
Well, didn't they start up an IDF? I'm sorry, a defense force. I think they have.
The Japanese have, yeah. But it's not like
South Korea, on the other hand, I think is probably more defenseless than Japan. But I mean, Japan against China, that's they'll just slow them down a little bit.
That's right. Yeah, everyone's dependent on us and our Navy, and that's reality. And we're a naval country, like we're a naval power, never a land power like Russia. And we better get our Navy better get it together. That's for sure. A lot of these conflicts aren't in our
Navy's the Navy's together. As a matter of fact, I've mentioned this several times. The dude who's heading the Pacific Surface Fleet is we were ensigns together, so it's in good hands, I assure you.
You're a Navy man. Let me ask you this: we're building an aircraft carrier about every 10 years, and the Chinese are building one a year.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think this trade deal that Xi pulled was just so he can continue to arm his country.
Yeah, well, let me put it to you this way: our carriers work.
Okay, so you think there's just
I'm not so confident of a Chinese carrier.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I mean, I hope that's the case, but 50% of the ships
that's the case.
50% of the shipbuilding industry, cargo and otherwise, is built in China now.
Right.
And we had the Ships Act, and Biden talked about it. Like both presidents are pointing to it. And we have nobody building ships in the country. Nobody. You got Virginia. What is that? Norfolk.
Newport
That's
News.
it. That's heavy ships. That's it. That's all we're building. And
I think there's electric boat up, and they do subs.
yeah, they build. I don't know. I think if unless that industry comes back, I think we're going to have a hard time. And as a naval power and not a land power, I don't. I don't know if it's good. I think it's a problem. So we need to get that going again.
Right.
So anyway,
All right. So I don't think I'll get too much in detail with this story. We're gonna switch gears into my favorite topic du jour for the past couple weeks is Trump and his shell game with El Salvador and Abrego Garcia et al. El Salvador says for the first time that U.S. controls fate of jailed deportees. So we got to listen to this.
You're listening to El Salvador says for first time that U.S. controls fate of jailed deportees, a news story written by Sylvia Foster Frau and read by an AI-generated voice. Salvadoran officials have said for the first time that more than 130 Venezuelan migrants who have been detained for months in a mega-prison in El Salvador remain under the responsibility of the United States, according to a court document filed Monday. The acknowledgement was contained in a filing by the migrants' lawyers in U.S. District Court in the District of Columbia. It marks a significant contradiction to the Trump administration's repeated claims that it lacked the authority to bring back the migrants because they are no longer in U.S. custody. The court document included the Salvadoran government's response to a United Nations inquiry on behalf of 4 families, the lawyers said, who have claimed that a relative was forcibly disappeared when the Trump administration secretly sent them from U.S. immigration detention centers to the Terrorism Confinement Center, known as CE Cote, in mid-March. The Trump administration, which is paying the Salvadoran government $6 million to house the migrants for a year, has not released a list of the people who were sent to the prison that day. In the filing submitted to U.S. District Judge James E. Boasberg, the Salvadoran government deferred responsibility for the relatives of the 4 families and other migrants in their custody to the Trump administration. The jurisdiction and legal responsibility for these people lie exclusively with the competent foreign authorities, the Salvadoran authorities said, according to the document. El Salvador said out loud what everyone knew. The United States is in charge of the Venezuelans shipped off in the middle of the night back in March, said Lee Gallant, an American Civil Liberties Union lawyer and lead counsel in the case. The Department of Homeland Security and the State Department did not respond to requests for comment. The legal case focuses on the Trump administration's invocation of the Alien Enemies Act, a centuries-old law that allows the government to circumvent legal due process for non-U.S. citizens who it determines are a national security threat and remove them from the country. That law has previously been invoked exclusively during times of war. The Trump administration has argued that the migrants deported under the statute are members of the Venezuela-based gang Tren de Aragua, and asserted the gang is carrying out an invasion in the U.S. at the direction of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. U.S. intelligence agencies, however, have determined that Maduro is not directing the gang. In the court filing, the ACLU and its co-counsel, Democracy Forward Foundation, alleged that the Trump administration was aware of the Salvadoran government's statements to the United Nations and chose not to share the information with the court because U.S. officials are copied in the Salvadoran responses, which are dated in April. The documents filed with the court today show that the administration has not been honest with the court or the American people, said Skye Perryman, chief executive and president of Democracy Forward. Federal courts in several states have temporarily halted deportations in their jurisdictions under the Alien Enemies Act. Last week, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit heard arguments in the case and appeared ready to back the Trump administration's authority to invoke the law, potentially sending the case back to the U.S. Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has previously ruled that migrants deemed subject to removal under the Alien Enemies Act be given sufficient time to legally contest their removal, but it has not ruled on whether Trump's invocation of the law is legal. Last week, U.S. District Judge Randolph D. Moss said Trump's January 20th proclamation declaring an invasion on the border cannot be used to prevent migrants from applying for asylum. The Trump administration has brought back one migrant it sent to the Salvadoran prison, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a citizen of El Salvador, who was deported despite a court order preventing his removal. Administration officials called the move an administrative error, but initially said it was unable to bring him back. He was transferred back to the U.S. last month and charged with human smuggling. He has pleaded not guilty.
Yeah, and of course, the next story is about Senor Abrego Garcia. Says here, U.S. will try to deport Abrego Garcia before he faces trial. Justice Department says this is just a disorganized mess. Okay, they said he would, that they were not going to bring him back. They bring him back, like immediately charge him based on a traffic stop that he was let go from. I think it's back in like 2017 or 2018. And on top of that, if he's released from jail, they're going to deport him before he ever makes it, to face charges. I think he's in Tennessee. So, there is they're trying to get him extradited back to Maryland, I guess, so he can be closer to his family. So this is just a mess. And I just don't get it, to be honest, why this is necessary. But anyway, we'll listen to this because this is going to be interesting.
U.S. will try to deport Abrego Garcia before he faces trial, Justice Department says. This article is by Alan Foyer and Minyo Kim and read by an automated voice. The Justice Department said on Monday that Trump officials would immediately begin the process of expelling Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia from the country again if he is released from custody next week, on charges filed after his wrongful deportation to El Salvador in March. That plan, laid out by a Justice Department lawyer at a hearing in federal district court in Maryland, directly contradicted a statement by the White House last month describing the possibility that the administration might redeport Mr. Abrego Garcia as, quote, fake news. At the hearing, Judge Paula Schinas, who is overseeing the original civil case emerging from the wrongful deportation, expressed frustration at the government's shifting statements about its plans to handle Mr. Abrego Garcia. The statements in court by the Justice Department lawyer Jonathan Gine further muddied an already unclear picture of Mr. Abrego Garcia's future after the administration abruptly returned him to the United States last month to face criminal charges. At one point, Judge Schinas compared getting certain answers out of the government to nailing Jell-O to a wall. At another point, she described the, quote, complete chaos that had arisen from Mr. Abrego Garcia's being, quote, between his civil case in Maryland and his criminal case in federal district court in Nashville. Mr. Abrego Garcia is in custody in Nashville, where he has been indicted on charges of taking part in a years-long conspiracy to smuggle undocumented immigrants across the United States. Even though a federal magistrate judge has said he can go free because he was not a flight risk or a danger to the community, his lawyers asked that he remain locked up for the moment, fearing that the administration might seek to deport him again. There has been persistent confusion about what might happen to Mr. Abrego Garcia almost from the moment he was brought back from his erroneous expulsion to El Salvador. Much of the confusion has stemmed from ambiguous and contradictory statements from the Trump administration, and from what appears to be dueling views from the Justice Department and the Department of Homeland Security about how to handle the case. When Attorney General Pam Bondi announced on June 6th that Mr. Abrego Garcia had been returned to the United States to face indictment, she insisted that he would be redeported only after his criminal case was over. Upon completion of his sentence, Ms. Bondi said, we anticipate he will be returned to his home country of El Salvador. But at a separate hearing in late June, Mr. Gine told Judge Schinas that the administration planned to expel Mr. Abrego Garcia again, this time not to El Salvador, but to an unnamed third country. In another puzzling move, top Justice Department officials have repeatedly insisted that they intend to try Mr. Abrego Garcia on the immigrant smuggling charges before seeking to expel him again. But the prosecutors handling his criminal case have offered a more ambiguous assessment. They recently told the judge in Tennessee that while they plan to press forward with the criminal prosecution, officials at the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees matters of immigration, must follow their own process in dealing with Mr. Abrego Garcia's, quote, immigration proceedings and potential deportation. The hearing in Maryland on Monday was convened so that Judge Shinis could consider, among other things, an emergency request by Mr. Abrego Garcia's lawyers to bring him back to Maryland and to prevent him from being sent out of the country again until further notice. Judge Shinis drilled down on the government's plans, asking Mr. Gein if the administration intended to wait until the criminal case was over to begin new deportation proceedings. When Mr. Gein told the judge that was not the administration's plan, she asked him again, "So you're not waiting until after the criminal trial?" "That's correct," Mr. Gein responded. While Judge Shinis did not rule on the emergency request, she ordered the Justice Department to produce a witness from the Department of Homeland Security on Thursday to testify about its plans for Mr. Abrego Garcia. The judge overseeing the criminal case, Waverly D. Crenshaw Jr., is set to hold his own hearing in Tennessee on July 16th to determine whether Mr. Abrego Garcia should be freed and handed over to DHS officials. From the moment that Mr. Abrego Garcia was returned to U.S. soil, the Justice Department has maintained that his civil case was over. Department lawyers have argued that by bringing him back, they have complied with orders from Judge Shinis and from the Supreme Court to facilitate his release from Salvadoran custody. But Mr. Abrego Garcia's lawyers have rejected that view, saying that the civil case remains alive. They have argued that even though the administration has obeyed part of the court orders by bringing their client back to the United States, they need to return him to Maryland to fully comply with the instructions from the Supreme Court. Last week, Mr. Abrego Garcia's lawyers made another request to Judge Shinis, asking her to permit them to revise their initial complaint with allegations that their client was tortured while in Salvadoran custody. In court papers, the lawyers described how Mr. Abrego Garcia was beaten, deprived of sleep, and kept in the dark during his early weeks in El Salvador, when he was held at the mega prison known as CICOT. Mr. Gein said on Monday that the Justice Department planned to oppose the request to revise the complaint, saying that the torture allegations had not been brought in, quote, good faith.
Yeah, this is a hot mess. So guess we will just follow this story and play it as it lays. This is something that Juan and I talked about yesterday. Apparently, this is like the second time over the weekend. This particular story happened Monday, but apparently this happened. Somebody with an assault rifle did something at another spot in Texas. This says this is an AP story. A man with an assault rifle killed after shooting at a border patrol facility in Texas. So says here, this is McAllen, Texas. A man with an assault rifle fired dozens of rounds at federal agents and a U.S. border patrol facility in Texas on Monday, injuring a police officer before authorities shot and killed him. Authorities identified the shooter as Ryan Luis Mosqueda, believed to be 27, who they said shot at agents exiting the building, which is near the U.S.-Mexico border. McAllen Police Chief Victor Rodriguez said Mosqueda had a utility vest in addition to the rifle when federal agents returned fire. Hours before the attack in McAllen, Mosqueda's father was stopped by Westlaco police around 2:30 a.m. for a traffic violation, according to police spokesman Heriberto Caraveo. The father told police that he was looking for his son, who he said had psychological issues and was carrying weapons in his car. Oh, wow. Police say the white two-door sedan that Mosqueda drove to the facility had letters painted, possibly in Latin, on the driver's side door. In Latin? What it means or whether or not it there is a underlying reason for him being here, I do not know, Rodriguez said when asked about the graffiti. After Mosqueda was killed. Law enforcement found other weaponry, ammunition, and backpacks inside the vehicle. There are many, many more rounds of ammunition in his backpack, Rodriguez said. Rodriguez and his department received a call about the shooting around 5:50 a.m. One officer who responded to the shooting, a 10-year veteran, was injured after being struck in the knee. Damn. Rodriguez said it was unclear if the injury was from shrapnel or a bullet. Police say Mosqueda was linked to a Michigan address, but was reported missing from a Westlake, Texas address around 4 a.m. Monday. Westlake is about 20 miles, 32 kilometers from the Border Patrol facility. An hour and a few minutes later, he was at this particular location opening fire on the federal building and our federal agents, Rodriguez said. The exact details of the missing person report were not immediately shared with the media. Rodriguez said there is no ongoing threat to the public, but it is unknown if any other people were involved in the attack. He said the motive and events leading up to the attack are part of the ongoing investigation, which the FBI is taking the lead on. The attack comes as President Donald Trump's administration ramps up deportations, which will be turbocharged by a massive spending bill that became law last week. And the rest is ongoing, I guess. So
this is a huge problem that was very preventable.
You mean the shooting at the?
No, the deportation.
What? How so?
I mean,
how is this preventable?
We would not have to do, the government in and of itself as a taxpayer allowed a gigantic breach at our southern border. And now they have to go and get people that came in illegally back out of the United States, which costs us all a lot of money. And I feel like this shit with Trump was very preventable if Biden would have closed the damn door. And I think everyone would agree with that.
I get you now. So you're going to blame Biden. You're going to blame Biden for this. I got you.
Listen, Stanley, who else is there to blame? I mean, you can certainly blame George Bush.
Well, I'm not going to blame Biden. I'm not going to blame Biden for shooting up this guy shooting up a border patrol station. It does not say whether he was even a citizen or not. His father got stopped, so I'm going to assume his father was a citizen, and therefore he's a citizen, at least until I hear otherwise.
Yeah,
I think it is a monumental stretch to blame this particular incident on Joe Biden.
Again, this incident, of course, is not Biden, obviously, right? So we don't even know all the information about it. But I think this just larger public conversation and issue with the United States about mass immigration and mass deportation. You know, I say it all the time. Obama did a great job. Trump largely did a great job other than his first 2 years. And then Biden just literally flung the gates open. I don't know why. And now, we're spending a lot of money to get the quote unquote criminals out. And other people are getting sucked up into the dragnet and sent out. And I just think that Biden really failed. And he definitely shit the bed. I think even the most liberal Democrat would agree with that. For 3.5 years. So now we're spending a lot of money just to pay ICE agents $100,000 a year to go find these people and get them out of here. And that's just the criminals. That's not even the people that have court, that miss their court date, that have a parole. I mean, we're just spending tons of money on this shit.
Yeah, and that's not including people who are here legally that are getting swept up and having visas revoked.
Well, that shouldn't be the case. They're here legally. If you have the right to be here, you have the right to be here.
Right. I don't think that that Trump is concentrating on criminals. Basically, concentrating on criminals isn't going to get the the numbers that Stephen Miller has set, the 3,000 per month. So that's why they're actually, everybody else, even people with legal visas are getting swept up in this dragnet. And then
Yeah,
let me continue farther. I'll be the first to admit that Biden misread. He did not read the room when it came to this immigration issue at the border. However, I don't think any laws were broken or anything like that. It's a policy thing.
There
And
was a
you know
change
what?
in the policy.
Biden had his policies, which he decided to enforce, and the Democrats suffered for it. I knew when they, shortly after they made or Biden made Kamala the border czar, that if she had an opportunity right there, even if it pissed Democrats off, it was a huge opportunity for her that she didn't take advantage of. However, Biden shit the bed. I think that's the term you used. He did not read the room. That
And
much
do
I
the
can
math.
agree on.
3,000 a
But
month.
I don't think that he did anything illegal. That was what he wanted to do as president, and that was his right to do it.
I don't know. He paroled people into the country, whereas before they were detained. I guess it was legal because he did it for 3.5 years, but I don't know the legalities of it. But I do know that.
Well, just like Trump is arguing that as president, he has, the major control over immigration policy and enforcement. So did Biden. They just didn't agree on, how tight the border should be. I think part of Biden's problem and part of Democrats' problem is, it's almost like anything Trump did, they wanted to do the opposite, and it's come back to bite them. They look weak, Trump looks strong, and
But
it
Stanley,
is what
check
it
this out.
is.
I agree with you. Like he did, like basically these last presidential situations, all they did was blow out all the executive orders from the last one. But here's what's interesting. The only policies that weren't flipped were tariffs to China. Both presidents, Trump tariffed them, Biden doubled the tariffs basically, and then Trump just doubled down, as you know. It's just strange. That's the only thing they've kind of agreed on, that and our military position largely, because we're still giving Ukraine money. It's just interesting that those things were not affected. Like literally, they ramped up the last one. I find that to be strange. Other than that, though, they flipped each other's stuff over on its head.
Right, and I don't. Deacon Dave, you have a strange reaction to my statement. I wasn't defending Biden. He was president, and he, like I said, he didn't read the room, and there are various reasons why. You could say he was, he was he was unresponsive or unaware. There are probably all kinds of conspiracy theories, true and false stories. But the bottom line is he didn't read the room, and Democrats have suffered for not reading the room. Kamala missed a huge opportunity. I don't see how that's defending Biden. So this is a Ken Klippenstein Substack, something that I wasn't really aware that was going on. This was some sort of show of force in MacArthur Park in LA, and it's actually kind of gripping reading. So let's listen to it. This is interesting, and I did see the part about Karen Bass, kind of going to MacArthur Park and putting her foot down. But this is like a story of both sides being Keystone cops, in my opinion.
Exclusive. Operation Excalibur in Los Angeles was show of force. Leaks from military's LA deployment reveal Coca-Cola versus Pepsi rivalry, sweaty guardsmen, and abject failure. By Ken Klippenstein. Today's Homeland Security operation at the 35-acre MacArthur Park in the Westlake neighborhood of Los Angeles was a mere show of presence, internal Army documents I've obtained say. ICE and customs agents, many dressed in military garb, assaulted the park, which the documents describe as a hotbed of historic lawlessness and the founding location of MS-13, the Salvadoran gang. The news media is describing the operation as an ominous crackdown, but National Guard sources tell me that it was a botched laughingstock. The military aspect of the operation, codenamed Operation Excalibur, has not been previously reported. The documents reveal that the erstwhile justification for the operation was to try to shut down the distribution of fake IDs. The mission of the 1st Squadron, 18th Cavalry, is described as protecting DHS, Department of Homeland Security, security points and blocking positions while they undertook their assault. The squadron was ordered not to restrict pedestrian movement and not to conduct law enforcement activities. Per the briefing, end quote, on order, 1-18th Cavalry Squadron provides static interagency site protection, mounted mobile security, and Joint Force Land Component Command JFLCC, reserve support to Customs and Border Patrol, CBP, and supporting federal agencies, whose intent at MacArthur Park is to demonstrate, through a show of presence, the capacity and freedom of maneuver of federal law enforcement within the Los Angeles Joint Operations Area, JOA. End quote. The operation was meticulously planned, the threat listed as high. Criminal elements, likely including FTO Foreign Terrorist Organization, MS-13, consider the park their home turf and could escalate to lethal violence, a threat assessment warned. Then all that planning went bust. Because ICE and CBP apparently failed to communicate or coordinate effectively, the military showed up too late, and Los Angeles authorities weren't notified until 2 hours prior. We were on the objective for 24 minutes, a National Guard member told me. Many of the phase lines were not reported because they didn't happen. So we parked and then left. Soldiers didn't get out of trucks. They stayed in the back of the 5 tons military trucks, sweating in the heat. This is just the latest operation that didn't go off as planned, amplifying the sense amongst the California Guardsmen that the whole spectacle is idiotic and shameful. Part of the reason for the confusion is the sheer number of government agencies involved. In this operation, according to the documents, 9 different federal agencies, including the IRS, were given radio code names based on soda brands, Pepsi, Coke, 7-Up, etc. That is, except for ICE, which was codenamed Inca, which may or may not be the Peruvian cola of the same name. One Army source told me that it all felt like some joint military operation overseas, where soldiers need to identify themselves as friendlies on congested battlefields. Treating Los Angeles as a foreign country with insurgents to be defeated, military and homeland security intelligence views MacArthur Park as a viper's nest of illegality. An intelligence briefing produced by Army North, the task command overseeing military operation, says of the symbolic significance of the park. The founding location of MS-13, MacArthur Park represents an area of historic lawlessness where criminal organizations openly defy local and federal law, including immigration law. The park, the same briefing says, is also the largest open-air market of fake IDs facilitating human trafficking in the entire Southwest. Per the briefing, MacArthur Park functions as the largest open-air market of fake identification to enable illegal immigration and human trafficking in the Southwest United States. Entire sections of the 35-square-acre park host open buying and selling of fake identification and other illegal goods in broad daylight. Federal agents confirmed that these activities continued at MacArthur Park within the last week. No word yet on the role of the junior varsity sodas, the Los Angeles Police Department or Pepsi, and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department or /C, Royal Crown. In this chaotic operation, but members of the Los Angeles City Council have previously contacted me asking if I could explain to them what the federal government is up to in the park. Many of the soldiers involved, I'm told, view their mission as unnecessary and even ridiculous, with the Trump administration ordering the spectacle and the Pentagon leadership and chain of command smartly saluting. Leadership, soldiers say, have been talking about establishing some kind of command facility akin to a forward operating base in the park, an idea so provocative that the proposal keeps getting kicked far down the road. Below is one of several Army briefings on MacArthur, going back to June. Similarly, last month, when leadership discussed during a briefing the idea of having guardsmen wear masks similar to ICE and CBP, rank-and-file members groaned at the stupidity and bad optics for the uniformed military. The Guard, they said, should be seen as members of the community, not shadowy interlopers. Mayor Karen Bass, as if an interloper in her own city, rushed to MacArthur Park in her own SUV motorcade and asked the feds to leave. Bass told the Los Angeles Times that the feds needed to leave, and they need to leave right now. They need to leave because this is unacceptable. The uniformed military I've spoken to seem to agree with her. While military leadership is embracing the Washington-inspired mission, sources say the rank and file see the California operation as more akin to Afghanistan, doomed to failure and ultimately withdrawal. I'm committed to providing you with documents other media refuse to publish. Please become a paid subscriber so I have the resources for
Yeah, I can't figure this out, but I can tell you just, in my brief time, and I wasn't, in the Army or anything, but actually was in Army ROTC in college. I actually was an Army ROTC scholar. These soldiers, if they're, especially the National Guard, if they're going to be deployed and away from their jobs and family, they want to feel like they're actually doing something. And I just don't know if this isn't overkill on the part of the Trump administration. I know that basically, this is some sort of comeuppance for the ultra liberal California, and we're taking it to those damn liberals. But
It's
I think
it's the stupidest way to do it. Like he's literally
yeah.
he's like, let's send
Well-
in 100 guys to find 6 people. And what's happening is other people that are not criminals, if they happen to be there, they're seen as harborers, so they get rounded up, right? But here's my problem.
Well, no,
spending
actually,
a lot of money.
hold on one sec. I did a story, was it yesterday or maybe, I think it was yesterday, about a lady in California in Orange County. She was actually an American lawyer, and she basically got arrested or detained for like an hour and a half before they finally gave her back her cell phone and released her. So
Yes.
that's one example of someone who is a legitimate American citizen being swept up. Now, these soldiers were told not to detain, the soldiers themselves were not to participate in any policing at all. So,
No, they're they're guarding the federal buildings. That's all the right he has.
Basically they were securing the perimeter
that's right.
of this particular park. So, but my point is
Stanley,
that
here's my issue.
Hold on. There was miscoordination. So the soldiers never got to do what they were assigned to do. ICE didn't get to do what they were assigned to do. It was so miscoordinated that this operation never got off the ground. That's the upshot of this.
Well, I think like the way he's doing this is too expensive. We're in a fiscal emergency financially in the United States, and this is a lot of money for a few people. Like they're sending 100 ICE agents, and they're getting 6 people, 12 people, 30. It's a bigger problem. So the way he's doing it by just going after criminals is dumb. What he needs to he needs to any states that'll work with Trump that don't want illegals in their state, right? So non-sanctuary. Work with the Trump administration, round up the people you don't want there. This will also drive the illegals to the blue states typically. And the thing is, they want them there. So great. Here you go, right? You want them you want them in New York? They'll all go to New York. Perfect. You can be a sanctuary city. And then everybody's happy. New York's happy. South Carolina's happy because they got rid of the illegals in their state. They'll both have problems because of it. They'll have New York will be paying a lot of entitlements. South Carolina won't have workers, but everybody gets what they want that way. I don't know why he's going after the blue states. And like, oh, let's get rid of the criminals. No, fuck it. Drive the criminals to New York. Who cares? Let them deal
Well,
with
I
the
mean,
shit.
part of the problem with California is it is like a border state. So I mean, you have no choice. But Blacks Who Defy says, "What a biased take." I'm assuming he's talking about you, Ryan.
Nah, I think he means the
And
article.
then
I don't know.
and then my question to Blacks Who Defy is there such a thing as an unbiased take on this story, or what Trump is doing? I don't think there is a neutral take to be had. So if there is, here's Blacks right now. I'm interested in hearing it.
Hey, what's up, Stanley? What's going on, Ryan?
What's up?
Can you hear me? It sounds like I'm breaking up a little. Am I breaking up?
Well, no, you're fine. What's
fine?
an unbiased take?
No, the reason why I said a biased take, I can't really. I'm driving, but what I'm saying is I've participated in many an exercise, because that's essentially what this was. Many an exercise stateside and overseas, OCONUS, and in the United States Army. And when you talk to the rank and file, that's what I'm talking
Well,
about.
yeah.
When you talk to the rank and file and cite that as some sort of I'm showing that the emperor has no clothes. It's hilarious. I was just laughing at that.
I don't know, but these aren't. I mean, these are guardsmen, and the thing is that I have never been in the National Guard, but I can imagine being uprooted from your job and your family, just sitting around in a hot van. There's a lot. You being rank and file.
That's part of the deal. Is my point.
I know they are just see, the only people who are happy are the brass.
The brass isn't even happy. Well, that too, but the brass isn't even happy. I'm just saying. I remember.
Well, they're sitting in their air conditioned offices.
Yeah, exactly. I've worked with.
You guys hear me?
I've worked. Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Cool. Okay,
Guard, reserve in my time, and the majority of the time, the people who are complaining is active duty. And, we complain. We're like, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? This isn't what the Army's for, etc. And that's my point. I mean, the person writing the article, I fully expect them to be biased. Who cares? There's no such thing as an unbiased take in their regard. And so that's kind of on the nose if I were to reference him. I'm just talking about these soldiers, as it were, National Guard or otherwise. That's what they're going to say. Whether or not they were actually doing whatever they divine is their job, they're going to complain. And so I just don't think that they're very credible sources. As it goes forth. And lastly, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No.
I was going to say. Lastly, as it stands, we're talking about ICE and the rest of them and their stupid names, Tab and Pepsi Cola. No one says that these people are expert at pen names or monikers or whatever. This is just, again, it's less an operation to garner any results, more of a show of force. And that's exactly what it is. It's just a show.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and that's it. And it's funny to see. It's funny because the criticism is going to be abounding. They're going to criticize.
Right.
It's fine. It's part of the lingua franca of the time. But yeah, that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Okay.
Well, better yet, this next story kind of came out of nowhere, and I didn't think this was possible. But apparently, in Mexico City, they are mad at remote workers.
Bringing all that money down there. I mean, that's terrible.
Top concerns include the displacement of longtime residents as rents and food prices surge. Ire over the influx of well-heeled foreigners has been building for years. So apparently they're pissed off at Americans who are down there.
They're gentrifying Mexico City.
So I think this is hilarious. Pretty soon, we're going to have Americans that are being deported from Mexico, I suspect.
But Stanley, here's what's hilarious about it. these are people with money coming down there and boosting the economy, whereas we're taking on people with no money and then having to support them. So I think it's not really a fair comparison. But anyway, did blacks leave Stanley? He left.
Yeah, he's driving,
Ah,
so
okay.
he might have lost.
I was going to have
But
like a spelling bee or vocabulary contest with you too.
Well, here's the
Yeah.
deal.
Go ahead,
People always protest or vote against their own interest. And I don't quite get it. I understand the gentrification argument, but I
Well, the
think
property
that
values are surging probably. I mean,
right. Well,
you know.
I mean, no one who is like like a plebeian is going to appreciate property values going up. You can't benefit if you don't own property. You're priced out of places.
Yeah, you lose.
So
That's right.
but I still think, I mean, people, your average, street food vendor is not going to be reaping the benefits that these expats
Unless he can
bring.
sell them the food. I mean, but this is happening.
Wait, hold it. Americans eating street food in Mexico City?
I try to avoid it, for sure.
I would be the only one.
But listen, this is happening in Thailand. There's parts of Africa that are pissed that people have moved there. In Ghana, there was a big protest because Americans are moving there with money. They're pissed. So most of the world is experiencing this when, Western countries, America specifically, move into these places. They drive up the costs, and it's like a global thing. Thailand, they've had big protests because of Europeans and Americans moving there and driving up the prices. So, but what are you supposed to do?
Jack, what's his name?
Who did?
What's his name? Jack, what's his name? Used to be the CEO of Twitter.
Oh, Jack Dorsey.
Yeah. He's in Thailand, I think. So, isn't that what some immigrants do too? They move here and then send money back home to build houses. Well, the thing is I don't think Americans are sending money back home.
No,
they're moving there because it's cheap.
They're living large. Yeah,
right.
But
I showed a video a few weeks ago about this single white female. Maybe she was divorced or a widow or something. She moved down to Mexico and bought a whole damn farm.
Listen, man, I had guys, Stanley, 20 years ago, I had guys working for me from Guatemala. And, they call me Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, you need to come visit us. You need to come down. I have 5 houses. One of them owned 5 homes in Guatemala from doing construction. I was paying him about $20 an hour. He had 5 homes in Guatemala. Like the dollar goes so far in these places, it's like, So I get it. I get it. I totally get it. I understand why the people come here, because when literally they move here and for 10 years and move back and they don't have to work anymore. I don't blame people for coming here at all. And, but I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead with the article. I don't mean to sidetrack you.
I don't know. I don't even know that it's really worth playing. I think it pretty much says itself. It says a protester lighting an aerosol can during a march against gentrification in Mexico City on Friday.
Yeah.
So, they're pissed off. Let me scan this right quick. I don't think there's anything that's, other than the headline that really needs,
well, Stanley,
Gringo go. You see this sign that says Gringo go home?
Go home, man. Get out of here. Well, let me tell you something too about our kids. Okay,
they're going to be deporting Americans.
let me ask you this question based on what I was saying earlier, right? So here's this guy working for me. There are 2 guys from Guatemala, right? The one owns 5 homes in Guatemala. He's probably got an 8th grade education from Guatemala. No college, of course, no debt. He comes here, he's working, and he gave me a social security number. I never ran it. He was probably here illegally. But either way, I got the guy working for me doing waterproofing, on a construction crew. The thing is, people say our kids are lazy and shit like that. But if I told a high school graduate, hey, within 10 years, you'll own 5 homes if you do waterproofing on this building, right? If you just literally fucking labor, right? You'll own 5 homes in 10 years. Do you think a lot of our
move
kids?
back to that and move to Guatemala because you're not going to own 5 homes
Well,
in
no,
America.
but what I'm saying is, you know, people say, "Oh, our people are lazy." Well, if you told our people you're going to own 5 fucking homes in 10 years, a lot of kids would be like, "Shit, I'll work my ass off," you know.
Oh, I
And
see.
so,
Well, I see what you're
yeah,
saying.
our kids aren't lazy. It's all about what they're getting for the work. Our kids,
Right.
you know, in 10 years, you know, you can work at Starbucks and own 3 homes in Guatemala, right? So if you told our kids you're going to own 3 homes, shit, they bust their ass. But they know they can't afford
What
an
do you
apartment.
think about Broke Genius here? He says also the reason people move outside America is for friendlier dating experiences.
That's just red pill shit. I hear. You know what? Most people that move away move back because it's really good here. You know, like it or not, we got our problems, but people move to. I got a buddy that moved to Thailand a couple years ago. I'm giving him another year till he'll be back here. So, because there's no opportunities and they have their own shit.
This point
You
that
know?
Tropes is making, though, Trope says the point is they're extracting money from the U.S. and transferring it to Mexico. Okay, well, an honest day's work for an honest dollar. What they do with their money once they owned it, I don't see why anybody would be mad. You know, unless if they're stealing it, maybe if they're getting some sort of welfare or something, which a lot of people who are illegal are not eligible for. I have no problems with remittances. If you are actually doing the work, it's up to you what you do with your hard-earned money. So,
Well, I would say that it does have a negative impact on our economy in
so
the
what?
sense that, well, I think the
If it's
question is like,
if it's hard-earned money, they get to do what they want with it.
yeah, legally you're right, but it does have a negative effect on our economy. So,
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm not going to have a moral money talk with you. They do pay taxes, and I did a story yesterday about the Social Security trust is actually going to suffer because a lot of these people paid into Social Security and would never get benefits. So
well, there's a
they
ratio
did.
that's not being discussed, and that is how much is paid into the system versus how much is extracted from the system. Those
Right, but
economic
what
measures are used.
my point is that there are a lot of these people who we are calling illegal, but were actually here on green cards or whatever, pay FICA tax and are not eligible for benefits. So it wasn't all bad, is my point.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you. Like Social Security, I mean, it's already in peril because of stupid decisions. But
Well, it's going to be in more peril.
well, I don't. The thing is, I think that if you come here as an immigrant with no money, okay, and then you do, like you go on the system, as they say, and you get some type of entitlements. Great, we're a good country. We're going to help you. But then once you are working, you got to pay your way. And maybe maybe we do something like, okay, you're here illegally, so you're taking advantage of some of the benefits. We're going to charge you X. Like we already charge immigrants a lot of money to come here, like thousands of dollars to become a U.S. to come here legally. And if you're here illegally, you should have to pay the same thing or more, in my opinion. And you become a citizen or
How are
become
you gonna? I mean, the illegal people don't want to be caught. So,
well, in California, pre-Trump, I mean, in the state of Maryland, you can get a license if you're an illegal. If you're here illegal, they'll give you a license. In many states,
well,
you get a
yeah,
license.
because you'd be presenting a Social Security card or some form of ID, right?
I don't know how that works, but I think it's
well.
kind of
I'm
strange
sure.
that they're doing it.
Usually with licenses, you have to. There's a list, like an A list and a B list, and you have to present like 3 of any combination between the 2 lists. If you got a bill, like a utility bill, Social Security card,
a birth certificate or something,
in like an I-9 or something, you can. It's not hard to do.
But one thing I want to say about like paying into Social Security or receiving entitlements, whether it's state or federal, those numbers are easy to figure out. But for some reason, nobody, Republican or Democrat, present any math, because you could easily say they're helping or hurting the economy, like they're living off the system or helping the system, but no one produces those numbers, which it's pretty simple,
Right.
It's pretty fucking simple.
I want to make one point here. Trope says he's saying that Mexicans are mad that USA workers are doing it, but Mexicans are doing it themselves too. I assume he means remittances. Well, one of the problems that Mexicans are having is these people are working remote. So they're not paying any sort of they're not paying Mexican income taxes or whatever the equivalent is. They are literally working remote back to the US. So Mexico is, Mexico, at a government level, they're not seeing what they could see. So there's
the other
that
thing
big
about it
loophole.
is they stay there, and this is what the guy's doing from Thailand, right? That went to Thailand that I know. He stays in the country for X number of days and then has to leave for a week or 2 weeks or whatever it is. So he stays up to the end, leaves, and then moves back so he doesn't have to be a citizen. And all he does is pay into the local economy when he buys things. So that's it, But
Dave is asking you why what?
Why? I don't know. Why am I?
All right.
I don't know.
Well, speaking of Social Security, the big beautiful bill may help some seniors on Social Security, but it doesn't eliminate taxes on benefits. And I actually thought it did, but what they're doing is giving like a $6,000 additional deduction, but they're still going to tax Social Security with federal income taxes. So I'm not going to get into details. That's more your bag. But any comment? There's a $6,000 senior deduction. However, it's not tax free like Trump promised. Apparently, any
he wanted to
thoughts?
relieve the 15% tax on Social Security, which would bankrupt the Social Security program a lot quicker than it's already going to be bankrupt. So just stupidity. No tax on tips. I mean, that's pretty specific.
Well, the tips have a
thing.
cap.
Yeah,
Well,
they
the
got
tips have a cap,
That's right.
and I'm
They
sure
got a
the
cap.
OT does.
Yeah, this is probably has some means testing done too. I'm sure there's probably limits to it, and he's just trying to fulfill a campaign alleged promise when the whole bill is just dumb. I disagree with a lot of it. It's the CBO's got the number creating more debt. He's speculating we're going to grow the economy way faster, which you can't prove out. And so it's a lot of risk. If it doesn't grow as fast, we're going to go in more deficit. And like you can't base decisions on best case scenarios. You just can't, It's dumb, especially when you're in a fiscal crisis.
So let's see what else. Damn it! What did I not?
Can I make a comment on Social Security real quick, Sam? The thing is,
Go right ahead.
when that's out of money, okay, here's the law. The law says when it's out of money, it's a trust fund. It's not really a set aside. It's just an accounting of. It's not like a separate account, right? It's just an accounting of the money. Once the money's out, automatically it is a law that it gets cut. All the benefits paid out get cut by 25%. Nobody has to vote on anything, nothing. There's no action that has to be taken by government. So if they're in gridlock, they're cutting those. Like, oh, we got to do something. Guess what? If they can't agree, every single person on Social Security loses 25% of the money when it's out of money.
Oh yeah,
Again, you need legislation. It just happens.
Right.
So this is a very serious situation. And by the way, after that, it gets worse because there's less demographically. There's more people going on Social Security and less people paying in until the millennials get older, right? because Gen X, there's a lot less Gen Xers. There's a
Mhm.
huge baby boom, which are 2/3 retired now. So, after we default on Social Security, like once it's out of money, it's going to get worse for about 15 years until the millennials get older and are making more money. That's the truth. So, it's a huge fucking problem, and these senators and Trump, all of them, just are running from this because they're not going to have to deal with it. They all got their own money. They don't give a shit.
Well, yeah, but I mean, America was literally founded on kicking cans down the road. The first thing I can think of off the top of my head is the slave trade. That they didn't want to deal with at the Constitutional Convention. They kicked it down the road 20 years.
Yeah.
So
politically, we can't touch this one. We got to hide from this one.
Kicking the can is as American as apple pie.
My concern is that I'm going to retire in 10 to 15 years, right in the middle of when this is all going to go down, right? It's going to go down sooner than that, but 10 years from now, 2035, we're going to be in the middle. And by the way, Medicare is in a similar situation where that's out of money in I think it's a year before Social Security. They're not dealing with that. So, and the problem is changing any of these programs at all. This bill, the big beautiful bill, they're trying to curtail Medicaid. It's an insignificant amount. They're saying you got to work 20 hours a week, right? But if you even suggest changing something like that, everybody goes fucking nuts. All the Western democracies, if you give something, if you try to peel it back, it's oh my God, England has the same situation right now. I just read an article, so it's just.
Hey, Dave. Before you go, Dave, let me just remind everybody. Please make sure you're hitting the like buttons and sharing and subscribing. The Urban Landlord Clips channel, please subscribe. Of course, John Galt's Urban Landlord channel, please subscribe. Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000, please subscribe. I am going to try and get something out this week. I'm not exactly sure what just yet. I got about 5 things.
Am I still here, Stanley? Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes. So, Dave, what say you? You were warbling in the chat. Warbling like a little bird.
Nah, I just came up to clarify. Like some time went by since I posted that, but Ryan was talking about his buddy in Thailand who he claims to want to come back home because there's no opportunity. And I don't know what your buddy does.
Well, I think he will. I think he will.
What does he do?
Remote work of some sort. I want to say he's like a recruiter, and but he has to leave the country every so often to. But yeah, he brags about how far the dollar goes. Like, he's overlooking the ocean, and it's $300 a month or some shit. But I don't think he's going to make it too much longer. He's been there a few years, and it sounds like he's getting bored. So, I don't know. Just my guess.
I don't know. I think most of the guys that do leave, if they got somewhat of a web-based job, they get the digital nomad visa and they get it tax-free, so they don't have to pay any U.S. taxes. So when they quote them what their salaries are, 120, 160, whatever they may get, all that money, they actually do see it.
I know he wants to retain U.S. citizenship. He wants to retain U.S. citizenship, though.
I mean, you have to willingly give that up. I don't think you lose it.
Yeah,
it's not something that you lose.
He said that several times. He's like, he still wants to be a citizen. I guess if shit hits the fan, But I don't know. I just find people, even people that move to Hawaii, a lot of them will get bored and move back. They'll miss the country, So, I mean, I want to move to Hawaii, but I don't know. So,
well, you must got that good money.
Just a programming note. There is a press conference that Pam Bondi and Pete Hegseth are going to do at some point. So I'm kind of monitoring that. When it starts, maybe we'll cut to it. In the meantime, I want to play this. This is just, after my own heart. This is basically how Trump's tax bill undermines democracy. I'm curious to know how it does. So let's listen to this.
I don't
A
think
little
it
bit of
does.
it. May not listen to the whole thing unless it makes sense.
How Trump's tax bill undermines democracy. It is not just an economic disaster. It is a political disaster, the kind of blow to constitutional democracy that presidents from Adams to Obama worried about. By Austin Sherratt. In his farewell address on January 10th, 2017, President Barack Obama tried to rally the nation to the defense of democracy and the rule of law. He reminded his listeners that our Constitution is a remarkable, beautiful gift, and called on them to be anxious, jealous guardians of our democracy. Obama noted that the maintenance of the American political system is always an exacting and delicate task. It requires constant attention and effort to nurture the social conditions necessary for democracy to prosper. Public officials and citizens must think not just about what is good for each of them, but also about what is good for all of us. Long before Obama's warnings, in 1814, former President John Adams expressed similar concerns. More than a decade removed from his service as America's second president, Adams wrote, "Democracy has never been and never can be so durable as aristocracy or monarchy. Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There never was a democracy yet," Adams said, "that did not commit suicide. It is in vain to say that democracy is less vain, less proud, less selfish, less ambitious, or less avaricious than aristocracy or monarchy. It is not true in fact, and nowhere appears in history." I couldn't help but think of Obama and Adams, two men of very different temperaments and political convictions, as I watched the debate about President Donald Trump's so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That act is not just an economic disaster. It is a political disaster, the kind of blow to constitutional democracy about which Obama and Adams worried. It is not just cruel, though it is that. In addition, it helps pave the way for authoritarianism by self-consciously contributing to the store of human misery.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right there because this is a fairly vacuous argument. You know what? The people, most people knew who Trump was, and they voted for him in the majority. I don't buy this argument.
What specifically is? I don't understand what.
Well, she's basically saying, or he, I don't even, let me see who wrote this article, because different people write for this, damn it, for this particular,
How's it affect democracy?
newsletter.
They still haven't told us.
Well, no, what he or she is saying, and it's a he, is that because, you know, your average working class person is going to be, you know, lose Medicaid or, you know, that sort of thing. It's ultimately going to hurt people down the line, while extending or making the tax cuts for the rich permanent are going to increase wealth disparities. And I don't buy the argument that this will hurt people and maybe ultimately it hurts democracy, but people voted for Donald Trump in the majority. So I think, if anything, the argument is look at how democracy is going to boomerang, which goes back to John Adams was not a populist by any means. So I think this argument doesn't work. Bringing up John Adams was damn one, you know, a couple feet shy of being an outright monarchist. He wanted to call the president his excellency, the president of the United States. So I don't think the argument just doesn't work. And you know me, anytime you can tear down Donald Trump or, you know, big, beautiful bills or anything, I will do it. But give me a good argument. This isn't it.
I want to say, Stanley,
I agree with you, Stanley.
Oh, sorry, dude.
No, I'm just saying I agree with Stanley because the people did vote for Trump. I mean,
I will tell you that the alleged cuts that they're talking about, if you go read it, I've read specifically what they're talking about, and it's not essentially it's a rollback to 2019, which for 30 years we had requirements for Medicaid, for various entitlements, as they're called, and we're essentially Biden threw them out because of COVID, and essentially it's a rollback to that. It's really very reasonable. As much as I think the big beautiful bill is the big stupid bill, I don't think that the ask is much. And the CBO has said that, oh well, you're going to lose $8 billion in Medicaid. Well, there's a work requirement that says 20 hours a week. If those people go work 20 hours a week, they don't lose anything. So I don't think you should calculate, hey, actually, 96% of the people are going to work 20 hours a week, and then you don't lose anything. So it's essentially a rollback to pre-COVID. So I just think it's ridiculous that they're saying cuts. And again, and I'm also against the tax cuts too. I think we're good. We don't
Well, a
need to do
rollback is a cut. I mean, I don't think there's a problem with the term. You're talking about the spirit. Like people don't ever want to go back, but I think a cut. It works the same way as, hey, if the Trump tax cuts had expired, Trump was calling it a tax increase.
Yes,
instead
I know.
of going back to pre-COVID, so or pre-2017. So I don't.
I view
6 of
an
one, half a
increase.
dozen or another. Both sides do it.
If they were saying, listen, you get $100 a month, we're cutting it to 95. To me, that's a cut. However, if you're putting in a requirement for something to obtain, I see that as, well, you put a bunch of regulations on this, right? But anyway, it's just what they call it. They spin it whichever the way they want. And, you're right. Trump's saying tax increases. Well, actually, it's going back to the old tax. That's all. Is it an increase? It's going back to what it was. Anyway. So.
We'll stick with the theme of failed Trump policies. Veterans Affairs reverses course on large-scale layoffs. Surprise, surprise. I don't think, the Veterans Administration, and I know because I literally, these days it's my primary health care. I won't say they're bare bones, but what they do is excellent. You hear all these big complaints about, slow appointments and stuff like that. Well, if you keep up with your healthcare, like I, tend to do because of medicine I take, I have to do, checkups every 3 months for blood work. If long as you schedule it and keep up with everything, the appointments are manageable. The only exception to that is if you ever have to do any sort of orthopedic type appointment. Because of prosthetics and these wars, people get all kinds of missing limbs and stuff like that. The orthopedics department at a VA medical center tends to be pretty busy, and appointments are like 6 months out. Everything else everything else seems to work. And then if you're in a big metro area like Atlanta, there are like maybe 5 different clinics versus the main medical center, which means I don't have to go all the way into Decatur. So it works well here. I'm sure other places like maybe in New York City or DC, it's a lot more busy. So anyway, basically, I was kind of concerned that they basically were going to go and do all kinds of layoffs, but they weren't going to lay off people who were directly related to patient care. And my response was, well, who isn't? Everybody's directly involved with patients. There's not a whole lot of fat, I would imagine. So I want to listen to a little bit of this. It's 6 minutes. I don't know that we need to go all the way through it, but it's good news for veterans.
You're listening to Veterans Affairs reverses course on large-scale layoffs, a news story written by Mariana Alfaro, Hannah Nathanson, and Meryl Cornfield, and read by an AI-generated voice. The Department of Veterans Affairs said Monday that it will no longer be forced to conduct a large reduction in workforce, unlike several other federal agencies that were forced to make mass layoffs
Hey,
because of
Stanley,
the
you
Trump
got an echo.
administration's U.S. DOJ service. In a news release, Virginia said that it was on pace to reduce its total staff by nearly 30,000 employees by the end of this fiscal year, a push that the department said eliminates the need for a large-scale reduction in force. The announcement marks a significant reversal for the Trump administration, which had planned for months to cut VA by roughly 83,000 employees, according to plans revealed in an internal memo circulated to agency staffers in March. At the time, Virginia Secretary Douglas A. Collins said in remarks shared to social media that the cuts were tough
Virginia
but necessary.
Secretary?
We'll be making major changes, so get used to it now, Collins said at the time. The White House argued that the downsizing would make a bloated VA more efficient and transparent. But the proposed staff slashing quickly drew backlash from veterans and their advocates, who warned that the quality of VA service would decline. Morale plummeted among employees, spurring many to leave their jobs. VA's decision not to cut more of its workforce through an RIF comes after blowback from several veterans groups, Congress and VA staffers, who warned that an agency with less manpower and fewer resources would negatively impact veterans. Veterans, who make up a disproportionate share of the federal workforce, felt the brunt of the rapid push to shrink that workforce, stirring ire in a reliable political base for Republicans. Continuing to pursue deep cuts to the VA workforce could have carried major political risks for President Donald Trump, who is highly popular among veterans and who has repeatedly said he would not order cuts to their VA benefits. In a statement Monday, Virginia said its original plan to conduct department-wide RIFs to reduce its staff levels by up to 15% was avoided after employees left the agency through retirements, normal attrition, and deferred resignations. Additionally, a federal hiring freeze helped reduce the number of employment slots, the agency said in the statement. In January, Virginia recorded roughly 484,000 employees. By June, there were 467,000 staffers left, a loss of nearly 17,000 workers, according to agency numbers. The agency expects that between July and September, nearly 12,000 additional staffers will exit through normal attrition, voluntary early retirement, or the Deferred Resignation Program. In an email VA staffers received Monday, Collins said that, after nearly 4 months of careful study, analysis, and action, I am pleased to report to you that VA is headed in the right direction, both in terms of staff levels and customer service. Collins insisted that even though the agency is expected to lose a total of 30,000 staffers, performance continues to improve. These improvements include huge drops in the number of veterans waiting for disability benefits, sizable increases in claims processing productivity, and extraordinary progress regarding our electronic health record modernization, Collins wrote in the email. In the statement Monday, Virginia said it had established multiple safeguards in place to ensure these staff reductions do not impact veteran care or benefits. Mission-critical jobs, the agency wrote, are exempt from the deferred retirement and early retirement offers. Additionally, 350,000 jobs in the agency are exempt from the federal hiring freeze. VA, which provides medical care for millions of veterans and their families and is among the largest employers of federal workers, had already seen cuts under the second Trump administration, losing 2,400 workers to layoffs in February. Facing the threat of further cuts, thousands more VA workers opted this spring for an early retirement offered by Trump, the Washington Post reported. Frustrations began to build this summer over the diminishment of the agency. In June, thousands of veterans rallied in Washington against further reductions, and similar veteran-led protests unfolded at hundreds of locations across dozens of other states. The reversal may also reflect yet another decline in the power and influence of billionaire Elon Musk and the DOJ team he previously led, which stormed into government in January, determined to slash staff and spending. After a few months of frenzied cutting, some of it halted by court challenges, Musk and Trump fell out in a highly public spat over the merits of the president's tax and spending cuts bill. Musk left Washington in a huff, soon followed by some top aides who had been detailed
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it there. Main reason I'm stopping it is because of the next story, which is Musk's fiery reentry into politics ignites a new Tesla backlash. You know what? This is what happens when you get businessmen running the country. So I definitely want to hear this.
You're listening to Musk's fiery reentry into politics ignites a new Tesla backlash, a news story written by Faiz Siddiqui, Aaron Gregg, and Trisha Thadani, and read by an AI-generated voice. Longtime supporters of Tesla appealed to the company's board Monday to pull CEO Elon Musk's attention back to the embattled electric vehicle company, as the entrepreneur appeared to renege on an April pledge to spend more time at the company by saying he would start a new political party. The board can't just sit here and watch this go by without saying something and putting guardrails in, said Dan Ives, managing director of Wedbush Securities, who has consistently expressed a bullish outlook on Tesla and Musk's leadership. I'm hearing from many shareholders that the frustration is hitting a tipping point. Tesla's stock closed about 7% lower Monday, after Musk declared in social media posts over the weekend that he was creating a political party amid his escalating feud with President Donald Trump, and claimed his America Party would target next year's midterms. The backlash from Ives and other longtime Tesla supporters underscored how the entrepreneur's effort to give the United States a third major political party, already in search of a political constituency, risked eroding support among even some of his most ardent backers. I encourage the board to meet immediately and ask Mr. Musk to clarify his political ambitions and evaluate whether they are compatible with his full-time obligations to Tesla as CEO, wrote James Fishback, CEO of investment firm Azoria, whose largest position is in Tesla, in a letter to Tesla's board chair over the weekend. I remain hopeful that Mr. Musk will return his full attention to Tesla. If not, I trust the board will take appropriate action. In response to Musk's announcement of his new party, Fishback, a Trump supporter, said his firm was pulling the planned launch of a Tesla-focused investment fund that had been set for the coming days. This creates a conflict with his full-time responsibilities as CEO of Tesla, Fishback's letter said. It diverts his focus and energy away from Tesla's employees and shareholders. Fishback declined further comment. Musk and Tesla's board did not respond to a request for comment. Musk's popularity plummeted this year as he became increasingly involved in Trump's administration, overseeing the U.S. DOGE service that cut federal spending and employees. Tesla and its investors suffered too.
I am interested in Dave and Ryan got kind of busy. I think one's phone died and Ryan's probably on the road or something. Any thoughts on this? I think that Elon Musk is, creating a party and having someone else kind of run it or headline it or something isn't necessarily bad. It's a kind of a hobby or a pet project or something. But I can tell you right now, this is going to be this is a bad move on Elon's part, to be honest. His Tesla sales worldwide were down in a major way. And J-Dub says he thinks it's a good idea. Well, it's a good idea if you're anti-Elon and anti-MAGA, because it's not going to hurt the Democratic Party. It will split some people off from the MAGA party. So yeah, it's a good idea if you're anti-Trump. But I don't think Elon has the charisma. He doesn't have Trump's mojo. So in the end, Trump has already joked about deporting him. I don't. Trump's going to treat Elon like an African. So I look forward to. I look forward to seeing this. What comes of this America party? J-Dub says he's not worried about it. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's see. What else do we have here? I wasn't going to play this. I don't know that it's worth it. Basically, the New York Times editorial board basically says that Trump's politicized FBI has made Americans less safe. I think that having Kash Patel there and Dan Bongino, these people are more loyal to Trump than they are the rule of law. That's pretty much my opinion. So we go from there. I don't think anybody's surprised that the New York Times would feel this way. And then I'll give a little bit of a brief mention to the Epstein files. That's this. They denying Pam Bondi et al. Denying that there's any there is just going to fuel more conspiracy theories. My first thought is, gee, they're protecting the boss. So, that may be true. It may not be true, but a lot of people are disappointed in no juicy details. So, that is that. This next, I don't know if John Galt's in the audience, but CKJ3 wanted me to I put this clip in the Slack for you, John, if you're there. This is probably more of interest to you than it would be for me, but I'm going to play it anyway. I'm not a Charleston White fan. I think he serves no purpose. But I guess now I'm interested in hearing what he has to say. This is called Charleston White Apologizes to Carmelo Anthony and His Family. So let's hear this, shall we?
I want to take the time to apologize to Carmelo Anthony's family. Man, I was all the way wrong about that kid. I was all the way wrong about that kid, homie.
Yeah, he was just indicted.
I was all the way wrong about that kid. I met with his father. I've been meeting with his father regularly. I had opportunity to talk, piece him up. He go beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school. Fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. These two white boys just came over there with him because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who these big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side, one of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just come and get in the light. He just come and get in the light. So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They no, because he black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, he broke his daddy's ligaments. Big old strong cracker. He should have killed both of them.
Damn.
He should have killed both of them Pepperwoods. With a that's minding his motherfucking business, that don't bring harm to nobody. This kid ain't a bad kid. These bully white boys just fuck with the black baby. So now they trying to make it about race. No, it ain't about race. Justice was served when he killed that cracker. Self-defense. And the reason.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to say about all this. I'll let John deal with Charleston White and all this analysis. I'm not so sure that Charleston is on the right track here. So it is what it is. So this press conference has started. We'll listen to a little bit of it. I am interested to see what Bondi and Hegseth could possibly be talking about.
Control animal diseases, and number 7, protecting critical infrastructure from our farms and our food and our supply chains, again, along with so many partners across this government here in Washington and across our states. Now, please help me welcome to the podium the amazing Secretary Pete Hegseth. Thank you all.
What, no kiss?
Well, Brooke, thank you so much for your incredible leadership on this issue. It's an honor to be here. It's a very important one. I think we're all here for 2 basic reasons. One, under President Trump's leadership, we're going to put America first. We have America, American land, American basing, American troops, American citizens. You have a Secretary of Homeland Security who cares about Homeland Security. You have an imagine that. You have an Attorney General that cares about justice. You have a Secretary of the Agriculture that cares about our farmland and our farmers. You have governors who've led the way and senators and congressmen who now have reinforcements from an America First movement that it's about America First, but it's also just the application of common sense. As someone who's charged with leading the Defense Department, I want to know who owns the land around our bases and strategic bases, and getting an understanding of why foreign entities, foreign companies, foreign individuals might be buying up land around those bases. That's something I should be paying attention to on behalf of the American people, on behalf of my department, and on behalf of the president. It's common sense. And so food security, just like energy resilience, just like where we get our water, that's all national security, especially in a contingency. So we would be asleep at the wheel if we were not fully a party to an effort like this to ensure that our nation had the food supply it needs, but specifically our troops have what they need on our bases, so that in those moments you can rely on us here in the United States to provide that security. So no longer can foreign adversaries assume we're not watching and we're not paying attention and we're not doing something about it, because we are. So Brooke, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Please help me welcome to the podium to speak of the agri-terrorism threats, our incredible Attorney General, Pam.
Agri-terrorism? Wow.
Thank you all. And we know Texas is your home state, Secretary Rollins. Our hearts go out to all those in Texas and the families, as well as in North Carolina, who are also experiencing those horrible floods. We're so happy to be here today to protect our farmers, our ranchers, and our ag community. Under President Trump, we are proudly putting our farmers first again. Thank you to our Congress, our governors, all of the great people who have gathered here today. My job is to make America safe again, which includes protecting our farmers who feed our families. The Department of Justice will use every tool at our disposal to secure, defend, and protect our ag community from threats. Our Environmental and Natural Resources Division has successfully defended the Forest Service as it manages our forest. We're also defending mining critical and strategic minerals, which is very important to our nation's security. We're cracking down on pesticide trafficking, and we are doing this by closing the southern border, working hand in hand with our great Kristi Noem, where illegal and highly toxic chemicals from Mexico were smuggled into the U.S., and the Department of Justice is prioritizing the arrest of those illegal aliens doing it. Additionally, our National Security Division is actively monitoring foreign threats to American agriculture. Last month in Michigan, this is very frightening, we charged 2 Chinese nationals for attempting to smuggle potential agro-terrorism weapons into the United States. Both of them have ties to the CCP. Just days later, we arrested another Chinese citizen for sending packages of concealed biological materials into the United States. It's going to stop. FBI has opened over 100 bio-smuggling investigations in recent years. We will prosecute you. We will hold you accountable. Thank you to everyone who is here today, especially Secretary Rollins, Secretary Hegseth, all of our good friends, governors, my good friends, Governor Huckabee, And all of us will never back down from supporting our American farmers. God bless you. And God bless America.
Next, the incredible Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, everyone.
Well, good morning, and I am so blessed and pleased to be here with Brooke, who is a dear friend of mine, and our hearts and prayers still continue to go out with Texas, and I'll be back down there in a few days to spend more time with them and to help them continue to heal and with recovery efforts. The one thing I wanted to share with all of you today is that long before I had the honor of serving as President Trump's Homeland Security Secretary, I was a farmer. I was a rancher. In fact, I've worked on food policy for over 30 years. And I recognize that food policy is national security policy. A country who cannot feed itself, cannot take care of itself, and cannot provide for itself is not secure. And that we have to be able to feed ourselves to make sure that no other country ever controls us. And I've watched for decades as evil foreign governments, including China, have come into this country and they've stolen our intellectual property. They've manipulated their currency. They've treated us unfairly in trade deals. They've come in and purchased up our processing companies, stolen our genetics. In fact, I've worked in this building off and on commissions and projects and laws and different statutes to ensure that China did not completely take control of our entire food supply chain, recognizing that the United States of America would be in jeopardy if that ever were to happen. I've watched them come in and establish a presence in stealing our chemicals, in providing our fertilizer for us. And so 2 years ago, when I served as governor of South Dakota, we passed a law in our state that said China and 6 other foreign evil governments would never own our farmland. And I'm very proud to say that in South Dakota, China does not own any of our land, nor will they ever own any of our land. While I served in Congress, I worked hard to put in programs that would help manage risk for farmers. I tell people all the time, farmers are the biggest gamblers that I know. They go to a bank oftentimes and they have to borrow money to buy land. Then they go back to the bank and they need machinery to work that land. And so they borrow some more money to do that. Then they have to go back and get an operating note to purchase seed and fertilizer or chemical potentially. And they put it in the dirt and they hope that months later it'll rain, the sun will shine, and that there'll be something there that they can pick up, that they can sell, and then that the markets that are beyond their control, that there will be a price there that will help them cash flow so they can go back and do it all over again the next year. They do that so that they can feed this country, so that they can feed this world. In fact, growing up as a little girl and as a daughter of a farmer and a rancher, I always felt like God loved farmers more. I mean, if you look at the Bible, look at scripture, and you look over and over again, he talks about sowing and reaping and cattle on 1,000 hills and your barns to overflowing. And so I feel like there's a special blessing on farmers. And the fact that we have a president and that we have a Secretary of Agriculture that recognizes the importance of food policy and what it means to this country's security is so wonderful. It's such a change from what the previous administration and how they prioritized our farmers and ranchers. So now as the Secretary of Homeland Security, I have responsibilities when it comes to securing our homeland. But many of those responsibilities have to do with securing our critical infrastructure. We have the responsibility for 10 of our 16 critical infrastructures, which means our electrical grid, our water supply chain, how we protect and run this country, and what we do to make sure the people here are safe, but not just the people, the products and goods that come in and out of this country. Our Customs and Border Protection units are the ones that all of our goods come into this country and leave this country on, and their investigations and how they inspect our ag products are critically important to make sure that we aren't facing any kind of threats from what kind of products may come into this country or what kind of terrorist acts might happen from goods that other countries may wish to send to us that would harm our food supply. We will continue to make sure that we have the systems in place, the people in place, the experts in place, and the policies in place to make sure that this country always feeds itself, and that we always have the ability to grow our own food, and that we rely on no one else to feed the people of the United States of America, because it is a national security issue when a country cannot provide for itself. And we will never let any other country control our food supply or control our people, because we will always be the great United States of America. Thank you.
Yeah, I was reminded when Christy was Governor Nome and we were at America First Policy. Christy, you and I did an event together on this very issue 3 years ago, and she, along with some of the other governors, really stepped up. So thank you, Secretary Nome. Next, a longtime friend, a partner from the first Trump administration, and someone who has been leading on this for years and years. Please help me welcome White House Counselor Peter Navarro.
What a beautiful day to be out here, and it's difficult, I think, for a lot of Americans to wrap their head around what we're talking about today. We're such a good and kind nation that has done so much for the rest of the world over so many decades, including fighting 2 world wars on behalf of the rest of the world. But this is so serious an issue. The Art of War book, Sun Tzu,
Jesus
centuries old,
Christ,
says that the acme of warfare is to win without firing a shot. You fast forward to a book that was written by 2 high-ranking military officials in China called Unrestricted Warfare.
this dude has a thing for Chinese
And you
philosophers.
understand that we are indeed in a new world where kinetic warfare is not the first choice of our rivals anymore. Rather, it is things like sending us seeds or trying to steal our seeds or trying to change the seeds. It is
Who wants to bet
acquiring
that Peter Navarro owns a pair of
supply chain
nunchucks?
in
I
agriculture.
guarantee you,
Setting
I
up
guarantee you he owns a set
spy
of
shops
nunchucks.
on land next to military bases. You remember when that balloon? Oh, it was just a weather station. We seem so naive about so much of this, when in fact we have nations and bad actors trying to do bad things using our supply chains now as weapons. The world changed yet again on April 2nd when the Chinese embargoed critical minerals, not just on us, but for the rest of the world. The Russians now embargo things like neon.
Yeah, we didn't do anything to
and
provoke that
uranium
embargo by the Chinese. We
as a
did
tool.
nothing at
So
all.
we
We
must
were
be
innocent.
clear-eyed about the threats. And I just have to congratulate Secretary Rollins for taking leadership on an issue which has been troublesome for years. And we have governors here, like Kristi Noem in South Dakota, just leadership on that. She was doing that before anybody was paying attention. We're going to hear from Governor Huckabee. Arkansas has led the way on this issue at the state level, even as the federal government has
Well,
been
humble
silent
presidents,
about it.
here comes your gilf.
The last thing is big things
Sarah
like
Huckabee
Smithfield
Sanders.
Foods. I don't know if you know this, but
She's gonna
this
be
one really
that
troubled me
gilf,
when it happened. But the
the
Chinese
gilf of
bought
your dreams.
Smithfield Foods and basically control about 1/8 of the world's pork supply now. And we worry, we've had food inflation. We worry when things happen.
Yeah, exactly,
That can be
Dave.
part of that. And then the other key purchase, which we allowed them to do, was
Who
Syngenta.
hasn't read The
What is
Art of
that? It's
War?
a
That's like a
seed company.
comic book. Everybody knows who
And
Superman
in a
is.
world of ever-changing pests and things like that, and climate differences about where water is and things like that, seeds really can be the revolution that keeps the world fed. And China now owns a key part of that. So what Secretary Rollins is doing today, it's a historic day. She's putting down the marker that the United States is no longer going to tolerate the attacks on our agricultural system, not just the land, but the supply chain as well. She deserves more than a hand. She deserves a helping hand here. And that's why the other aspects of our government are behind us as well. So I appreciate being here on this absolutely gorgeous day. And again, I commend the leadership of the people behind me. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Again, no one more of a warrior than he on these issues and many others. So thank you. Next, also from the first Trump administration, now the governor of the
I
great
have to
state
say
of Arkansas,
she has
to
lost
another
some weight,
leader
I
in this
think.
area. Please help me welcome Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Good morning. It is incredible to be here and be joined with people who really understand what it means, not just to love our country, but to be willing to do things that actually preserve, protect.
Now, I do have to say this. Her accent reminds me of my high school math teacher. I had her like 3 or 4 years. Her accent is just incredible. Oops.
It's the first state in the country to kick a Chinese-owned company off of our farmland and out of our state, and we made them pay for it. Very Trump-esque. And in the last couple of months, we've passed new legislation just this year, allowing us to prohibit them from now not only owning farmland in our state, but from building or buying land around our military bases and critical infrastructure. It is something that has to happen and something that states have been leading the way on. But unfortunately, our states can't do it alone. That's why events like today matter so much. That's why leadership from people like Secretary Rollins matter so much. The fact that we now have a president who understands who our real enemies are and is willing to take them on is making a huge difference, not just in our country, but around the world. You know, we've talked a lot about today a country's ability to feed itself, but that's not the only place, and that's not the only role agriculture plays. A country has to be able to feed itself, fuel itself, and fight for itself to truly be free. And that's why what this group represents is every component of that. And we now
Humble
have a president
presidents.
who understands it and is willing to do
That,
everything within his power to make sure the United States continues to be the
That
greatest
vision
country on
problem
the
of
face of
yours,
the planet.
nothing that
And
beer
that doesn't
goggles can't
happen
fix.
by accident. That happens because we have great leadership. And I'm proud of the role that Arkansas has been able to play, but I'm more excited about the leadership that we now have in Washington that is going to take this to all 50 states and frankly, all across the world. Having this group, there are no people I have greater confidence in. Secretary Hegseth leading the greatest military on the face of the planet, and nobody better suited to do so. He's tough, and I'm pretty sure he could take every member of the cabinet in an arm wrestling competition, but he's not the only tough one up here. There's no chance that China has going up against my friends Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, and Brooke
Yeah,
Rollins.
those are
They are
some
not
pretty
only the
tough
toughest
chicks.
women in Washington, they're some of the toughest people in all of America. And this group of people, under the leadership of President Trump, is not only going to protect our great country, but they're going to make sure that we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation behind us. I'm so grateful for their leadership, so thankful I get to be part of an effort that is going to make sure that the freedom of our country is protected and preserved for every single American to enjoy. Thank you for letting us be here, and thank you, Brooke, for putting this amazing event and this great plan together to help our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Governor Sanders. Also at the front of the battle, Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee. Please help me welcome him.
Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Let me just add my words of gratitude to President Trump and to his administration. And it's an honor to stand here with these great leaders. I have served as the governor originally in President Trump's first term, and then through the Biden administration, and now again in the Trump administration. During the years when President Trump was not in office, and governors like myself and Governor Sanders and Governor Pillen were working individually to secure our farmland. So in Tennessee, we have passed laws that prohibit ownership, that require divestment if found, that impose strict penalties for those foreign adversaries who take our property. We have also passed the Farmland Conservation Act in order to make it easier for the next generation of farmers to live and operate in our state. But that work was really hard in the previous Biden administration because we didn't have a partner who understood the threats and the challenges that we understand in Tennessee. So I'm so grateful for President Trump's leadership here, especially for Secretary Rollins' leadership, who she and I connected early on. My family is a multi-generational farming family as well. And I understand that when my grandfather was farming in Tennessee, the issues that we're talking about today didn't exist. But for my grandchildren who live on our family farm in Tennessee today, we understand that our farmland is not just dirt. It is our national security. It is our economic future. It is our children's heritage. And it is under threat. And the leaders here recognize that. And we've taken steps at the state level, but now, refreshingly, we have an administration and multiple cabinets who are coming together collaboratively with governors across the states and making sure that America's future is preserved for the next generations. Thank you.
Our first conversation, Governor Lee and mine, was not about how to save America. It was about our mutual love of Hereford cattle. So we are forever bonded. Listen, y'all, next, another great governor, great leader on this issue. Please help me welcome Governor Pillen of Nebraska.
Well, good morning, and just an incredible shout out to everybody in the cabinet and Brooke and her incredible leadership, and a great thank you for President Trump assembling what I view as extraordinary leaders across all of the cabinet to absolutely make America great in a special, special place. This is very, very touching for me to have the opportunity to be here. I'm the 41st governor of Nebraska. I'm the first governor that's made my living from agriculture in 100 years. I have simply sat and looked in my career of over 40 years and saying, what on earth is going on with China? I believe this. I believe in family farm security. I believe in food security, and that equates to national security. Nebraska is doing its fair share. I believe we need to do more than our fair share. So our first year in 23, we were able to pass legislation that took all Chinese equipment off of all telecommunications across the state. That was the first step. Second step was making sure that no land is purchased by any foreign adversaries in the state of Nebraska. Third step is simply that we have direct conversations with companies that are from China. Peter Syngenta called me, wanted to come to the Capitol and have a meeting, and I said, I have no interest in having a meeting, have no interest in you being in Nebraska. My suggestion would be to leave. My suggestion would be to get a different job. I'm really, really proud to announce that Syngenta has sold their business in Nebraska to a family-owned genetic company from the United States. So we're really excited about that. I think that what is really, really important is I think back on 40 years of things that have gone on that has never made sense. It's really important that the leaders behind me, that we continue to have the courage and the wisdom to never back down and to stand up and protect our land and protect our families, because we all in agriculture risk. We talk about gambling, Christy, we all risk everything we have every single day to put food on the grocery stores. And then lastly, I'm really, really excited about Secretary Rollins and her understanding and work in terms of foreign animal disease, because that's another risk where adversaries could have a great impact. These are issues that are really, really important, and none of us can ever give up. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Now, Senator Tommy Tuberville from the great state of Alabama.
Damn, she didn't call me coach. I always look for a day like this when I was coaching. I'd work the hell out of them, and we'd line up down there in the parking lot and just run for about an hour, you know. Just think about it right now, though. Our farmers every day go out in this every morning and scratch the ground to try to make a living and try to feed all of us in this country. And they're very important. I'm on the Ag Committee, Armed Services Committee. I've seen it all. I'm not a politician. I've been on the front row and been able to watch the devastation of our farming community in the last 4 years under the Democrat, Socialist, Communist Biden party. It was devastating. Input cost high, $5 diesel. Instead of a $700,000 cotton picker, they're $1.5 million. They wanted to put our farmers under. We lost 150,000 farms and 25,000 farmers in the last few years. Folks, we are in trouble in ag, really trouble. And we just tried to help them with reference prices in the big, beautiful bill we just passed, but they're going to need a lot of help. They are scratching and clawing just to make a living. Thanks for Brooke putting this on. China is a threat. They're not a threat. They are dominating us in almost everything that they do, because we've set back and the politicians have been counting their money instead of doing what's right and helping this country stay in the front. We've got to be number one. We can't be number two. We've got to fight back. They are coming into our country and buying our farmland. In my state of Alabama alone, they own 2.2 million acres of farmland. That's right, in Alabama. Foreign adversaries. It's embarrassing of what we've done. Now, don't blame the farmers. The farmers have to make a living, and if they can't make a living, they have to sell their farmland. The Biden administration forced our farmers to sell their farmland by all the things they did to them. It's a disgrace. Brooke is going to bring that back. President Trump's going to bring that back. The one thing I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pass the Farm Act, Foreign Adversaries Act. What is that? We have a group in this country called CFIUS. CFIUS is a group of cabinet members that determine who buys what if it's a foreign sale. I mean, they all get together and they look at it, whether it's a steel company, whether it's farmland, whether it's some kind of business. That's what CFIUS does. And it's made up of high-ranking cabinet members in the White House. Who is not on there? The Secretary of Agriculture. What the hell are we doing? I mean, how far behind are we? We have to get the Secretary of Agriculture on CFIUS to protect our farmland. If we don't do it, we're going to continue to lose at the end of the day. So thanks for being here. In a few minutes, we'll line up down in this end zone and we're going to start running this way until I get tired of watching. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Oh, Coach, thank you so much. Next up, Senator Roger Marshall, then Chairman G.T. Thompson of the House will close it out, and then we'll answer a few questions. Please help me welcome Senator Roger Marshall.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. America's abundant food supply is not guaranteed. It's a strategic asset we must fiercely protect. Farm and ranch security is national security, and I'm proud today to share how Kansas is at the heart of this mission. Today, we tell China to get the hell out of American agriculture. Today, China, here's your ticket. Do not pass go. Get the hell out of American agriculture. And the Trump administration is going to lead the way. Now, I want to start by just thanking Secretary Rollins, and maybe we can help you get some Angus cattle someday for your farm. But I do want to thank Secretary Rollins and President Trump and his administration for his unwavering commitment to our farmers, our ranchers, and rural America. The big reconciliation bill we just passed exemplifies this support. It strengthened the farm safety net, including increased reference prices. It makes key business tax deductions permanent and doubles the estate tax exemption up to $30 million for couples, and streamlines the 45Z tax credit. Folks, 45Z is going to do more for agriculture than all the soybeans and sorghum we sold to China in the past 5 years. This bill empowers our agriculture communities and secures our family farms for generations to come. Now, as a fifth generation farm kid, I learned how agriculture underpins our economic stability, our public health, our national defense, our geopolitical autonomy, and our rural way of life. It contributes $1.5 trillion to GDP and supports over 22 million jobs, yet we often take it for granted. Our farmers, our ranches, our food supply chains face grave threats, specifically bioterrorism, procurement disruptions, and foreign ownerships. A virus like COVID, which was made in a lab, could target our beef and dairy cattle industry next, or a fungus could devastate our wheat and our corn. Whether it's from nature or made in a laboratory by a foreign adversary, these risks demand vigilance. Let me share how Kansas is leading the fight. We're proud to host the Animal Health Corridor that stretches from Columbia, Missouri to Manhattan, Kansas.
Yeah, I
Little
think
Apple, to Lincoln,
probably
Nebraska,
time to
where
move on
cutting-edge
from this.
research
I
is
think all the
thrives.
major
And why
stars
in the world
have
we let
has spoken.
scientists from foreign
So
adversaries in
I'm gonna
those
move on
experiments and in those laboratories, I'll
from
never know. And
this
why we're doing research.
to this. Probably should have shown this one earlier.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
It's Mexico City.
The peasants are revolting. Yes, they certainly are revolting to look at. You know, somebody really ought to call Mayor Bass, let her know that Los Angeles is out of control these days. Oh, wait, but it's not Los Angeles, is it? Though you couldn't tell by looking. Seems like some of the locals down there in Tequilaville are taking exception to gentrification. But the gentrification, apparently in their eyes, doesn't come from the Blanco ruling class who actually run the place and are dominating them and slap them around like so many peasants. Instead, it's the gringos from up north that they're scared of and concerned about. Now, you know that mess had to come from their government, the same government that's actually been exploiting them and driving them out of their own country and telling them, you guys need to go anywhere other than here. They're not mad at their Blanco misleaders down there in Mexico. They're mad at the Blanco gringos in the United States. Go figure. Well, if this is their brilliant plan for how they're going to be stopping those gringos from coming in and buying up real estate, it's not a very smart plan. There's a number of Americans who go to Mexico for vacations, like Cancun, but there's also a lot of Americans who go for medical tourism. You had that case a few years back of those black tourists who went to northern Mexico to get some discount medications or whatever, and the cartels mistook them for Haitians. That's no joke, by the way. That's what happened. Apparently, they're down there beefing with the Haitians. They didn't know those people were actually foundational Black Americans. That caused an international stink, but the cartels had the shooters turn themselves in, which is more than what happens with practically every other murder down there. So I guess in this case, this is what counts for justice. The lesson that they should have taken away from all of this illegal immigration is that if their people had stayed in Mexico and built up their country, then they would be too expensive for Americans to come in and try to buy it up. You don't see the Japanese complaining about Americans and foreigners coming in, buying up the land, and the same thing goes for Canada. You want to know why? They built those places up. They're too expensive for that. A handful of gringos show up in these people's neighborhoods, and they're tearing up the whole city. Now, I wonder what would happen if millions of Americans came there every single year to stay. I wonder what their reaction to that would be. Not Americans coming to visit for a few days and then leave, but if millions of Americans were coming there every single year, and these Americans refused to learn the language, they demanded that English be spoken, that the government accommodate them, and that the culture needed to change for them. If Americans showed up and demanded that the 4th of July be celebrated and that they get government benefits and a ton of goodies and giveaways merely for being illegal aliens or just for being there, I wonder what their reaction would be to decades of that. But as I said before, don't kid yourself. This little display was set up by the Mexican government themselves. There's a number of American retirees who live in Mexico because it's less expensive and close to the US, and these kind of displays are meant to intimidate them. Now, because the gringo retirees down there are legally in the country and broke no laws, the Mexicans will have a hard time trying to find something to go after them about, especially because those people actually are putting something into the economy. They're not displacing workers there, and they're actually doing something other than taking from the economy. But then again, since when has law stopped the Mexican government from doing their dirt? It's not about prosperity for them. Of all of the groups from Europe who decided they were going to do colonization, the Spanish by far were the most inept. Those guys never got their act together then or now. They couldn't run a colony any more than they could run their own country. And that same dysfunction also translated to the places that they colonized. A few folks from the US are down there in Mexico buying some real estate. They came into the country legally. They're residing there legally, not committing any crimes. They're not bringing every one of their relatives and friends over to be sponsored to come in. And they're not lying and claiming that they're being persecuted in the US, though some of them might actually have a legitimate claim under the current regime. But you got a handful of what look to be paid vandals who are making sure to get in front of the cameras and cause a stink. That being the case, tourism is a crucial driver of Mexico's economy. I put economy in quotes. So if they're going to be running off all of the tourists or running off the people who come there from abroad, they're not going to have much left when it's all over. I guess they realize that all the little demonstrations in the United States, which by the way are also co-coordinated by the Mexican government, I guess they figured that those demonstrations didn't come to much, so now this is what's next. Threatening people from the United States if they decide to visit Mexico, even if only on vacation, never mind the fact that the people who live in Mexico don't want to live there. Speaking of vacations, the Orange Man has arranged for a number of illegals to get an all-expenses-paid trip to South Sudan. Because, hey, who doesn't want to visit a war zone for the summer? This was clearly a hand-picked group for the photo. You can tell because it's all multiracial. It looks like one of those United Colors of Bennington ads from the 90s. But this is something the Brits tried to do. They couldn't make it work because Rwanda didn't want to be the dumping ground for illegals from Britain, and the British simply didn't have the money for all of those flights to Africa that they were threatening to do. But Trump's going to give it a go, or at least he's going to have a photo op making people think that he did. This is obviously a high-profile intimidation tactic because even with all of ICE's raids for the cameras, they still haven't rounded up anywhere near the number of people that they would need to in order to make flights to Africa be feasible for the sake of repatriating or otherwise getting rid of massive numbers of people. Just keep in mind, the Orange Man has made certain exceptions to his policy, mostly for alleged farm workers. The problem with that is all of those farm workers came into the U.S. claiming asylum for persecution, and a lot of them, as soon as they get in, the first thing that they say is, now I want to bring over all of my folks from the home country. Trump would have to all but eliminate the asylum claim from being valid in the U.S., and he would have to eliminate all government programs for immigrants and yank federal funds from states to try to subsidize illegal aliens coming to the U.S. And of course, he would have to start prosecuting these unscrupulous landlords, these crooked businessmen, and these larcenous banks. That's something that he has yet to do. Because the landlords, the businessmen, and the banks, they should be considered no different than the illegal aliens themselves. They also need to be rounded up. The illegal aliens are coming to the U.S. because they know in advance that there's an entire infrastructure in place that will employ them, house them, and make it where they can send money back home, basically integrate them into the economy, which is what they came to the U.S. for. And there's a bunch of illegals who got green cards and immediately began sponsoring, quote unquote, their relatives and everyone else to bring them over too. I told you about that last week, but these corrupt businesses are the entities who are fueling the flood of illegal aliens. Unless they begin getting rounded up and thrown in jail too, then ultimately what Trump's doing is hoping to scare the illegals away. And that may work in the short term, but without punishing these criminal enterprises who are openly working to encourage them to come to the US and making big money off of supporting them, then people will wait a little while, and before it's all over, the old life will return. But in the meanwhile, it would be interesting to see if Trump gets around to expanding his flights to Africa for illegal aliens. And you got all of these illegal alien activists and the tethers who are concerned about this, and they want for black folks to be scared. You guys ought to be concerned too, because today it's us, tomorrow it's going to be you. Never mind the fact that these very people who are claiming that, when they came to the US, they were the main ones attacking black people. They come from anti-black racist cultures, or in the case of many African and Caribbean enclaves, they come from cultures who, because of their jealousy of what we've accomplished, they come here and they want to try to find a way to look down on us, because in their minds, they're like, well, we know you're looking down on us, so we got to look down on you. That's where that comes from. Jealousy, envy, just being off code as hell. But the people who are gnashing their teeth and who are now got their knees quaking because Trump has arranged for free flights for these illegal aliens to go to Africa, they might want to ask themselves, what was it that they were doing all of this time that made it where Black Americans have been saying, you know what, y'all got this. Everybody wants to try to guilt trip us into something, but nobody ever wants to look at their own behavior. What's happened is Donald Trump made it very clear that any of these people who thought to themselves that they were going to otherwise be shouting him down, that's not going to be allowed. And even some of their little political buddies, they're getting arrested as well. And now what these guys are doing is they're saying we're not really sure where to turn. That's deliberate. What Trump and Stephen Miller are doing is a basic part of war. They're demoralizing the enemy. There's no threat that there will ever be any retaliation from these people, or even long-lasting hurt feelings for that matter, because they know that they're in the wrong, and worse, they're utterly dependent on the U.S. economically. And of course, you got these people who come from Latin America, who, as far as they're concerned, they identify as white on their driver's licenses and on their job applications and their school forms and census forms. And that being the case, whether they're prepared to admit it or not, they're still holding out a candle that they're going to be classified as white at some time in the future. For a lot of them, they just figured that if they live it long enough, apparently they're going to be able to manifest it. Well, the only manifest that they've got is a flight manifest to South Sudan. And that's the reason why we're seeing people nutting up left, right, and center. The Mexican government and their handful of hooligan crisis actors can be mad all they want, but the problem with a failed state is that they fail to make themselves capable of retaliating. And don't give me any crap about BRICS. With countries like Mexico, all they can do is be vassal states of stronger countries that are not failures, like China. That's how that one's going to shake out. You look at Mexico's history, and that's what they've always been. A tool of others. Even during both world wars, spoiler, Mexico was allied with America's enemies in both world wars. But then again, how much good did Mexico do for their Axis allies in either war? See, the problem for the people from Latin America is they thought that they were going to be building a road to the future, paving that road to the future over Black people's dead bodies, is what they thought was going to happen. They were thinking to themselves that they were going to have it both ways, that they could go ahead and claim to be quote unquote people of color for the sake of taking advantage of what it is that Black people have put in place. But by the same token, they also were going to be classifying themselves simultaneously as being white. And now some of them are starting to realize, however slowly, that that road that they thought that they were paving, well, the white supremacists have made up their minds that it's going to be a one-way street. Virtually all of the immigrants who came to the United States came as opportunists. But there are no bigger opportunists in world history than these white supremacists, and that's who these folks chose to handcuff themselves to. So they're just going to have to get used to taking the abuse. It's not like they can do much about it except for vent and rage in the streets, and these good white Blancos up north, they're used to that. Just like their president making empty threats about mobilizing, well, I guess we see what the mobilization is. A handful of hooligans in the streets. That's not going to change the calculus on anything. But if the Mexicans want to keep this up, go right ahead. They already have few people who want to go there, and they'll scare off what few folks might have been adventurous enough to come. And as for the idea that they're somehow going to be retaliating against the United States, that they're going to be driving out the gentrifiers, I consider the irony to be absolutely excruciating. Well, since there's probably going to be a lot more Blancos coming down south and taking up more of the real estate, if the Mexicans want some pointers on what they should do, here's a suggestion. Learn to speak English. I recommend that they start by learning the phrase, no trespassing. Good day and be one. I'd like to.
He's always good for a laugh or a provocative point. Let's see. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. Make sure if you are new to one of these channels, you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel or the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. That's my my personal channel that I do video essays and a clip every now and again. Should try and do it, a couple times a week. So let's see if we can make that a regular practice. Urban Landlord Clips. That's where the John Galt type clips get farmed out, made and farmed out. So those three. Make sure you support the host. Folks came through with gangbusters last weekend. I was able to up my game from Bud Light to Guinness Stout. That was now I'm spoiled. I I will have to only do imported beer now. But anyway, make sure you support the host because I do actually have a lot of subscriptions and those sorts of things just to kind of bring the best news product I can in my own very amateurish way, of course. Make sure you support the executive producer, Portia J, who I believe is back in country. She's probably too tired to do much today, but she is back in the United States. So we should all welcome her back with a Cash App. Let's see. I have a couple more videos. We are at the 4-hour mark. So if anybody wants to hit the link, come on up and make it interesting. I wish I was as clever verbally as Professor Black Truth, Humble Presidents. I don't have that kind of sense of humor, unfortunately. I'm only good for one-liners. Let's see. Deacon Dave says only people that believe in white supremacy use stuff like off code. It's an inferiority issue. I couldn't disagree with you more, Deacon Dave. I think you have no clue what you're talking about. White supremacy does exist. It's not like it went away after 1964. So if you don't believe white supremacy exists, you're probably wanting to do that Professor Black Truth trick where, white people, I don't believe white people are superior to me. The point isn't whether you as a black man believe it, it's that they believe it. That's where the harm is done. So, I don't, that little white tricknology that you have been programmed to spout, that's white tricknology you're spouting there, Deacon Dave. So it doesn't work on me. So let us move on. This is dedicated, this next video is dedicated to you and Hoodservative and all those little whiny men who think women control the country or the Western culture. As a matter of fact, where did I see Hoodservative yesterday? It was on, I forget where, damn, I can't remember where he was, but basically might have been on the Powder Dusty, might have been on Flow State's show, but Hoodservative was doing his thing about women control the country and men are their hostages or whatever bullshit, whiny bullshit, she-male sort of points he tries to make. I think the question was his question was what of the patriarchy, how is the patriarchy beneficial? Which I thought at first was a rhetorical question, but apparently he believes America's one big matriarchy. We've had so many women presidents that I guess he has an argument he thinks he can support. But anyway, enough picking on she-males. Yeah, okay, it was Nightish. Yeah, Nightish pretty much took care of him. Nightish is my new hero. He does not stand on bullshit. So I have to give him hats off for that. I do recommend his show, especially when people like come on his panel full of shit. Yeah, and that other dude, Speakeasy. Yeah, he and I have butted heads a couple times. I think that guy is literally a moron. And if patriarchy has a bad name, it is people like Speakeasy giving it a bad name. So anyway, enough of my complaining. Let's go ahead and listen to Bourbon Bougie, which sometimes she's pretty interesting.
This is an old post. It's 5 months old, but it's talking about child support. And we have been talking about child support and men's roles in raising their own children. So it's relevant. She says the clinically insane aggression some men have at the pure mention of child support. She says, my father is a rich CEO, specifically the Elon Musk kind, runs any business he gets into the ground, cheats on any girlfriend or wife he ever had, and as the title shows, I guess, creates kids left and right. I'm one of 5 that I know of, which he then tries to scam out of child support, as every cent is more important to him than his kids' futures. And by the way, that is not me being dramatic. He once told my mother that his biggest fear was having his credit card decline. That was when his first 2 kids were already born. As you might guess, I recently had to sue him. It's not the first time, likely neither the last. And this time he just decided he doesn't have to pay. Of course, that's not how laws work. But as the effort is a sneaky roach, I decided that I would try and look at my options in case he tries something, making a small but poignant post on my country's legal advice sub. Mind you, my focus wasn't on child support itself. My focus was on any option in case child support falls through, college student, you know. At first, things were normal, but it didn't take long until the first guy showed up. How about you just get a job instead? After that, more and more comments began to pop up, telling me I'm lazy, a parasite to my hardworking father. One even broke out into an entire monologue about the unfair state of law and how much men are denied custody, which, okay, my father never wanted me. Some also became very personal. When I replied, I can't take a second job due to being disabled, one literally told me to just drop out of college. Another even took Schadenfreude at my pure existence, ranging from the typical DMs of stop living, paraphrased, to unhinged, like, if you have the right to live, he has the right to hide his money? What? Luckily, the moderators banned those people quickly. And aside from me, there were enough people who showed justified outrage. But even then, Jesus Christ, like, I knew child support is a touchy subject. There are cases where it's indeed ruled unfairly for men, especially male SA victims cases, and the topic itself makes a good debate topic as a whole. However, not only is my life not the time for an ethics debate, how the hell do you reach that level of inappropriate anger? Is it because I mentioned my father is rich? He's only rich because he effing inherited it. He ruined 3 businesses in the last 30 years. Also, why do they always make it women's issues? Child support is implemented by the state. It's a way for the state to pay less. Yell at whatever politician is up to change if you don't like it. They holler at women and they make it a woman's role or a woman's issue because men simply do not feel that they have to be responsible for kids. They think that this is literally a woman's responsibility to shoulder all of the kids' stuff. And so this is another reason why I am firmly on team let the birth rate plummet to hell, because they need, governments, they need women to have babies, but they do not talk about this part where dads can opt in or opt out of the child's life financially, physically being there or whatnot. Men can just leave, and that is perfectly fine. And so not only do women have to do all of the time-consuming foundation building, they have to spend their own money. And so now that more and more women are just simply opting out, the birth rate is plummeting, and it's going to continue to plummet because of men. Simply this. These men don't even know this daddy, but they are automatically saying that this daddy shouldn't be paying his own child. He brought this child and her siblings into the world. Why isn't this dad responsible? The mental gymnastics that they go through to try to make.
This is halfway through. I figured this would smoke you out of hiding.
This mealy mouth bimbo just running her jib.
I think she's adorable.
She's cute. Yeah, I knew you would say that. She's cute. She can say murder, kill men.
Well,
It's
she's married, so
I know.
cute.
It's the way
Cute
it
is
always
all I
goes.
can say. I like her with her hair down. She's worn it like up or pulled back or something. It doesn't do her justice. But anyway, you know what? It's a point of view. I don't. I think that there's enough blame to go around. This actually reminds me. Last night on T's show, the topic came up of like a divorced woman basically saying that, hey, look, you know what? If my ex-husband decides to move on, I need a heads up because I want to know who my children are around. And even I was like, nah, that doesn't come off very well. Assuming that it's a co-parenting situation and the father is a responsible father, that I need to know who my child is around. You know what? It's his child too, and let's assume that he has the kind of judgment that he's going to pick someone who he wants his child around. This basically saying that my ex needs my approval of any woman that he chooses to have a serious relationship with. Even I'm like, oh no, that's a little too far. That's a that's a train that will go off the rails real quick. Now, maybe if the ex-husband and the ex-wife kind of agree, that's how they're going to move forward, and it's kind of mutual. If that's what floats your boat. But if a wife or ex-wife is going to feel like, oh, I got to approve, my ex-husband's new choice, no, 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 no. That's a little too far even for me.
I I think that that's another double standard.
Well, it is a double standard. Like I
No, I
said,
mean it's
that's
okay.
too
I'm
far.
okay with it.
That's
I'm okay with it.
emasculating.
Well, I'm okay with it, but I think in the opposite, let's if you do the inverse of that,
Well, I'm not
and
okay with it because I'm one of these guys. Like I used to tell my wife, you know what, my agenda will not be, derailed. And everybody, and I literally told her this. Everybody moves to my agenda, not the other way around, unless I think it's a good agenda. Okay, do not
she the
assume, do
misogynist of
not
the.
assume that my agenda is optional. It can be negotiated, but no, 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 no. Everybody's on my time in this house.
If you were to sit here and explain that down to the screws, the nuts and bolts, this would be the manosphere.
Well, no, I mean, I have perspective. I don't think people in the manosphere really have a perspective. And like I said, I'm willing to negotiate, but don't assume. Okay, don't assume that I'm going to automatically, deviate my course. And I don't know, for some reason that thing about the ex-husband needs approval because it's her kids. I'm assuming that the man is as responsible a co-parent, and I don't, if I were in that ex-husband position, I would be offended if someone told me that, you need my approval because my kids, I need to know who they're around. I would spin up real quick.
I would too. But let's say that the opposite was what the situation was, where the man is saying that he has to approve the ex-wife's husband or new boyfriend. Now that can be valid because if they use those rules against you where the man is more aggressive or he's the aggressor in the situation. If you have daughters and you don't know what kind of man's coming into your ex's life, your daughters could be at risk of that more
Well,
aggressive male. They call that the Duluth
argument.
model.
I might
That's
buy
called the
that
Duluth model.
argument, but you know what? I'm going to be just as laissez-faire. I'm going to assume that a responsible mother is going to pick the right man. So, now I would monitor the situation, but no, she didn't need my approval. Unless now the person. I mean, if she has, kind of that, if she has a kind of reputation that would cause concern, it's situational. I'm not willing to go, make a
Right.
general rule about who needs to approve what. It's very situational, but as a general rule, I would err on the side of freedom. Now, there are people, it's a very valid argument to say, Stanley, you're naive, but I'll just have to be naive about it.
Well, I'm not trying to make this into a contentious, back and forth or anything, but for the sake of that, I can let you have your point. There's no argument that I want to take there. But I do think that there would be more of a concern with the ex's girlfriend of yours.
I think the situation you described with the daughter in a unknown male, yeah, I think I probably would not take it to like I need approval, but I would definitely keep a close monitor.
Oh, absolutely. But but the way the system's set up is that you have no control over, I'm gonna yank my kids out of this situation because I see issues here that I don't approve of. You just don't get that kind of authority to do that.
Right.
You actually got the state working against you where they can do and be any kind of way that they want. And you can't say a damn thing about it.
All right. Well, let's go back and see what this lovely woman has to say.
Like a man not
I actually think she's about to give birth. I think she's pregnant. I think I saw that.
be responsible for his choices. He literally had the choices, and he chose to let the baby batter go into a woman's body. He let the baby batter go.
You know what?
He made that decision.
That's another thing.
And
I
now-
fucking hate people who do stuff like that, baby batter and all that shit. You know what? I just find that unseemly. And I guess that
she has an
activates
affection to it. When she
The
gets
what?
it, she probably she has an affection to it. When she gets it, she probably plays with it or something. So she has a nickname for it.
Well, see, I
Pet
don't
name.
even want to think about that. I just
She
don't like
probably
the term.
plays Spider Woman or something with it. Who knows?
I just don't. I just think that's vulgar.
I agree.
No, I seriously do. I'm
Calling it baby
oddly-
batter is vulgar?
Yes, I oddly, especially coming out of a woman's mouth, I am oddly Victorian or a prude in some cases.
Well, she might be just saying it in a kiddie
I
kind of
don't
way.
give
So
a
that
fuck.
way-
It's just not
Oh, what she
something.
wanted to when he blasted a nut up, and you want her to say
Jesus
that?
Christ, I don't want to hear any of that. Just say inseminated or ejaculated.
Okay. Oh, use a more technical term. Okay.
Well, no, just use one that's not unseemly.
He has
Oh, okay.
to deal with that decision that he made. It's not his child.
You know, that's funny.
I mean, she is.
I have to tell you a story. I had a girlfriend, and we were actually fairly serious. She's from Dallas, as a matter of fact. And one day she was she could be a little hood sometimes. And one day she was saying something, we were just talking about, she says, "Oh yeah, when you stick me." And I was like, "What?" I didn't say anything because I knew she probably have some wisecrack or something. But no, when she said, "When you stick me," I literally wanted to say, "Is that what you call it?" I'm
So this
like,
is an old post. It's 5 months old.
how
But it's
crude.
talking about child support. And
How crude.
I don't like the normal terms. When a woman says PUS, I hate that. It makes me cringe. I like the creative way, like the way she said baby batter. I'm opposite of you. Because I don't like for somebody to say it for what it is. I appreciate the creativity going into it. It shows like an effort. You have a brain. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, different strokes. I bet that's something she would say too.
not be responsible
Right, that's
for
what she said.
his choices. He literally had the choices, and he chose to let the baby batter go into a woman's body. He let the baby batter go. He made that decision. And now he has to deal with that decision that he made. Is not this child's
But
fault.
see,
I mean,
I
she
don't
is.
I don't agree
she's
with
not
that either.
an
He made
adolescent.
that decision. You know what? I don't know that don't know that I agree with that.
Which
She
part?
let
Which
him
part of
do
it
it.
giving? Which part is giving you is throwing you off? Which part of it?
Well, the part that it's not mutual consent. Okay,
Yeah,
he
it
doesn't
does. It
decide.
does
He
suggest that.
decided to do it because you didn't say he couldn't do it.
Right. Well, they always act like victims. I mean, because people
Well,
sympathize with that, and that's how you get your way.
yeah,
Why
well,
does it- it's not-
that victim thing is a little bit of a feminine trait, I would think. So I don't have a problem so much as just the what would be the word? Just the sentiment that, it was all on him. No. I don't know how many times, I've been, about to do the deed and I would get, well, do you have a condom? There are women have a part to play and they are not, totally helpless every time.
No, but
Or anything
it's,
she
it's
said.
the way it's structured. That's what they believe, that
Well,
you
I
did
don't
this to
think it's
her.
as
Even the doctors in the hospital talk to you like you did this to her, as if she's
they do.
suffering something that she didn't agree to or she didn't try to avoid. That's very true. It's weird.
Well, my wife's obstetrician didn't. As a matter of fact, I think it's probably not that odd a story, but I was in the birthing room and I seriously wanted to like be outside smoking a cigar like the traditional days. But I
Yeah.
knew, nah, I couldn't do it. So, I had to be in there. So I'm kind of fascinated, like, gee, I'd never what have I done to my wife? I was thinking it. So the doctor, once the delivery was made, the doctor hands me like the forceps or whatever they are to cut the umbilical cord. And I was just kind of like, my first one-liner reaction was, well, what do I pay you for? I was like, why should I cut the cord? I'm not a doctor.
Yeah,
But
the doctor is somewhat of an overseer. The nurses are doing all the work.
no. She actually did the delivery. I was standing right next to her. She was
They
sitting.
do get paid a lot just to contort the baby as if you
No,
couldn't do
no, no,
that.
no, no. It was a little bit of work. It wasn't, I wouldn't say it's like a super hard labor, but my wife was, 40. And I think towards the end, she was kind of exhausted. So no, I'm fully sure the doctor, it wasn't the nurse doing this delivery. It was the doctor there. She was hands on. There were no nurses or anything. I mean, nurses were there, but she was the pilot. So
Oh, okay.
I'm fully
Okay.
satisfied. I'm fully satisfied. I was just kind of shocked. I wasn't expecting her to to ask me to cut the cord.
Yeah, that thing is rubbery. It's tough.
Well, the thing is I appreciated the one liner. Even the doctor and my wife laughed. Like, what kind of asshole is he?
College.
Yeah.
But yes, she's entitled to whatever money was awarded based on child support courts. Why are they so erratically angry, so aggressively angry? Is because they simply do not want men held responsible for their behaviors. They think that this should be laying on the shoulders of women only. Storm
I'm
Tranquil
sorry.
says,
Hold
what's
on. Hold
more,
on. Hold on.
if you pay
Hold
attention,
on. Hold
you'll
on. Hold on.
notice
Hold on.
that the men who
Who
Yeah,
is she talking about?
she's talking about the irresponsible men that are leaving it all on the shoulders of women. She's basically making the opposite argument that you or a hood conservative would make. Like she's saying essentially that the system is not rigged so women always win. Men are in control. This particular example is a father who is well off but didn't want to pay child support.
Oh, he was well off.
Yep, apparently inherited money or something.
All right. Whatever.
And it's the child, like the older child, that's making this complaint, not necessarily the actual mother.
are the
Wow.
angriest about child support are also the ones who are against reproductive rights for women. They vote for politicians who are openly working to ban termination and restrict access to contraception. And they feel entitled to passing their genes when it comes time to feed that child. They're all up in arms about contributing. Fishy wishy dishwasher says exactly. This is the craziest part of it. All it shows is how entirely devoid of empathy, responsibility, and any shred of decency they are. Women are not people. They are just, I don't even want to say. It's
They're
insane
earthen
what I've seen
vessels.
women referred to, and it makes me sick. I wonder when we can flip the script and give them equally awful names. Please do understand that you can give them equally awful names. It is perfectly fine. I say match energy. Rabbit Dev says, why is that crazy? It's logical if you consider that child support allows a divorced mother to survive. So, by the logic of male superiority, it enables divorce. And what else is divorce than a challenge to their ego, status, and public image? Just remember the cases where a pending divorce means an outwardly successful man rather massacres his whole family before taking himself out to have to live with the shame of having less power than a mere woman. Miss Mamie says, the thing is, women have been succeeding and even thriving after separation/divorce. When my own mother kicked my cheating, gambling, good-for-nothing father out, she had 6 kids under the age of 10, tens of thousands of dollars in debt, including a foreclosed upon house and a 9th grade education. She managed to pay off the debt thanks to bookies giving her some leeway on interest, save up to put a down payment on a house thanks to my grandparents for housing us all for 6 years, and raise her children to want better for themselves, all while being a waitress. It wasn't easy, but in the end, her kids were highly educated and successful. When she passed, she had been retired 20 years, living in luxury at a beach resort thanks to my sister. My father died mostly alone, as the greedy, self-centered woman, a mirror image of himself, couldn't be bothered with his care.
Do you sense the
I know
bitterness
lots
in
of
this
women that
story?
struggled but succeeded despite
Well,
deadbeat.
but wait, hold it. You're saying there shouldn't be bitterness in that story?
Now, why does the child know what the father did? She should stay in that child's place. Number one. Remember, this is
Oh, wait,
coming
hold it.
from
You
the
do know
child.
that children grow up, right?
Yes, I do, but I also understand that they only get one side of the story, and most of the times they don't talk to the other side of the story. So everything they believe is what the mother told them.
Well, it sounds like she talked to her father and came to her own conclusion.
No, he died alone. She
Well,
wasn't
yeah,
there.
but he died like if the mother was retired for 20 years, I'm going to assume there was 20 years, that she would have talked to the father. 20 years plus.
So with 6 kids, she retired for 20 years. I think she did
Well,
good.
she had to
from
work
that
extra hard, remember?
Allegedly. We all know what that means.
Allegedly. Okay.
Men in their lives. And that is one of the things that they hate when women succeed despite being disadvantaged. This woman has 6 kids, no
Does she sound like
education,
Wanda
and
Sykes
she
to
was
you?
in debt. That is lots of
She sounds like
obstacles
a
to
mealy mouth
overcome, and she
parakeet to
did it.
me.
High five to that mom. To that, Rabbit Dev says, absolutely, and damn, we need to hear those positive stories. I completely agree, Rabbit Dev. We have to create a public voice countering the typical BS about only a complete family is healthy, ignoring the fact that growing up with an abusive or unloving parent causes more harm than growing up in poverty in a loving and supportive environment. But all we see is men devastated by evil feminism when the headline should read, brave mother flees abuse, endures hardship for a
Evil
child.
feminism. I like
2
that.
is number 1, hones in on this part. I wonder when we
Yeah,
can
they're
flip
all
the script
brave.
and
They all
give them
got paid
equally
for their
awful
service,
names.
their time.
And that person says,
They put the
only
time in, they
women
walk away
if we
with a
have
check,
power
and
over
now they're
them. So
brave,
not
and
soon. I
they
think
get
that
the
we can
right.
still
The
call
victor
them
tells the
something. We
story.
can
That's
still
what
use
happened. The
names.
kids
I
go
mean,
all
just
fucked
do it
up.
from home and type it on the internet. We can get a trend going
This
of
next
calling
story is
them
going to be
names.
dedicated
And
to
it doesn't
you
even have
also.
to, like, we are literally more creative than them anyway. Call them what you want.
Actually,
It'll
the
be
third one
okay.
might be
You don't have to
also.
use
You can see
profanity
I'm
or
building a theme
vulgarity or
here.
anything, but you can use creative names to highlight who they are in their depravity. Anyways,
Depravity.
let me know what you think about all of this. Child support, men thinking that they can opt in or opt out. Let me know what you think. Like, comment, and share.
The
In
reason why I
1930
always have a
Chicago,
problem
it
with
was
things,
high.
I always have a problem with the lack of balance.
Okay,
I could
well, I
say,
don't know
oh,
why you should expect a lack of balance from people.
people or women. Oh, actually, you know what? People's, because I see it with the guys too. I can't deny that. I don't have balance. Hell, I have a little balance, but not much. I just
Yeah,
know better.
tropes. I actually, yeah, that Wanda Sykes, you know, a young Wanda Sykes. And then Trump says, yeah, I've heard of that. Virginia might be one of those places. Hey, Panelverse, how you doing? It's good to see you, and I appreciate your help here. By the way, uh, good to see you. Hit the link if you want. I don't know if you hit links, but feel free to do that.
The only way to not pay child support is to be unemployed. They pretty much directly take it out your check or work a cash under the table type job.
Mhm.
Yeah, like a barber.
You've got you've got all the angles figured out.
Well, I mean, because I know, because everything's electronic. I took the parts back to the parts store the other day to AutoZone, and they gave me cash. So I was like, what? I didn't know what to do with it. So nobody's like writing checks and taking checks down to the child support place.
You should have bought little Dave some ice cream.
I was gonna build him a bike or build him a car, motorized car.
Really?
They
Is he
got him
old enough to do that?
Nah, I got to wait another year, two maybe.
I would hope.
I can't wait though. He's gonna be spoiled.
Well, you know, it's funny. I remember years. This is years ago, and I secretly think my father wanted this. Excuse me. He bought me a go-kart. I didn't even ask for a go-kart, but he decided that, hey, we need a go-kart in your life, and we enjoyed that thing for years.
I still got the two we had.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I got two brothers. We had two
Mhm.
go-karts and the scooter. So
Mhm.
yeah, that was part of the childhood. That was fun.
Yeah, that thing. We had two sets of tires. One was racing type tires, and the other, the smooth treads. So
Yeah,
yeah, we had that thing. I think my brother, who's 13 years younger, used it also.
I switched up a 3 horsepower motor to a 5, so we can get more speed out of it. That was sweet.
Well, this is our new buddy. What is it? Brian St. Michael? What's his first name? I forget. Brooklyn St. Michael. And he's talking about black men, white wives, and the price of crossing the color line. And this, of course, hits home for me, but I didn't know I paid a price. But let's find out what that price is. Any comment before we start?
Nah, nah, you're a hero to a lot of people. Trust me.
Me?
Yeah.
I can't imagine why.
You did it in a less popular time.
Dude, I got married in like 2005.
Yeah, it wasn't that popular.
It
Not
wasn't?
as it is. So in compared to 2025, no.
Well, I was also like 38 when I met her. Nobody was going to tell me what I could and couldn't do. There was zero social pressure either way. I mean, I know America, but you know what? What are you going to do? Not
Did you get
only
the
am I
stares and get called a sellout or anything like that? Did you experience that?
no, but then
Oh,
where I was living was up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. If there was gonna be stairs, it would be because, they were jealous.
yeah, man.
Like, all the little rednecks up there wondering, well, how did he get her? And I couldn't. So plus, but she was kind of mountain royalty. Her brother was well known up on that mountain, and I knew him way before I knew her. So, they pretty much didn't fuck with me because everybody knew who my brother-in-law was, and he's not the sort of person you fuck with. So, you know, there was a little bit of an edge there. But to be honest, again, I was good and grown. I told my parents what I was going to do, but that was that. I don't need advice at 38. And not only did I marry her, she was a stay-at-home mom. So it wasn't like, you know, we were okay. You know, we
So
weren't
you never encountered the sisterhood head on.
No, or other than my actual sister, who was a black woman.
Sisterhood would have chewed you apart if you was from the inner
No.
city.
The sisterhood would not know what hit them. Yeah, homie, don't play that.
They would have jumped all over that pretty white
Let me
woman.
tell you something.
And you had to punch one of the sisterhoods in the face.
Mela tried to fuck with me last night on a T show. She was up on the panel. I am really good, surprisingly good at fucking with people from the chat.
Oh, no shit.
Oh, I had Mela. Oh, it was so funny, man. I was fucking with Mela big time. It was pretty funny.
I'm sure you didn't want to see Mela on a panel that she wasn't in control of, considering how that Universal Jones stream went. I think she was pissed she didn't get a chance to talk. She's like, Mela, wait your turn. Wait till I'm done talking. Why the fuck are you talking?
You know what? I don't care. The thing is, well, Mela will take over a panel if you let her. She will ramble on and on and on about nothing in particular. And you know what? There comes a time. You are not the star you think you are. You know, take that over to CT or take that over to T. No, you are not. I am not privileged to have you on a panel. That's pretty much my attitude. You can talk all you want, just don't keep repeating the same thing over and over. So, but you know what? She's okay. I have no problems with her, you know. And
yeah, I've been watching Mela for years.
Her joke last night was somebody asked her, I think it was T asked her, well, you know, you're retired now. How often do you drink? And Mela's response was, when don't I drink? which pretty much says it all. I called her the female 12th man sharing a box of wine with him.
Yeah, she gets full of the spirits, the bitters.
That's right. So you know, and bless her little soul. You know what? Cheers to Mela.
That's what's up.
Highly forbidden for blacks and whites to intermarry in most cases, but some did it anyways, and you'll be surprised to find out which type of blacks and which type of whites were involved in such risky engagements. So let's take a look.
Engagements.
We're continuing from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by sociologist St. Clair Drake.
I love
Horace
Mela.
Payton. Respect. In 147 of these 108.
Now, here's the deal, and people probably kind of know that by now. If I don't like you, I won't even fuck with you. You know, I'm not making jokes and I'm not going to rib you or anything like that. People that I don't like, I don't even want to engage with. So, you know, bad for people, I guess. But you know what? If I'm teasing you or roasting you, it means I have some regard for you. So, you know, unfortunately, I've always been like this. Kindergarten. I can remember ever since kindergarten, like girls that I liked, I would tease them mercilessly. I'd tease you into submission.
88 cases of intermarriage, the Negro partner was the husband. Way more Negro men than women decided to dabble on the other side. A whole lot more of them at that, as we'll see as we continue. Now, when I say the other side,
Wow,
I'm speaking
Snake.
in terms of the racial worldview. The Earpoise worldview doesn't make racial distinctions within the group. So within this framework, the idea of race is irrelevant. But inside the racial worldview, race is extremely important and it acts as a critical divider. That's why I'm saying Negro men dabbled more often on the other side. that so few white men marry Negro women may be partly accounted for by the fact that such marriages endanger the economic position of the white wage earner even more than that of the Negro. The white man had a lot to lose. He might lose his high-paying job, his high status in his community, and his social network. Furthermore, the Negro women most likely to attract white men are at a premium in the Negro community. Competition was fierce for those women. Also, since it is the male partner who plays the more aggressive role in contracting marriage, and since white women are forbidden fruit to Negro men, it is not surprising that more Negro men than white marry across the color line. Men are the pursuers, and men like to chase what is difficult or forbidden to catch, which in this instance for some Negroes was white women. It is this one-sided aspect of intermarriage that irks Negro women. It makes her hot to see this, especially if she was single. She was trying to figure out, what does this white woman have that she didn't have? Proportionately fewer Negroes of high social status, except intellectuals and bohemians, marry white persons. The intellectuals were the critical thinkers, those engaged in the world of ideas. The bohemians were the unconventional blacks who didn't conform to most of the social norms. Outside of these two groups, most high-status blacks did not marry white women. And here's why. Both the social controls of the Negro community, which make it difficult for a person occupying a responsible position to make such a break, and the satisfactions that come with being at the apex of a social group, even though it is a subordinate one, deter such persons. In other words, if they married a white woman, they would lose status in the already low-ranking black community. That's what's meant by being a subordinate one. And for many of them, the loss of high status in the black world was enough to deter them. Among bohemians and intellectuals, however, intermarriages are tolerated by the Negro group just.
I'm actually surprised that athletes weren't added here. Maybe it didn't happen so much back in, I guess this was written maybe in the 50s or something, 60s. Maybe it didn't happen that much, but I mean, there was always like the Jack Johnsons of the world. So it's curious that athletes weren't mentioned, but maybe there's a good reason.
As eccentric behavior by their white counterparts is tolerated by the general society. Why? Because they were somewhat like outsiders in the mainstream black community. The black intellectuals and bohemians were on the fringe of the community. So what they did way over there in regards to marrying white women was more tolerated. Just like the hippies in the 60s and the 70s were tolerated by the white society. These people were already on the edge and expected to do things different from the core group. But a Negro professional man, businessman, or politician would, under ordinary circumstances, endanger his position of leadership and responsibility by marrying a white woman, regardless of her status. So he had to be strategic, even if he did want to dabble on the other side. Think about Obama. Even though his lineage is not from Black America, he was still accepted into the Black American community. But if he would have had a white wife on his side, then black votes most certainly would have gone down. And I suspect he must have understood this to some degree during his college days, especially if he knew that he was going to be a career politician. He had to present himself with the right image, and a white wife would not have worked. That would have worked against him, right? Let's be honest. But I'm sure that him being a college student at Harvard, there were no shortages of white women that tried to swoop down on him. But he just had to know when to say no. Just like the earlier Negro professionals and politicians in this earlier Chicago black community had to do. Now, this doesn't imply that without any real consequences, that all or even most of them would have went to white women. It's just saying that there was a check in place that deterred those of high status who may have secretly desired to do so. There is practically no intermarriage within the present day Negro middle class, which is even more conservative than its white counterpart. Members of the Negro middle class have fewer social contacts with and opportunities for meeting white people than do lower class or upper class Negroes. In most instances, their self-contained world gives them enough satisfaction so that they have scant interest in the world of white society and little tolerance for those who have. The same is true, though to a lesser degree, of the respectable lower class. So the respectable lower class and the middle class Negroes did not get down this way, according to the authors. They stuck to those of the brown complexion. Before the Great Migration, however, intermarriages were more frequent among ordinary, relatively stable, working-class individuals, particularly servants. Some of these families are still intact, and most of their children and grandchildren, now adults, have merged with the general Negro community. There are, however, two groups in the general society which not only tolerate, but, by their social philosophies, tend to encourage intermarriage. One is the Baha'i movement, a religious group, while the other is made up of left-wingers, various groups of communists, socialists, and other political radicals. If not identified with one of these deviant groups, the white partner in a Negro-white marriage is not infrequently a foreign-born person who is not completely assimilated.
You know, actually, this made me think, do you know who Jared Ball is?
I've heard of the name. I can't recall right now.
Yeah, his father was like some like Black Panther dude or something like that, and his mother was Jewish. So this isn't that unfamiliar even in the YouTube streets.
Into American culture and does not fully realize the
As a matter of fact, he's married to a Guatemalan,
at the
I
time
think.
that the marriage occurred. They hadn't yet had their minds converted into white consciousness. They were from another part of the world with different ideas and different culture. So they didn't entirely comprehend what they were getting themselves into by marrying the Negro. A case in point is that of an Italian whose Negro wife described their courtship as follows.
The white people I worked for were Italian, and I met my husband through them. He hadn't been here in this country very long and didn't speak very good English. We started going out together, and in a short time, he asked me if I would marry him. He said he wanted me to meet his family. I was surprised. My parents were dead, so I wrote and asked my uncle what to do. He said it was okay and for me to quit worrying. Then I went over to my husband's house to meet his family. They were drinking wine and eating spaghetti, and everybody was talking in Italian. His dad told me that he didn't care what color I was, so long as I was a good woman. He then told me that he wanted me to marry his son. Al, my husband, said we could get married in the city hall. We didn't need to be married in the Catholic Church. So we were.
This family had not yet been converted. Now watch this. The white partners, both men and women, are, on the average, in lower occupational levels than the white population as a whole. He's saying that Negroes grabbed mostly economically lower status whites. In other words, the whites that didn't have much to lose. Negro husbands of white women, on the other hand, are generally higher in the scale than the average Negro and often higher than their wives. So these Negro men were apparently economically better off than average, and still grabbing white women who were economically low in status. Not that income is the main consideration when choosing a partner, but money does matter for male selection power. So if Negro men with money were choosing white women without it, then what does that imply? Among the Negro brides of interracial marriages, however, unskilled workers, including domestic servants, predominate. Intermarried couples have their problems. One of the primary difficulties is keeping a job, and here both partners usually find or feel it necessary to conceal their marriage from white employers. Most of the intermarried couples interviewed talked rather freely about themselves, but when the subject of their employment arose, they did not like to give any information.
That's one subject we're both reticent about, because he would lose his job as soon as I would lose mine if they found out that his wife is white.
A wife remarked.
Yes.
The husband said.
I am sure of that.
I stayed home from May to August when he was sick. I couldn't let it be known that I was his wife. I was supposed to be in New York. I had to be careful that nobody from the office saw me while I was supposed to be away. I had to step about the house quietly because the people from his railroad line came to visit him. I had a colored woman here, and I went to the kitchen when visitors came. We have to be careful because we're buying our home and can't afford to lose our jobs. If we had enough money to be independent, we wouldn't care who knew we were married.
You see how different a world we live in today in America compared to this?
Man, you sound like a down-ass
This
white
was
woman.
real life for people back then, and they were taking real chances by doing the
Well,
things they
do
were
make
doing.
them.
But the times have done what? They have changed, as they will continue doing as everything continues in motion. Mixed couples also often experience great difficulty in securing a place to live. In most cases, except where the Negro partner is light enough to pass, it is necessary for them to live in a Negro community. The exceptions to this rule seem to be rather old, established mixed couples who have been living in mixed Negro-white neighborhoods for many years. Such families report little opposition from neighbors who have known them over a long period of time. They may experience difficulty, however, if the composition of the community changes. Meaning if a different set of whites moved in and had strong opinions against the interracial arrangement. The couples may have received dirty looks, and the energy in the whole environment would have felt greatly different. Within the Negro community, many of the better apartment houses and hotels will not rent to intermarried couples for fear that they are not really married and therefore are not respectable. Certain hotels within the Negro community have the reputation of catering to common law mixed couples and to white prostitutes and their Negro pimps. Wait, didn't they just get to the city not too long before this? And the street culture is already brewing like this? You got Negro pimps putting the Mac down on white women way back in the day like this? This is what certain Negroes started doing as soon as they touched down in the city. Giving life to the ghetto street culture, along with the fast-paced white women, all in cahoots. Respectable couples are continually complaining that the existence of such establishments makes it hard for them to convince rental agents and neighbors that they are legally wedded and law-abiding. And because they had this relationship going on, certain hotels couldn't distinguish between legitimate couples and pimping couples. This was wild, wasn't it? One wife reported that when she first moved into the Black Belt, she found notes in her mailbox saying,
"We don't want poor white trash in this neighborhood,"
showing you that blacks used some of the same tactics that whites used. Of course, not nearly as much, but the point is that they were not completely innocent. She remarked,
"At first, I was worried, but then I thought that I wasn't trash and shouldn't be concerned. I ignored the notes after that."
The reaction to intermarriage in lower-class white families is sometimes very violent. The economically lower-class whites were the real foot soldiers in the white supremacy movement. Since they didn't have much in terms of resources, they were the most fierce when it came to protecting the status of whiteness. And sometimes that meant being very violent. The following conversation took place between two white men who knew of two white girls who had married Negroes.
Are the girls' people still living?
Sure, but they are barred from their parents' home. Last summer, one of the relations died, and Willie said he would kill the nip lovers if they dared show their faces around. They didn't show up at the wake or at the funeral, neither.
Do you think Willie would really start trouble if they wanted to pay their parents a visit?
Christ, yes. Whenever he gets a couple of shots under his belt, he goes out looking for any nip. As soon as he spots one, it means trouble. He got cut up about 15 different times, but he just keeps on looking for trouble. Someday he will get a good cutting and he will learn his lesson.
I wonder if the parents are the same way about the thing that Willie is.
I don't know, but they are ashamed for what the girl's done. Once the father was going to get them arrested, but he figured that if one of the newspapers got hold of the story, it would be in print and everybody would know about it then. So he just disowned them and let it go at that. Ethel was quiet and good-looking, and she was well-built. She could have got herself some nice white fellow if she wanted to, but I suppose that after she got in with her sister's crowd, they went on parties with colored people, and then she teamed up with one of them. You know, that thing called love is great. But I don't think I ever could marry a boogie.
Which is another name for Negro. It is ordinarily difficult for the white partner in an interracial marriage to maintain steady friendships with other white people. A white woman married to a Negro related this.
I still have a dear friend that works downtown. She doesn't ever come to see me since I was married, but she always calls me. And whenever I am downtown, I go in and see her. You know how they feel toward me. They look at my husband as some kind of beast. He has made me a better husband than most of theirs have.
Interracial couples have to watch out for themselves.
Commented another woman.
If they're in trouble, they can't count on help from anybody but themselves.
They broke the social norms, and that was the price that came with it. One of the most annoying problems that intermarried couples must face is that the white woman, for the white partner is usually a woman, will not be considered respectable by Negroes or whites. Here we go. Nearly all couples interviewed expressed fear of such censure. Even women who had been married for years and had raised families still felt defensive about this prevalent attitude. One woman, quite advanced in years, stated,
"The colored don't like white women married to colored men. They say they are white trash. My sons won't let anybody say that about their mother."
A young Negro girl coming to the defense of the white wife in an interracial marriage, whom she knew, revealed this general opinion.
I knew a white lady who was married to a colored man. They owned their own home and he had a business. They had 3 girls and one of the girls and I were pals. I was in their home a great deal. I called her mother and she was a wonderful woman. It makes me mad when I hear anyone say when you see a white person marrying the Negro race, they are poor white trash. I know mother wasn't any trash.
The widespread feeling that a white person who marries a Negro is necessarily of lower social status has some basis in reality. So this is what the authors who lived during that time concluded, that it was based on some sense of reality. It wasn't just made up. Negro men pursued lower status white women, and lower status white women selected Negro men. Now, this is obviously in the general sense because I'm sure there were some exceptions, but this here must have been the rule. It also reflects the fact that Negroes unconsciously accept their assigned status as inferiors, meaning Negro men saw lower status white women as still a step up. So on the status scale, it would go lower, middle, upper status black women, and above them would come the lower status white women. That's the unconsciously accepting their assigned status as inferior, which I'm telling you is marked by the name black.
Abiola, no, I don't have any videos of how to get rid of pigeons in the backyard. You're not throwing like breadcrumbs out, are you? That'll definitely attract them.
It carries unconscious associated ideas with that label, and inferior is one of them. They find it hard to conceive of a sane or decent white person giving up higher status to marry a Negro. Negro means black, and black is inferior to white in Western ideology. So the black community believed that the white woman must have been trash because they could not fathom, they couldn't imagine how a white person in their right mind would step from their higher status of whiteness to go down into blackness. You see? So let's stop right here, and we're going to pick up with some more drama in the next commentary. I thank you right now for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
Biggin. Before we get to this fishing video, this is something I don't think I've ever watched his show, but it was definitely an interesting topic. Do you know who this guy is, Dave?
Yeah, Dr. Thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
I
wait,
know-
is
I
that
know
that's not the financial guy, is it?
No, he is a musician, and he talks about manosphere stuff. You know, you're in the manosphere anyway, so you might as well embrace it, Stanley. Because even when nobody's watching, you tend to say manosphere rhetoric.
Well, he's got that manosphere forehead, almost pointed.
Of course, you and the Black Crow, you and the Black Crow seem to agree on that.
What, he's got a pointy head?
Yeah, he said it looks like a kneecap. Yeah.
Well, I'll bring on the next fishing video in a minute. I just wanted to see what this is about and if it's interesting. Because it's an interesting.
It's gonna be some I don't want a white woman type shit.
Oh, really? Snow bunnies are easier.
Nah, I'm
Black
joking.
man.
I actually don't know what.
Well, no. The title is "Black Man Don't Fall for This Trick." So let's see what he has to say.
Hello,
I'm not
everybody.
gonna.
Hello,
this
everybody.
is like 2
Hello,
hours
everybody.
long. I'm not gonna
Like,
watch the
share,
whole thing.
comment, subscribe, become a channel member where you'll
Got a
get
nice
access
voice.
to all archive videos. Support Black Male Media, support independent media, super chats enabled, super thanks for the replay gang. Cash
Yeah,
App,
it's a
Venmo,
deep
PayPal,
voice.
Dr. Thunder Music, all one word. Spell out the word doctor. And if you'd like to feed
Chewing
me
on that mic,
sandwiches,
though.
well, all methods
Yeah,
apply.
he
Sandwich
is.
gang in the building. Don't mess with my sandwich money. I am Dr. Thunder. This is Rolling Thunder, and I've got a provocative show as usual. Thank you for making this part of your regular routine. Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with an open panel on Fridays. Today is Tuesday, July 8th. Tuesday, July 8th. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for being in the place to be. In the place to be. As you come in, please drop a comment in the chat and I'll shout you out, as is our usual protocol. And keep in mind, I do have a super chat goal in mind for these morning shows, so please like, share, and support.
You know, I'm
the
gonna have to
show.
get a super chat goal.
You need a super chat button
Today's
first.
show.
Well, no, I know. I'll do like no cap freezy. I have to think of a catchy name for my cash apps.
Oh, okay.
He
you play a
does
little jingle in the background.
yeah, he calls it. Oh wait, you know what? Before we even do this, let's take a look at your Facebook thing.
Oh, nah, this was like, never mind. I don't even know if it's relevant anymore.
Well, let me tell the reason I bring it up. That center couple there, they had a YouTube channel, and as far as I know, they had a falling out.
Yes, and she was making all the money, and he was the Pookie, the white Pookie.
Yeah. So,
What
do
does the
you have
caption
any?
say? I can't read it. I can't read that.
It says, "What better way to beat the white man than to give him our Keishas and Tashas? Trust me, we will not offer any resistance. You can have these hoes." Wow. You know, how do you comment on that?
I like it. I like it. Even he's laughing. Look at that.
It is funny.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Man, she is pale.
Okay, so the question is, are white girl snow bunnies, are they actually easier? Are they easier to deal with? Are there less problems?
That's not what he was implying, actually. He said easier. He didn't say easier to deal with. That's
that
two
is a
different things.
question.
Well, I mean, the title's got to be provocative, I
That,
guess. Oh, wait, hold it. Speaking of titles,
Alan,
Solid Snake, did you see the title of the show? It's your comment about grandchild support. So I figured you would like that.
B is asking a young brother on one of his
Guys are
one-on-one
deceptive, little devil.
sort
I'm
of
sorry.
He's what?
conversations.
He's deceptive.
It's a question that he's
Deceptive?
asking. Now we know
Yeah, he
that
meant
Alan
easy,
Obi
like,
is pro-black.
get with it.
He's black love.
That has
Team
nothing to, he's not that creative to say,
Team Black
oh, that's a
Love.
provocative title.
This is an interesting sort of.
He came up with that
question.
idea at the very
Probably
tip top of
triggering
that
for
head.
some. You see the
Yeah, that's what he
thumbnail
really
and
wants
just
to say. They're easy.
And click just for Is it rage baity? Is that what they call it? Well, that's not my intention, at least. However you get in here, it's fine with me. But we're gonna have a deeper conversation than that, and it's going to consider several factors. I remember a video. It was a short. It was kind of a clipped short. Compassionate and Callous on his channel and his.
Damn, I'm gonna have to speed through this a little bit.
You know, if you want, you know, a woman that's going to be more like this, then choose this. You know, as a lane.
You got to put it on
you know,
1.5 speed
as a
when he
productive
talks.
member of society.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
As someone that's been on their purpose and grinding and keeping the riffraff away and being focused on their purpose, not chasing women around, not indulging, you know, not making it rain at the strip club. you know, going to Bible study every week, keeping it holy.
It would be more accurate to say caution should be exercised when dealing with any Western woman, be it Keisha, so-called snow bunnies.
That's a good idea, Richard.
Hashtag verify then trust.
All right, Barry Little. This is a good point, and we're going to get into that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that.
Go hook me.
That the super chat function is fully operational. So please like, share, and support.
Okay, we might have to. This I think I could work with there,
But for
Richard.
brothers that have been on their grind, and perhaps not as experienced with the ladies, because they've been on their purpose. Right?
Yeah, that's even a show title, to be honest.
The ones that are what we would call good-natured, right? There seems to be this growing request, in particular, of women that have made a lot of bad decisions, but now they've seen the light. Now they're holy. Now they're trying to be righteous. Now they're going to Bible study. Now they're in church. They want a God-fearing man. And too often, it seems that is a strategy that actually gets weaponized against the so-called God-fearing man. Because a God-fearing man is going to be willing to forgive certain transgressions, is going to be willing to overlook certain things, and the God-fearing man is going to be more susceptible to these four words.
Oh my Lord.
Only God, only God can judge.
What does that have?
Only God
to
can
do?
judge. Right? Now, of course, that's not what the book says. Jesus tells us to judge a tree by its fruit. Judge a tree by its fruit, and we're told to exercise discernment, to test the spirits to see if they are of God. Test the spirits. That's an evaluation process. And although we should forgive, there's nothing in the book that suggests that we are supposed to forget.
Well, you didn't tell me this was going to be a sermon.
Even in the turn the other cheek, you only have two cheeks. Right? You've got this one, and you have that one.
Somewhat of a snooze fest. Sometimes they're good, though.
So if somebody
That was
offends
pretty
thee
good.
by
You know, that's actually a really
doing
good
this?
point, Lou. And it's actually not, you make a point here, but to step back and make a larger point, I just cannot figure out why people expend so much energy on things or people they either don't know, can't control, are not known to. It, for the life of me, does not compute. So, yeah, that's an excellent point. And the whole fighting the narrative argument doesn't work. Well, this dude, I can't figure out what his narrative is. Even forging ahead like this. I'm actually kind of tempted. Let's see. This looks interesting. Let's see what this is.
Wait, was that a pun or did you say that on purpose?
What's that?
You're gonna
I
be
guess not.
forging ahead. Thought you were
I
still
don't.
snapping on his forehead.
Oh, yeah, that anvil head.
All right. And we're over here.
Oh,
See what
Danny
this is about.
Travels.
All right, guys. So imagine that you're thinking about divorcing your wife in China.
Oh, this is
You
a
don't want to lose
guy?
half your stuff,
Oh my lord. What is this?
but you really want to get out of this toxic relationship that you found yourself in. And then suddenly the government passes a law saying, your wife, man, she's no longer going to get half your stuff, man. She only gets the stuff that she brought into the relationship, the stuff that she paid for. So you know what that means, right? Wifey is getting the boot. She's out of here. Hey, my fellow travelers. Welcome aboard the Flight Madness. It's your Captain Danny Flight here, your favorite English teacher who's been making money in Asia for 11 years. I've been making money over here for 11 years, and I've been
Is it
dodging
English
What's happening,
teacher?
Chaos?
wedding rings, man. I've been dodging marriage for that long too, man. I've been escaping it. And thankfully I escaped it long enough for them to pass this new marriage law in China. All right, y'all, so let's get into the main story, man. We got
What's happening, Barbara JS?
three major changes
What's up, Brother Darkness?
going
Brother
on in China
Dark.
with the divorce law. So number one, property division based on financial contribution. So under the new law, marital property is awarded to whoever paid for it, regardless of who's listed on the title. So for example, if a husband buys a house, but later adds his wife's name to it, he still owns it completely, man. Wifey, she's not getting that, bro.
You know what? This is not grabbing me. I think we might have to move on. Let's see what else is out here, because this is not doing it for me. Let's see, what else do I have here? We're running out of material. Oh, we do have Tiffany Silver. We might have to break open. We might have to break the glass and pull the fire alarm. This is something Fred sent to me. You know what? Fuck that. I'll watch this next. This girl is just drop dead gorgeous.
All right, you guys, good morning. Welcome back to a brand new video. Welcome
And
back
she
to the
likes to
Pack. It is another
fish.
beautiful day. Look at these flowers on the Watauga River. I'm headed back down, and I'm going to give it one more shot. Yesterday, part one of the cabin series, I fished for quite
This
a while, a
ain't
few
Bill
hours, and
Dance.
didn't get a bite, you guys. So I'm headed back down. I'm going to try some new spots, and we're hopefully going to catch some fish. There's the cabin in the back. Beautiful river. I'm gonna go try this hole over here first, you guys. Might as well go ahead and get wet. Really slippery. Okay. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, it's a psyop for me.
Beautiful.
That's true. Oh wait, hold it. First time I've ever heard music in her videos.
Almost got hung. Just downstream with all those bubbles.
I think she
Kind of in a
lives in
predicament.
Arkansas.
So you guys see, the pool is right over there, and you can't really walk straight across it. These are some really fast-moving rapids, and if you were to fish over here, like in this area, stand here, you can't really get a fish up the waterfall. I
See, I'd
could
be more
fish
impressed
here
if she was fly fishing.
and potentially have the fish come down this waterfall and
Probably
net it right
too
here at this
fast
rock.
for fly fishing though.
It's kind of sketchy,
Have
but
to
I'm gonna
do
give it a
over
try.
in that pool.
All right, guys, so I'm not sure if I was just getting a bite or if I was hitting a little rock there.
Oh, she got a back shot. Nice.
I assume
All right, you
whoever's
guys,
holding the phone is her fishing buddy,
It
unless
is
it's a
pretty hard to believe
tripod.
that there was not a giant trout in there, or any trout for that matter.
And I can honestly say she's got a husband. I think it's her who has a husband. This woman is a knockout in a bathing suit. I don't usually go for like she's almost too pretty for me. But because the thing I like about her is she looks real prissy and stuff like that, but she baits her own hook. That's for damn sure. So she's okay with me.
I'm gonna keep on moving down the river until we find one. Massive boulders in the middle of the river. I'm actually standing on another one right here. And there's another gorgeous stretch right down there. This probably wasn't the best route to take.
She should be wearing
Oh,
felt
my.
bottom boots. I hope
These
she
rocks
is.
are really slippery. Ah! Holy cow. Comment below if you guys know what kind of spider that is. That
Well,
is
don't
so
tell me you're afraid of
gnarly.
spiders.
All right, you guys, I have some pretty high hopes of this new spot here.
You know, speaking of which, asking about spiders, I was about to say, well, whip out your Google Lens and take a picture of it. Have you actually thought, and I know this can't be an original thought, but how much like phones with Google Lens, and I don't know what the Apple version is, but they're literally like a tricorder. I mean, the other day, this is maybe 3 months ago, there was this, well, what turns out to be a banana spider that made a web on my front porch. I had no idea what kind of spider it was, so I whip out the phone and bring up Google Lens, and it just identified the spider right there. That's almost like a tricorder, which is so cool.
Come on, fishy, fishy, fishy.
Yeah, don't do that, honey.
This is really nice right here because I can just kind of reel ever so slowly, and the current is just taking it and flashing that. Oh, I swear, I think I just got a bite. Oh, I can see something. It's so tiny. It's not really hitting like a trout either. It's just swiping at it. It's a good sign. There's some life down here. Something's got to eat it. Something has got to eat it. Ah! Oh my gosh. That just actually scared me. I had my first like real bite. Dang it, you guys. I was not ready for that. Okay. I need to regroup for a sec. That was ridiculous. That should have been a fish. That was my fault. I wasn't ready for it. And it honestly kind of scared me because I forgot what a real bite feels like. Okay, regroup. He's right in front of that rock down there. Perfect spot. It just looks like a trout dream down there. Calm down. Slow your breathing. Ah. No. No. You guys have no idea how bad I want to catch a trout right now. Like, I don't care what size. This is a private part of the Watauga River, and it is catch and release only. So if I could just relay that info to some of these fish, maybe they would bite. That I'm not going to keep them. I'm not going to eat them. I'm not going to put you in a frying pan. I just want to catch you, give you a big kiss, and let you go.
Yeah, I didn't know there was privately owned water. I thought
I'm not
England
trying to
or
be
like Britain was the only
negative
place water was
because, I
actually
mean, I
privately
couldn't
owned.
ask for a more beautiful place to fish, and I'm getting to
Unless
fish
maybe
and
it's
getting some
artificial.
sun, some fresh air. But
I
boy,
wonder what Ignat would say
what I love
about this cave beach right now.
to catch a
Who cares what Ignat would say? It's not for Ignat, it's for me.
fish, but, you know. All right, guys. I'm going to move down. Just keep on moving down, I
Yeah, it
guess.
is kind of weird that she's
Remain
wearing all this makeup.
positive.
Well, I guess maybe it's not, but
A lot of times
it's got to be
in real
kind of
life, I know on
uncomfortable.
YouTube videos, most of the stuff you see is a highlight reel.
How
And you
bad
see
could it
people
be
catching
without
all
it?
these fish all the time. Or
Oh,
fishing
no, it's
reports
not.
for
I've
people
seen
who
her.
want to go
I think I've
fishing
seen
that
videos of
don't
her
really know
without
too much
makeup.
about what they're doing. It can be intimidating to see so many people doing so well. And then say a new beginner person, amateur angler, wants to go out and try it finally. And then when they do, they don't do very well and they get discouraged. But that's completely normal.
I mean,
Yeah,
my
she has a
See
limited.
nice
these little
shape. Sure.
What?
little splashes.
Yeah,
she has
my
a nice shape.
my experience is like with a kid. If they catch a fish, they're hooked for life. So
On the top of the water. I think they're little creek chubs. All right, I've got one.
just a quick aside, because it was EAE, I think, has been razzing me on one of those discords. Maybe it's Speakeasy's Discord, not Speakeasy, Speak Radio's Discord. They're like what was he was asking me, like, back in the 70s or 80s, did I watch porn films. I'm like, back in the 70s or 80s, like the 70s, Betamax was just coming out, so videos as we know it really didn't exist, at least in Savannah, till the 80s. And even then, like at a Blockbuster or something, they kept all those films like in a like behind a curtain, or in a special section. However, back in the 70s, 80s, there was like Playboy and a Penthouse, that sort of thing. However, I've never been one to get all hot and bothered over a woman I don't know. Like, I appreciate her. I think she's really good looking. But I'm not going to get all hot and bothered. The chances of me meeting her or running into her, we're not just talking about my age, but the chances of me ever meeting her are pretty much nil. So why would I get all hot and bothered? And it just doesn't do it for me unless I actually know the woman and consequently have some chance 20 years ago. I'm just not going to get all hot and bothered.
More trick up my sleeve. I'm gonna try to get closer to this rock.
She
show you
does
guys
have
what I'm
some
talking about.
abs.
And
You
if
can
I can
tell
get
she
kind of
is
angled
working out.
right, I might be able to really get up underneath there. There's got to be a fish. There's got to be. It's a sneaky tactic, and I'm gonna try it. Oh, this is sketchy.
She almost looks like a young Brooke Shields.
Pretty happy. I haven't seen any snakes yet.
Oh, they're
So
there.
it is kind of the middle of the day, so I feel like this is a possibility as well, that these trout could be stacked up underneath this big rock. I mean, the water flows almost all the way underneath it. So I'm kind of hidden here. I'm up above them and kind of behind them a little bit. So if I can get my spinner to drift underneath there a few times, we're going to see if there might be some fish. All right, this takes a lot of finesse, if I must say so myself. My goodness. This is going to be difficult. Got to figure out where to place it. Oh my gosh, I see a tail of a trout, you guys. There's a trout right below me. Wait a minute, that's not a trout. There's a fish that just swam out from underneath this rock, and it's only like 3 inches long. But then again, I would pretty much be happy with anything at this point. Realistically. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, my tactic has gotten me. Oh, I got it loose.
I was about to say, don't tell me you got hung up. How the
I'm
hell
kind
do you
of
do that?
tempted to tie on what is called an atomic teaser, which the method to fish those
Kind of
is
like
kind of like a little jigging
she's dressed
action,
as an atomic
but they're
teaser.
so lightweight, I just don't know if I would be able to get it up
She
underneath there,
uses
but I
suggestive language
could
too. I don't know if you catch
jig it
that.
right along the edge
Nah, I'm
of this
not catching it.
rock. I'm kind of running out of hope, you guys. All right.
I have to admit, she is in really good shape.
Yeah.
Do you see those abs?
No, I don't care about that. I'm looking at the flanks.
I am back at the cabin. I'm about to take a little break. Need some water and some food, kind of regroup a little bit. I fished some absolutely beautiful holes. No trout yet.
Was
I did
that
switch
a
to
double
a
entendre?
smaller
She
spinner,
fished some
which I feel like
holes.
maybe my
Did it
spinner was
turn you
too
on,
big.
Dave?
I'm
because
telling
most
you,
of
that's
the
part of her
fish
language.
that I
I
did
think
see or
I
got bites
think
from
that
seemed like they were really
you're
tiny.
you're
I need to
reading a
change up
lot
my
into
tactic
it.
a little bit. So
No,
stay
yeah,
tuned.
she said she's about to get wet. I'm gonna walk across the river. It's slippery. It's all right, bro.
Let's see. What is her channel? You need it for research purposes. That old chestnut. Let's see. It's Lil Red Heidi Hood. Not the best name I could think of, but you know what?
Oh yeah, Slick Rick, good point.
What is his point?
No tattoos.
Yeah. At least that we can see. All right, Richard. All right, there she is. I actually like her channel. It's really she's really, I mean, she knows how to take advantage of her assets. But like I said, she is married. I think it's her. But let's go back to where that
Yeah,
couple.
she's good in my book. She didn't have to try to sell sex. She was just sexy.
Oh yeah, so well, I mean, why would she sell it? It's just there. Some people, some people. She is actually probably a 9 or 10. Between kind of like liking the outdoors, she's real fit. She's probably good 9 or 10, at least in my book.
No such thing as a 10. But
Nah, I think there
I
is.
understand your
If
sentiment.
she can cook, she's a 10. she would fit my profile as a 10.
Okay.
Hey, I'm easy. And the
Apparently,
other
white
thing
girls
is that
are easy too.
I'm not, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Oh, bigger fish. Big fish.
And my wife didn't fit the profile. I tend not to like blondes that much. I actually prefer brunettes. Like with green eyes would be my perfect my perfect white girl. But my wife was blonde with brown eyes, so but she had other things going on.
Nice.
Feeding the streets. You know what, Free Zone? I'm glad you bring this up because I was just thinking myself, this shit is boring to a lot of people. And my numbers suffer for it. But I just cannot bring. And you and I, and SKC, have had this conversation before. I just cannot bring myself to do like the ordinary war between the sexes, and this white girl stuff is probably about as racy as I'll get. I'm just not interested in it, and it's probably due to age and experience. And I have a lot of people actually telling me they appreciate it, just not a lot of people. So, folks, make sure you share this quote cultural material out. I enjoy what I do. The raunchy and the drunken and all that stuff. Yeah, there are days for that. But today is just like, hey, you know what? Let's look at some fishing. Let's talk about some books. Let's do some news. That's really more my speed, and it's boomer speed or old man speed or whatever you want to call it. But it's a little bit more edifying and less adrenaline producing, I would guess. So let's see. A 10 is just a 9 you're not tired of yet. That's a good point there, Free Zone. I am not gonna disagree with you there. As a matter of fact, she'll go down to an 8 once you get tired of them. No, I'm dead serious. Oh, dude, there is no. Oh man, I've had women who were just like, "Damn, I hate that I'm tired of you, but that those looks are only going to take you so far." So this is actually a channel that I follow, though I haven't watched them in a couple weeks. Cole and Jay. Um, Actually, they're a husband and wife team, but she is just so peppy. Uh, she might be she'd probably go down a couple points if I were married to her. She's the type of woman in the morning who's going to be all cheerful and shit, which would just piss me off. So, I am grumpy in the morning.
Just put on the other side of the road.
That is the wonderful thing, or one of the wonderful things about the South. I've literally seen like traffic back up for a tortoise or something like that crossing the road. People will fucking stop and let the animal cross. I've seen them do it for turtles and ducks and stuff like that. People don't get upset. 2-lane road. Hey, you know what? Some back road somewhere. Just let it cross. I've never seen that anywhere other than the South. I guess I knew it, but didn't even think about it. But I was working, I worked out of town a lot, for certain jobs. And we were doing some training or something like that. Someone made the joke, you know what, dude, you don't even talk until like 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm just like, you know what?
And you need an inspirational woman, man. That giggle was inspirational.
No. My wife, she was a little cheerful, but there were times in the morning where she was a little grumpy too. And but especially, like when my son was born, for some reason or another, it didn't bother me because he would wake up at like, 5. As soon as it was light, he was pretty much up. So he never bothered me. I didn't mind waking up, if he was going to wake up, because eventually, you bring him over to the bed and he'd fall asleep again. So, he wasn't all that cheery. He was just, give me some food and play with me a little bit, and I'll be out of your hair.
That much.
Actually, like last night I wasn't, but sometimes like today I may actually take a couple hour nap and then I wake up, do dinner, and then probably be back in bed, like read until 9 or 10 and fall asleep. Pretty much inverted my schedule. But I had a couple cups of coffee this morning, so that helps.
Good news, guys.
That's almost impossible in Florida. I mean, you've never caught like a gaff top sail catfish? It's the saltwater catfish. I'm surprised. If you're fishing in canals and stuff, I'm surprised. I figured there would be almost nothing but catfish. You know what? I bet you're not fishing. You're probably not using, if you take those little twirl tail grub little things and put it like on a really light jig hook and bounce it on the bottom. I've caught catfish that way in lakes. Like it's a specific technique. So you probably, I mean, if you're doing a lot of top water, I could see where you might not. Oh, okay. That's right. You don't really use plastics. I love plastics. That and silver spoons are almost exclusively what I use. I don't like Rapala lures and stuff like that. I'm too cheap. My son likes them, but I get pissed off when I lose a Rapala lure because those damn things
they're like $5.
Oh shit. I use them if I know the water well. If I don't know the water, I'm not using a Rapala. I'm way too cheap. The grubs, the little plastic grubs and saltwater assassins, bass assassins, those are fairly cheap. They like hiking. They hike into a lot of these spots. I've seen them catch like literal dinner plate sized crappie. They live on a lake that they're actually draining. They're like draining it and refurbishing it. It's going to be like a 5-year project. But I mean, really, this is just, hey, I'm going out, hanging out, doing a hike. Whatever we catch, we catch. I'm surprised you you don't get into this sort of stuff. There was something I was going to say to Richard, and I can't remember what it is now. I'm actually really amazed that some of the real he-men type guys don't really like. I'm looking at the numbers. The number of people between the two channels is right at 13. I figure these real he-man guys would be all into this fishing stuff. But I guess if it's not well, anyway, I won't go farther. Though I think I will finish this off with a little bit of Tiffany Silver.
Was it worth it, JJ?
We're about to find out. Oh yeah.
And
totally worth it.
And since you technically did get bit.
Yeah, I got just a little bite. Oh, thank you.
Wait, what?
Definitely worth it. That's so good.
What? Okay, I don't get the fascination with the snakes and getting bit and all that. That's crazy.
I don't think this woman is doing that.
Yeah, I hope not. Does Jamaica even have snakes?
I'm sure they're everywhere.
I think Hawaii. There's some island I heard that doesn't have snakes. Maybe it's Ireland I'm thinking of. But anyway, this is Trump's cabinet meeting, which we will close with.
There's never been a wave like this outside of the breaking of a dam. This was almost a wave that ended up being 30 feet high, more actually. Now with the dam, you can understand it, but this approached almost with that speed. When you see a dam break, it's not a pretty sight. It wipes out everything, and this is the kind of thing
Yeah,
that
he's
built
seen
up so
plenty of
fast.
dam breaks.
And it's happened 2 or 3 times before over the years, but not to this extent. But tell them when you met the father who was picking up the daughter's clothing. And
I had walked through the cabin where all the little girls died, and I had kind of fallen apart in there. But I walked out of the cabin, and a gentleman was standing there, and he said, "That man over there needs a hug." And so I walked over to him and I hugged him and I said, "Do you work here?" And he said, "No, my little girl was in that cabin." And he said, "And I just found her best friend about an hour and a half ago. She had passed away." And he just fell apart. And so then we just hugged and talked for probably an hour about that. But then there was the grandpa was there looking for his granddaughter as well. There was a dad there of one of the counselors. The counselor was alive, but she was dealing with the fact that she had hung on to some of these girls and was trying to keep them out of the floodwaters and had gotten hit by something and had lost 2 of the girls and wasn't able to hang on to them and was going to live the rest of her life thinking about that moment when she wasn't able to hang on to these girls. But these parents were picking up their kids out of the mud and dropping them and putting them in bags. And then one of the dads said, "I knew 50 of these girls here." So
God,
I
I
knew
do
that was
not like her.
dress. It's my
I like her
daughter's
even
friend's
less when
dress.
she
So
speaks.
he was picking it up and putting it in a bag to return to her parents. And so it was and then the director was there comforting everybody who had lost his father the night before too. And he was still there trying to facilitate all of these parents grieving their children and find them. So the strength of
Look at that
people
black dude.
is
He's
incredible.
the secretary
One of
of
the things that I
think it's
asked
housing and urban
there today,
development.
that day was that they all have escorts or counselors when parents come in. So from that point, that when they came into the camp, that they have
I
somebody
bet
with
you
them
know his name, right?
when they're
Deacon
going
Dave?
and looking for their
I don't know his
children's
name
belongings or looking
either.
for their children. And so, very emotional.
It's not Cory Booker.
But
No, he looks pissed.
also just so tragic.
If it was Cory Booker, he'd be
the governor's
being very
for
demonstrative.
years with me, but the relationship with Texas and their first responders and us, with our first responders and lots of other people. And
Underneath
we
the
brought in a lot of
table, he was
helicopters
holding her
all over.
coffee.
We had a lot of helicopters. It was
Hey,
actually
Stanley.
dangerous. A lot of helicopters.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. I'll let the story play. I was going to ask you about Cory Booker. Go ahead.
Pulling out a
What
lot of
about him?
people.
No, I've
Trump's
just
not
seen a
saying-
lot of. Yeah.
Trump's not saying anything important.
No,
worth
I was
hearing.
well. Actually, a good point is he's really not. So he's just blabbering. No, I've just noticed Cory Booker. He's really the Democrats are beating him up a lot lately, and I think
They
he's a
are.
very. Oh yeah, I've seen it now. So he's done some weird. He's kind of. I think he's autistic, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Socially very
No,
awkward.
actually, he is not autistic.
I mean, I don't.
You've
I
ever
think he's
seen
too
like an
smart for
interview?
the job. Yeah, dude, he's just.
Probably. He's a Rhodes Scholar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think he's too smart to have the job that he has. Like, and I think he's too smart to have to do what he's doing. He's socially somewhat awkward, and a lot of the Democrats are mad. They're screaming at Cory Booker, for anything that he says, and it doesn't make any sense to me because they don't have power right now. So anyway, go
I
ahead.
haven't. You'll have to tell me what you've been seeing. I haven't really seen any news stories with him in it.
Yeah. So,
There's something. I mean, he's apparently.
Recently, they were giving him a hard time about that. Like he's not really for public schools. He was for charter schools. I saw a YouTube thing on that. But it's like I said, it's probably been about a month. So, but they give him a hard time. But I think he's too smart for his position. Do you think he'll run for president? That's a question.
I don't. I mean, that would be a disaster. I don't think he is presidential material, to be honest. I mean, I think in a way. Damn, I didn't realize this. He went to Stanford and Yale.
Yeah, that's what
for
I'm
law
saying. He's
school.
very smart. You almost need like a bulldog. You know what I mean? You almost need like a bulldog.
Well,
So-
I think I could see him maybe as a judge.
Same. Okay, so same. My same critique is of Hakeem Jeffries. Too smart for the job. Chrissy Noam is not too smart for the job. She's not too smart for the job. So, I don't know. Anyway.
I see your point. I don't know. I mean, I don't dislike Cory Booker, but I'm not that big a fan either. He did, he dated Rosario Dawson. He might still be.
I don't know.
You know who Rosario Dawson is?
No, I don't. I'm not one to follow the tabloid type stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not really.
No, she's not really a tabloid type. She is a movie star.
Yeah, like my sister would say, I saw this on TMZ. I don't, in Trivial Pursuit, anything that's even close to pop culture, I do really bad at. So, I don't know who's dating who, man. I have no fucking idea. So.
Yeah, I don't get this Yale fail stuff. Clarence Thomas went to Yale, and Cory Booker probably actually didn't need affirmative action to get in.
I think Yale is more snotty than Harvard, personally. It's almost like an old money type school and shit.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Well, Harvard's older than Yale for starters. And the second thing is I know at least one professor at Yale who is he majored in computer science undergraduate, and then he got his law degree and like a PhD in philosophy. He's like a really smart guy who thinks he has a sense of humor, but he doesn't really.
Yeah, where he laughs to himself. I do that.
I guess.
Like he'll say something and laugh to himself. Like, ah, ha, ha, ha.
Yeah,
and
me
Hakeem
too.
Jeffries also is too smart for his job. And I'm going to tell you right now.
He is that smart, to be honest. I don't know why. I mean, I can't say I've heard a lot by him.
Look at some of his shit. In the last week, he's posted several things on social media that are just awkward as hell. So,
Hakeem Jeffries?
I mean, yes, very awkward, man. Like he's photoshopping stuff. He had that long fight where he talked for like 8 hours. He posted a picture of himself with the time like of himself. He needs a PR person for sure. But that's another one. Like
You would think it's
The
minority
Democrats are
rule.
beating him up, and he comes out. He says, "Listen, we're not the party in power. What the fuck do you want me to do?" And he's right. Like, the Democrats are mad. It's like, listen, they don't have political power. Like, he's absolutely right about what he's saying. So, I don't know. But, yeah, he's also pretty socially awkward and likely too smart for his job. You need, like, just a bulldog in there, you know? My opinion. So, like, Nancy Pelosi was a bulldog. She's a fucking bulldog.
Right.
I mean, like, who's done a better job at corralling the troops than her, and probably McConnell?
Right.
And they're all gone now. So who's going to do it? You know. So I don't know. Pretty commanding.
Let's see here.
You actually watch the Trump press conferences?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I like politics.
Yeah, but the thing
I
is,
like
it's
politics.
so full of bullshit, Stanley. It's you could read all the content and none of the rhetoric in about 3 minutes.
Dome and all the other weapon systems, stockpiles, and shipbuilding.
Because he doesn't say anything.
Another month, another historic recruiting bump. It's not just the Army and the Marine Corps anymore. It's the Navy, the Air Force, and the Space Force.
Now they're going to pretend that, hey, they've made the military acceptable again. So, record recruiting numbers. I don't buy all that bullshit.
Well, he's put more money into it. I saw that.
That doesn't have it. Look, the only reason generally.
Part of what's going on at the border, sir.
Go ahead. Oh, shit.
I'm sorry. It is odd that people are opting for the military when there are a lot of jobs out there. Most times the military is kind of like the last option. So if I think about it, and I probably won't think about it, I am curious as to know why these numbers are going up. I think they're probably just making up numbers. They're fudging something.
I don't know.
Or it could just be, you know what? We've gotten rid of DEI. They're probably getting a lot of white nationalists going into the military.
I will say that, like, if you've seen Stanley, if you've seen some of the commercials for the military in the last 4 years, there's like trans and shit. I don't think the military people want to have all that bullshit in the military. Like the normal soldier.
I would tend to agree with that.
Yeah, so I mean, it was kind of, I don't know. I was like, that's kind of fucking weird, man. The military culture isn't about trans, you know?
Well, the military culture isn't about anything that's going to make them feel uncomfortable. It was a very odd situation. I told you the month that I left my last ship was the month that women came on board. I could tell you the summer before I got out, we had midshipmen, Navy midshipmen on board for like 2 weeks. You know, the Naval Academy people and ROTC people in general do like 2 weeks between their junior. I think it's 2 weeks. Maybe it was longer than between their junior and senior year. I can tell you right now, we had a bunch of female. I think they were. I'm trying to think if we had any male midshipmen on at all. I'm sure we must have, but there were a couple female midshipmen that were just fucking gorgeous. And
I'm sure.
I was 26 at the time, so having like a 21-year-old midshipman on there, it was more or less age appropriate, but not rank appropriate. Believe me, there was one girl that I took her out to dinner on the last night she was on the ship. And I had been like, man, I really want to take her out. I really want to get with her. And I was in 03, and you know what? I just knew if I did, because there were a lot of other junior officers who were actually like, one day I lived around the corner from a buddy of mine, shipmate, who was a little bit junior to me. And I go walking up there, and he and this midshipman are sitting on his sofa watching TV. And I didn't even bother knocking, to go in, because I know
if the shit hit the fan, I would be called in as a witness or some bullshit like that. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to be
Yeah, I don't
involved.
need that.
But as it turns out, there were really nobody got in trouble. And I know if I had fucked that, that little midshipman, I'd have gotten in trouble. There's almost no way I wouldn't have. And I was the only black officer on the ship. And I'm like, you know what? Discretion is the better part of valor. I like
That's
my
right.
career more than I like
That's
my
a smart
career a
move.
little bit more. You know what? It took everything though. It took a lot because no, I'm dead serious. This to this day, she's probably one of the pretty. She was mixed race, probably one
Yeah.
of the prettiest women I've ever come across. She was just had it all there, and she was smart too, which was like you give me a smart woman, and you're halfway there. But anyway,
That's right.
the point I'm trying to make is that you get a bunch of 19-year-olds together, male and female, on a ship that is like not even 400 feet long. And you know what? I'm just glad I didn't have to be there to administrate it or see it or have to do, the discipline part of it. Women in the Navy was kind of difficult enough.
It was
When you
new,
start
right? I mean,
throwing,
it's new.
oh, it's well, in combatant positions. Women in the Navy had been there, but on combat vessels, it was new. But the upshot is that a social engineering for race, I think that the military worked probably better than any other public institution in the country in American history. The military just works really well for hey, I'm black, you're white, we're in the same foxhole. We're going to be depending on each other for our lives. That
Yeah.
works. It's just that, when you start mixing in other types of social experiments, it just becomes awkward. And, awkward is about the worst thing you can want in a military unit.
Yeah. Well,
And
institutionally, they level everything coming in. You go in. I mean, if you go to officers, it's different. But if you just go into the regular ranks, everybody
No,
goes
actually,
through the same basic
it
training.
wasn't any different. Well, when you say different,
There's
they don't treat you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like if you enlist black, white, Latino, Asian, you're going to go through the same boot camp with the same shit.
Right.
And
What's
but
the same thing
obviously,
with those-
if you go to the academy, it's different. But but the academy,
well,
they're still leveling everybody off, right?
Oh, absolutely, they do.
Yeah. So, and then you go through this with your people. Like that guy went through it, I went through it, regardless of his race.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like, So yeah, I would say it works great for everybody. Everyone is
I'm gonna
level
be
set.
honest
And
with
then
you. When I was at OCS, the battalion, well, he was a battalion senior chief, was black. I was the only black person, now that I think of it, in my particular battalion. It wasn't like a lot of people, but I was literally the only black officer candidate. And the first test I took, the first academic test I took, I made a perfect score. So the senior chief, I've told this story before. The senior chief comes up and drops me for 50 push-ups. And I'm like, what the fuck did I do? Well, his thing was, you know what? I think I've told you this story before. He was like, you got a perfect score and no one else did. Why didn't you help your shipmates?
Really?
So give me 50 push-ups.
No shit. So why didn't you help him cheat?
No, I didn't cheat. I'm
No. In other words, if you helped them, they would be cheating.
No. Study, he meant.
Oh, study. Okay. I thought it meant help them on the test.
If you got 100, whatever you did, you should have been telling the other people to oh, no. Oh, Slick Rick, you don't just get dropped for 10 push-ups, motherfucker. You're gonna be doing like 50.
He wasn't really mad though, was he? Like was he
Oh no. He was
he was probably probably happy. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, he was happy. I think just to make it all racial and stuff, the black senior chief was glad to see the black officer candidate outshine all the white boys.
So but the black senior officer is the one that made you do the push-ups.
Well, he's a senior chief. He was in senior NCO. Yeah, I mean, they are in charge of the officer candidates, like the day
Oh,
to
got it.
day.
Okay, gotcha. I don't know all the different ranks and shit like that, so I'm not. I didn't go in the military, so.
It's not that big a deal, but it's just you're talking about the level setting.
Yeah.
So, the military's real good for that. Now we had women in our battalion, because there were, but most of the women, believe it or not, that were in there were pretty squared away. So, but there weren't that many of them. So there were more women than blacks in my battalion. So, but we'll listen to a little bit more Trump. John's just going live. I think he said at 1:05 in less than an hour.
And we're dealing with him now too. We're not happy with Putin. I'm not happy with Putin.
Now, one thing I do have to say, even though it's a lot of bullshit and saying nothing, I don't ever remember any president doing like cabinet meeting type things in front of cameras and stuff like that. He does it like maybe once a week.
Yeah, he's press friendly for sure, but if you decipher what he says,
now that he's
usually not a
weeded
lot.
out all the he's got nothing but like Tim Pool's and Fox News in the office. So Peter Ducey and Peter Ducey and Tim Pool are the only people in that audience.
I don't think it's that bad. He's still got some of the other press corps in there, I'm sure. He just doesn't let him ask any questions. He doesn't let him ask any questions. So.
Exactly.
You're allowed to come, just don't say a fucking word.
Everything had to be correct because this was a very important mission. If we failed on this mission, it was beyond the war that
bullshit.
obviously we had with Iran and Israel. A lot of hatred, a lot of years and years of hatred, centuries of hatred.
Dude, they didn't even see you come
people
in.
have never seen anything
They
like
didn't
it.
even see the
So we wanted to
B-2
be
bombers
correct
on their
with all of
radar.
that. So what I was doing is just asking.
No.
It would be great if the media would be.
So
correct
what
with
danger
that.
could they
So
have
we
possibly
asked-
been in?
Hey, go ahead. So finish it up.
Oh, yes.
And let me put it to you this way: I know they didn't take the same course in that they took out, but the thing is even after they dropped the damn bombs, they didn't get shot at.
I wonder how high they drop them from.
It's only tough.
And it's kind of crazy,
I don't
right? They
know.
flew from the U.S. That is a
Well,
long way.
Well, no. They refueled along the way.
Yeah, I figured they refueled, but then what airspace did they go over to get to fucking Iran? It is halfway around the world.
Well, what do
literally.
you mean? What airspace? Nobody saw them.
Well, it just makes you wonder. Like, did they fly over through the Mediterranean, over Israel, over Jordan? Like what was the?
I think I've seen. I'll go back. I saw the flight path. I know they flew over Europe.
So can you not? You said it's totally. You can't see anything on radar with that. Nothing.
Well, I think you probably could, but you have to have like a really good radar, and you might not. You might not even see them from a ground-based radar, like a fire. Like you probably have to be airborne or something. Because they've got not only is the shape weird, it's got a lot of rounded surfaces, but it's also got like absorbent paint.
It's carbon fiber. Yeah, it's carbon fiber, which is it's not metal. So
right.
It's some crazy shit, man. So
well, I mean, I understand he's the showman that he is. He's gonna talk up how dangerous it was, and any military mission is dangerous. You could have mechanical failures and stuff like that. But the one thing I don't like about Trump is the way he exaggerates. I just find it unsavory. As a matter of fact, he talks too much. You know what? We did the mission. It's over with. We were successful, and that's that.
It's one of the
Let's
greatest
move on.
missions we've ever seen. It's one of the greatest missions we've ever seen. Like he says the same.
Yeah.
It's one of the greatest. It's fantastic. It was a fantastic mission.
It's like the best mission, and it's the best mission in history.
Yeah, I know. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you talking about? You dropped a couple of bombs. I mean, I do think that it definitely would damage any nuclear facility. Like, if you look at what goes into these.
Yeah, but the thing
making,
is it's like underground.
Stanley, I'll just tell you, man, go on YouTube and look at what is involved in making nuclear shit, right? It is a 100-step process of acid baths, heat it up, cool it down, stick it in here. It is insane to make these nuclear rods. It's probably like 100 steps, man. Like I watched it, I'm like, holy shit. So I think if you disrupt that, it seems to me like it's easy to disrupt it. Like it would be easy to disrupt.
No doubt that it's easy to disrupt. And my thing is, even if I think what you do is drop it. And I think Trump is actually doing this. You let them know we can read it. We can reach out and touch you. Okay. And you won't even know we're coming. I think that if there's any value, it's that, hey, you know what? You want to negotiate with us because we can do this anytime we want.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
the messaging.
And then the other thing, it wasn't just the bunker busters. They launched like 75 Tomahawks. And I can tell you right now, there is nothing fucking scarier than a Tomahawk cruise missile. You can put, I've seen it done. You can put it through a window.
No shit. You've seen them shoot? You've seen them shoot them?
No, well, I've fired them. Not like
really
for practice. Not at actual targets. I missed. My ship missed launching Tomahawks by like 3 days. The ship that replaced us in the Red Sea, the Karen, USS Karen, they launched Tomahawks at Iraq like 3 days after we left. It could have been us, damn it. Yeah, I was never fire control.
You've witnessed the kind of shit, huh?
Well, I've never seen the target. I've never seen it hit the target, but I have been there when they were launched, and I know what they can do. And they're not kidding when they say they can put shit like that, on a target the size of a refrigerator. They're not kidding. Especially,
that's got to be powerful to see them launch them, though, man.
Oh yeah, I've been on board when they were launched. It is a gas because
they're fast as shit.
Yeah.
They're just lightning fast. I mean, I would love to see one live. You know what I mean? Like see them just shoot one. So
it's
cool shit.
I can tell you right now, that is the best part of being on a ship. Like we used to do live fire exercises. Now, way back in the day, Vieques Island off of Puerto Rico was still a range. And they would line ships up like, 2, 3, 4 at a time. We'd just be going one after the other, just shooting the shit out of, with the big guns.
Just blowing the fuck out of it. That's awesome.
They basically Vieques, apparently the other side of the island is occupied. So they said, you know what, fuck y'all. Y'all need to stop. Find somewhere else to do it. Oh, dude, planes would be coming and dropping bombs. There was a bombing range. They used to beat the shit out of that.
And people lived on the island with it shaking like crazy and shit. That's crazy.
I guess. You know what? At the time, Lord. I didn't even know the island was occupied.
Wow, that's wild.
I can only imagine what kind of ordnance. I don't know if they decided to clean up the island or whatever. I can tell you right now, who God only knows what's there. As far as fragments and stuff like that.
It's got to be loud. Is it pretty loud when you're firing that shit? Like when you're on the ship and that's
you're wearing ear protection. If you're on the bridge, you're wearing ear protection. And if you're like, because right under those big guns, there's the magazine and their actual stations. I don't think they put people in the guns anymore. But it's loud.
And the concussion from it, right? The concussion's probably just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's pretty neat. I've never been able to, other than going to I've never really. I'd like to see some of that shit though. It's got to be neat.
You know what? There's quite a bit of that right off of Bay Capes, Virginia Capes is
Mhm.
there's like op areas that are marked off. If you ever go see like a military map or actual, I think they do what do they call them? They're like marine warnings. It's something notice to mariners.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are marked off on maps, and then there's certain times you don't want to like you're not allowed within these operating areas.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty fun. I mean, I've actually in the South Atlantic, I've actually had to, my ship used to operate in as part of carrier battle groups, just practicing.
Yeah.
That shit is scary. Operating with a carrier is like the most terrifying thing you can do. If you're conning or you're officer of the deck, if you're doing bridge watches, because the formations around the carrier, all the sub
Yeah. All the ships
screens, the
around it.
air
Yeah.
screen. Yeah, well, see, the thing is that it's almost like a ballet. Like when the carrier changes course, you change course, and you've got
Yeah.
to figure out how to get from where you are to the correct station based on the course of the carrier.
Yeah.
And it's bad enough during the day, but it's even worse at night where you can't really see the other ships that well.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm like, if a carrier does like a 180 and you're say on the port side, well, you've got to
Yeah.
figure out how to get to the port side once it turns 180 degrees without hitting the other ships.
Yeah.
It is a gas, but
I
it
imagine it's
is
stressful as hell.
scary. Oh my God, it's stressful. It is
Well,
so stressful.
yeah, and I know they can't really turn. Like it takes them a mile to turn the thing around, which I don't even
Exactly.
understand that. I mean, why don't they have bow thrusters and stern thrusters and shit? Like, I would
That's
think
not
they
going to
could
make a
turn.
difference.
What if it's so? If
On
you
a
just shut
carrier?
down the motors,
I'm sure you
yeah,
know what? They might even have like bow thrusters, but I mean, you don't use bow thrusters to make a turn. You use bow thrusters when you get next to a pier for like precise
yeah. But if you
movements.
crank the bow, if you put the right ports, if you put, let's just say, use the port bow thruster and the starboard stern thruster, like, and you're
Well, you can actually do that if you've got more than one screw, and I can't remember if carriers have more than one screw. You can do that. Like you can push forward like faster, have one spin faster than the other.
oh
You
yeah,
can
yeah,
do
yeah.
that.
I got
That
you.
doesn't. You only do that like in man overboard drills, like a regular turn. You
I
don't
got you.
really, unless it's like an emergency, just a normal turn. Like, hey, we've gone far enough. We're going to turn and change course to go back the other direction.
Yeah.
You don't do any of that because I mean that's like, if I were trying to evade a torpedo or, man overboard drills where you actually want to come back to the course that you were the opposite course. Like you
Yeah.
basically, like if you're going, you want to go right back into your wake to pick a person up, just assuming
Yeah.
that if they
Sure.
fell overboard, they're going to be somewhere near the exact wake you were on. That's the only time I've ever done it, like where you stop one or even reverse one screw,
Yeah.
just so the ship pivots, more or less pivots.
Yeah.
But I don't know that you do that with carriers. Those things are really big. And I've
Yeah.
never, other than like visiting or one time, there was a Wheel of Fortune on the Roosevelt that I was in the audience for. We dressed in our
Mhm.
uniforms. I was on the front row. Carrier sailors are death for a surface warfare officer. The bit
Yeah.
you want to be on a combatant, which carriers are combatants, but you got like 1,000, you got like a fucking 1,000 surface warfare officers.
Yeah.
You want to be in a job where you get like FaceTime with the captain and stuff.
Sure.
So I don't know. I guess we're people have drifted off, I guess, to CT's show.
We're probably boring everyone with this conversation.
You know what? Oh well.
Yeah, that's right. I agree.
It's lunchtime, and I see, Slick Rick did.
Yeah, I got to get up out of here anyway. I got this fucking appointment. So,
Richard,
all right, I'll be back.
Richard
I got to go to this.
He's listening. Well, thank you, Richard. You're a diehard.
Oh, thanks,
you're a
Richard.
ride or die.
That's it.
But I actually,
All right.
John is actually going live. I think at 1:05 in probably 30 minutes or so. So, and I've been on almost 7 hours. So it's probably time to wrap this up. So everybody, hit the like button, please. And don't be shy. Go over to my channel and hit the like button too. It can only help. I figure in 9 years maybe I'll be monetized. I'm at a whole 100. I'm at 150 subscribers now. But
That's good.
So yeah, it's all right. I've only been doing it since January. So with the type of stuff I do, I'm not going to be attracting large numbers. But I'll take what I can get. And so make sure that you all subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, Urban Landlord Clips, and the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000. I will be back tomorrow at probably around 5:45 or so. And I've been working on a catchy closing phase. I was going to go like good night and good luck.
There you go.
Or something like that. But I don't know. I'll work on it. So today's show, Grandchild Support, is coming to a close. You all have a good day. And Richard, look out for tomorrow's title.
Yeah, all right. I'll see you, Stanley. Take her easy, buddy.
Yep. I had a good time, Ryan.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Good catching up. See you. Bye.
Bye.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.